Chapter 541. Escaping after provoking me? Not going to happen. Chapter 541. Escaping after provoking me? Not going to happen. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Far away in the intense battlefield between the Godaran and DarkStar fleet, Nakapu received news that Black Star had managed to block the sudden ambush and was even trying to wipe them out. A strange look could be seen on his face before his brows began to furrow. Black Star actually has such strength? This isn't compatible with the intelligence. They had formulated their battle plan based on the intel that they had, and the error of the intel had resulted in them underestimating the strength of their enemies. As such, a huge error had been made in the development of their battle plan, and the state of the battle was not in their favor. Nakapu's expression was no longer calm, and a grave look could be seen on his face. Black Star managed to protect Planet Aquamarine, and the small fleet won't be of much use. With the strength that he has shown, even if the assault force were to retreat, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. The fleet under my command is tangled together with Ghidorah, and if this situation drags on, it is very likely that Ghidorah will send reinforcements. After pondering for a few seconds, Nakapu came to a conclusion. The ambush mission had failed. All forces take note. Cease battle and retreat immediately. Knowing that he had already failed, Nakapu was not willing to continue the battle and decisively ordered a retreat. Formidable.cm. The DarkStar fleet broke away from battle and began their retreat. Because the Godaran fleet used space jamming equipment, the DarkStar fleet was not able to speed up and jump into dark space. Thus, DarkStar was trying to break away from the Godaran fleet and counter the effects of the space jamming equipment with their own equipment. The further the distance between them and the Godaran fleet, the easier it would be for them to get rid of the interference. This meant that the DarkStar fleet would be able to escape the moment they pulled away a certain distance. Nakapu's face was expressionless as he stared at the porthole with the colorful explosions from the battlefield being reflected on his face. This was the first time that DarkStar had suffered a loss in an ambush mission. Thinking about it, Nakapu's gaze turned cold. If he had known of Black Star's strength, he would not have tried to minimize the loss of his forces and would have sent his entire fleet into a head-on battle with Ghidorah's defense line. However, there was no if in this world. Since the outcome was already determined, there was no time for him to regret. He could only accept his defeat. Nakapu let out a sigh and calmed himself down. He would never allow this to happen again. Above Planet Aquamarine, the battle was in its most intense state. The spaceships that were under the control of the Black Star Mercenary Group had achieved a balance with the enemy spaceships with their firepower being equal. Boom! An enemy ship had its protective shield destroyed under concentrated fire, and half of the ship was quickly smashed into bits. It then dove down toward the ground like a meteor, disappearing from the eyes of those present. There were less than 10 remaining DarkStar spaceships that received the retreat order from Nakapu and heaved sighs of relief as they hurriedly escaped from the battlefield. As they escaped, the mercenaries chased them while firing rapidly. The mission for this assault force should have been extremely simple. They only needed to hover in space and continuously fire their cannons. However, they had never expected to receive retaliation from the Black Star Mercenary Group, and they actually were not a match for the other party. While they were superior in terms of numbers, their enemy spaceship was too high-ranked and could dodge the majority of their attacks. Furthermore, even if their attacks landed on the enemy's ship, their attacks were not even able to break the protective shield. On top of that, they were on the losing end when it came to the strength of their supers. As long as the enemy boarded their ships, they were finished. With their assault force suffering heavy losses, they did not want to stay there any longer but had no choice due to the orders from their higher-ups. It could be said that the retreat order had come in an extremely timely manner. We finally chased the enemy away. Seeing the satellite image, the leaders of the 6 nations were overjoyed. The enemies had come ferociously, and the golden-skinned freaks of Ghidorah had abandoned them. Just when they thought that they were finished, Black Star had stood up and defended the planet from the incoming enemies. The various territories had only suffered minimal damage and were still in good condition. This outcome was much better than what they had expected. At this moment, Han Shao returned to the BlackLight Stealth. Jeanette turned around, and before she had the chance to be smug, she was grabbed by the shoulders and thrown from the pilot's seat into Sylvia. Io! Jeanette and Sylvia were both sent rolling on the ground. Ow, ow, ow! Sylvia rubbed her head and took a deep breath. Her head had been smashed by Jeanette's battle suit. Jeanette rubbed her ass, and a trace of anger could be seen on her face. Oi! Why are you throwing me around? I am a girl. Can't you be gentler? Han Xiao could not be bothered to deal with her and took his mechanical suit off before sitting in the pilot's seat. Rubbing his wrists, he said in a low voice, "The battle isn't over yet, and the enemy's flagship is still in battle with Ghidorah's fleet. We will be able to reach the battlefield quickly with BlackLight Stealth speed, and this is the best chance to deal the enemy a heavy blow. Tell the others to remain on Planet Aquamarine. I will be back quickly." At this moment, Herluz had just returned to the BlackLight Stealth. After hearing those words when he entered the door, he turned around and jumped out without hesitation. What a joke! He obviously was not willing to ride a spaceship piloted by Black Star. You want to interfere in that battle? Jeanette was startled. We've already blocked the enemy, so there isn't a need for us to participate in a head-on battle. Han Xiao shook his head. We have only defeated a couple of spaceships attempting to ambush us. This isn't a big loss to DarkStar. The commander of the enemy forces is the key. Since he dared ambush us, we must give him a good fight. His target was the enemy's flagship, not the escaping spaceships. As the old saying went, don't chase a poor thief. It meant that he should not chase an enemy without money. At least this was how the great mechanic Han understood it. Thus, he would go after the leader. After exposing his strength, DarkStar would definitely refresh their intel on him, and the enemy would definitely come up with measures to deal with him in the future. Unless he could secretly scam another wave of players, it would not be possible for DarkStar to receive another error in their intelligence. Thus, it would be best for him to make use of this opportunity to increase his battle merits. Defeating a DarkStar flagship was also a mission requirement in the mission Ghidorah's Ally. Han Xiao piloted the BlackLight Stealth out of the atmosphere and locked onto the coordinates of the battlefield. It was still a distance away from him. According to the information from Ghidorah, it seems like the enemy was currently retreating. With the speed and stealth abilities of BlackLight Stealth, he was definitely capable of arriving at the battlefield in time. The next moment, BlackLight Stealth transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from sight. The ray of light stopped a short distance away from the battlefield. If they went any further, they would be in the region of the space jamming region. The chaotic battlefield was right before their eyes with bright, colorful balls of exploding cannons all over the place. The powerful homing missiles exploded into a huge ball of flames, and the plasma cannons melted the protective shields of the spaceships. What an intense battle! Han Zhao's gaze swept past the radar. DarkStar is indeed retreating. The largest spaceship in the middle should be the flagship. Locking onto his target, Han Xiao estimated the distance. He needed to enter the battlefield for the enemy's flagship to be within the range of his data transmitter. Furthermore, the AI of the enemy's flagship would definitely have a stronger defense. Nagakin, I am settled on my side. What about you? With the transmission being connected, Nagakin's appearance could be seen. His spaceship was currently the target of the enemy's fire and was facing an endless wave of attacks. The spaceship was currently trying its best to avoid all the incoming attacks and could not approach the enemy's spaceship. Black Star? You are on the battlefield. Han Xiao nodded. Long story short, I can infiltrate the AI of the enemy, so I am preparing to attack the enemy's flagship. If you can approach the enemy, I will be able to disable the nearest few frigates and create an opportunity for you to charge the enemy ship. Hearing that, Nagakin's eyes lit up. All right, let's do that. At the same time, Barrett's voice sounded in the communicator. We can try that. My fleet will try to restrain the enemy's fire and allow Officer Nagakin's ship to approach the enemy's flagship. Based on his judgment, Barrett knew that it would be impossible to sink DarkStar's fleet. He had just received news of the battle at Planet Aquamarine, so he had confidence in Han Zhao's strength. While he was not concerned about Planet Aquamarine, Barrett did not dare underestimate and doubt Han Zhao's strength. To create a mercenary group with some fame in the Shattered Star Ring in a few years, he naturally was not someone to be underestimated. He definitely had the strength to back up his fame. Jeanette's face changed color upon hearing that. We are charging into the battlefield. It is far too risky. Cannon fire is flying in all directions, and even I'm not confident in avoiding all those attacks. This is only a small spaceship, and a single mistake will put us in grave danger. Humph, my piloting skills have been tested through time. I wouldn't make a mistake. Han Xiao shook his wrists and sped up while shouting, "Sit tight." The BlackLight Stealth sped up rapidly and sliced straight into the battlefield. It swerved past the chaotic attacks and weaved through the battlefield through rolling, abruptly stopping, diving, cycling around, and many more other piloting techniques. It was like an agile black bird freely roaming the chaotic battlefield, easily passing through the gaps in the endless lights of battle. The view outside the ship was spinning, and Jeanette hurriedly tied herself to her seat. At the beginning, she was afraid that Han Xiao would make a mistake. After focusing her attention on the outside for a short while, her entire brain seemed to be spinning, and her face became completely pale with the urge to vomit at any moment. Slow down. I can't see clearly." Jeanette could not help but yell out. She had never imagined that Han Xiao's piloting skills were superior to even hers. This skill of his was sufficient to be the ace pilot of any organization. "Heh! Since you are not piloting the ship, why do you need to see clearly?" Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Jeanette turned around, and her eyes widened in shock. She saw Han Xiao using a few mechanical arms controlled by his nerves to control the spaceship while he attempted to infiltrate the AI of the enemy's ship. He was actually doing two things at once. Sylvia was frightened to the point her face turned pale. Teacher, please don't be a reckless pilot. Don't make noise. I am busy. Don't distract me." The moment the BlackLight Stealth entered the battlefield, the DarkStar fleet noticed their entrance. With a single look, Nakapu's expression changed. "This is Black Star's spaceship. Why is he here?" All of a sudden, Nakapu thought about the battle report from the assault force and roared, "Not good. He is here for revenge. Everyone listen up. Don't let that black spaceship come near us." Nakapu could not help but be wary of Black Star's hacking abilities. If he got close to their ship, their flagship will probably be infiltrated, and they would be in danger. DarkStar's fleet immediately changed targets, and the BlackLight Stealth immediately faced a greater amount of pressure. They also changed their formation, and the blood-colored flagship no longer stayed in the middle of the formation but flew toward the front in an attempt to distance themselves from Han Xiao. "It seems like they have noticed me," Han Xiao said with a frown. "Don't want me to get close?" Right at that moment, Barrett's fleet began their retaliation and suppressed DarkStar's fleet. At the same time, they began tearing apart the rearguard of DarkStar to create a gap for BlackLight Stealth to enter. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he immediately piloted his ship into the gap. With his piloting skills, even with the focused fire from the enemy, he was like a fish in water. The BlackLight Stealth was a stealth spaceship created with the technology of the Federation of Light, and its speed was far superior to the technology of Ghidorah and DarkStar. It was a pity that BlackLight Stealth did not have the weapons of the Federation of Light. If he had a particle cannon equipped, he would have been able to shoot through the defenses of a few dozen spaceships, and there would have been no need to go through this hassle. There were differences in the strength of particle cannons, and it was dependent on the technique of the user and caliber of the energy source. The particle cannons used by Ghidorah and DarkStar were all ordinary goods in the universe. At the same time, a warning signal was given in the enemy's flagship. "Warning! The battleship is being infiltrated. Please take appropriate measures." Warning! The warning sound from the battleship's AI became white noise, and Nakapu's expression darkened. **T. All of a sudden, all the lights shut down, and the engine of the battleship stalled. The speed of the battleship plummeted, and the DarkStar battleships behind it overtook it immediately. The flagship fell to the rear of the formation, and even its communication channel was cut off. The entire battleship was overly reliant on AI support. The moment the AI was paralyzed, the entire battleship would be paralyzed. If they wanted to pilot the ship manually, their reaction speed could not keep up with that of an AI. As long as a virtual mechanic had the space to show his abilities, he would be the biggest killing weapon in the entire battlefield. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, a couple of banging sounds could be heard from the outside of the ship as though something had banged onto the body of the ship. However, with the AI of the ship paralyzed, there was no way to know what was going on. But with a simple guess, the members on board the ship knew what was about to happen, and hopelessness could be seen on their faces. It's Nagakin. Nakapu's fingers trembled. He was finally afraid. Chapter 542. I'll give you another chance to repeat yourself. Chapter 542. I'll give you another chance to repeat yourself. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Seeing Nagakin board the DarkStar flagship, Han Shao knew that the enemy flagship was finished. With the flagship in danger, the DarkStar fleet at the front did not turn back to reinforce their comrades. It was almost certain that Nakapu would end up in Nagakin's hands, and the DarkStar fleet was completely helpless. All the officers a level lower hurriedly took over command of the fleet and repeated Nakapu's orders to retreat. They then made use of the opportunity where the attention of the Ghidorah fleet was attracted by their flagship and ran for their lives. On the other side, the DarkStar assault forces had also broken free from the 40 or so Ghidorah battleships and escaped in a different direction. The DarkStar fleet abandoned their flagship and escaped with their tails between their legs. Only the flagship was left behind, deep within the enemy formation like a bunch of hunting dogs surrounding a lonely wolf. The BlackLight Stealth hovered not too far away, and Han Shao did not join in the fun. With Nagakin causing destruction within the interior of the ship, there was no need for him to take action. At this moment, he had his attention on something else. Rista, are you able to connect to DarkStar's main system through the enemy's AI and infiltrate DarkStar's main database? Han Shao stroked his chin as he pondered. All the spaceships in the same organization would usually use a child AI from the main system so that it would be easier to manage the entire battle. Just like how Philip was in charge of controlling 10 or so spaceships in his mercenary group. As long as a spaceship was equipped with Philip's duplicate microchip, Philip would be able to open up a new channel of operation. The child AI would be related to the main AI. Usually, a DarkStar mothership would use a main AI, and all the subsidiary spaceships under its command would use the mothership's child AI. If they are able to track the communication route between the two systems, they might be able to lock onto the position of a DarkStar mothership and find their coordinates in the vast universe. Rista's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water. Not possible. Before the enemy's AI was paralyzed, it cut off all its connection with the main system. This is a very common way to prevent infiltration from the enemy. The AI of the other spaceships check its identification number and ensure that the connection is trusted before allowing it to reconnect with the main system. DarkStar is still extremely careful. Han Shao nodded. This was an extremely simple method. If there were two spaceships, A and B, that used the same child AI, the moment A noticed that it had been infiltrated, it would automatically cut off all connections with the main system. It would not be able to share any data with the main system, and the main system would not be able to determine A's position and status. After A solved its infiltration problem, if B's data is within its range, the child AI of B would automatically evaluate A's AI. Only after ensuring that A was safe would B send the signal back to the main system and allow A to connect back to the main system. Currently, the flagship that had been left behind had naturally severed all of its connections, so it would be impossible to infiltrate the main system. DarkStar made use of such a system in order to protect the coordinates of its mothership. The great mechanic Han was not the only mechanic hacker in the universe, and there were plenty of them all around the universe. DarkStar needed to guard against this point. While he found it to be a bit of a waste, Han Shao was not too disappointed. If it was this easy to lock on to DarkStar's position, DarkStar would have been long destroyed by Ghidorah. Freebnoll.com. While he did not take a very long time to paralyze the enemy's flagship, Han Zhao's hacking skills was far from being able to easily infiltrate an enemy spaceship. Rista was an important assistant of his, and the efficiency of this AI lifeform was extremely high. It was far superior to Philip and greatly strengthened Han Zhao's skill judgment. It was a pity that Rista was a free man, or free AI, and did not belong to him. Who knew when he would be able to strengthen Philip to be on the same level as Rista? Stroking his chin, he wondered if he could get Rista to help raise Philip's level. After all, the one who understood AIs the most would be an AI. The growth of Rista's species would be determined by the exchange of data and upgrading each other's software. If that was the case, Rista should be able to help Philip optimize his structure. Jeanette and Sylvia stared at each other. One of them was a cannon master, and the other was a mechanical pugilist. Hearing a mechanic and an AI life form having a conversation about artificial intelligence, they felt a great upgrade in their intelligence. Sylvia felt as though she had forgotten about something. After pondering for a long while, she came to a realization. She had been too busy being shocked previously, and it was time for her to vomit for a while. After waiting for a moment, Nagakin finally sent news about his success. He had successfully taken control of the enemy's flagship. Han Shao and Barrett both boarded the enemy's flagship and saw Nagakin in the control room, together with a large bunch of captured DarkStar members. Well done. Truly the famous officer Nagakin. Barrett was overjoyed. Nagakin waved his hands and calmly replied, "This isn't my merit. It is all thanks to Black Star. If not for him paralyzing the enemy's spaceship, it would have been impossible for me to unleash my strength. He is the one with the biggest merit." "Haha, you are right," Barrett said with a smile. "Black Star truly lives up to his name." "It's nothing. I didn't do much," Han Shao replied humbly. After a short conversation, everyone got to work and calculated their gains and losses. Ghidorah had lost fewer than 10 battleships and destroyed a similar number of enemy battleships. Furthermore, they had been able to capture an enemy flagship together with its command team. They would be able to interrogate these members after this and find out about DarkStar's plans. Together with Black Star taking care of the 10 or so assault battleships that had appeared suddenly, they had earned a huge amount in this battle. After suffering from plenty of losses, Ghidorah had finally achieved a victory. The War Bureau could finally heave a sigh of relief. Nakapu looked up, and his gaze swept over the control room. Barrett, a radical commander who had been played a fool by him and could not enter his sights. Nagakin, a famous high-ranking member of the War Bureau. While powerful, he was not the deciding factor in this battle. Finally, Nakapu's gaze landed on Han Shao like a nail. This was the person who had decided the result of the battle. Nakapu felt that his loss was due to the underestimation of Black Star's strength. If not for a problem with their intel, the assault force would have easily ambushed Planet Aquamarine and escaped. At the same time, he would have been able to escape as well. He had never imagined that he would be caught. A single mistake cost us the entire battle. Nakapu's eyes turned dim. He knew that there was no chance for him to make a comeback. In the last 3 minutes of the DarkStar fleet's escape, the loss of their flagship and the news of Nakapu being captured was quickly sent back to DarkStar's headquarters. This was the first time that they had suffered a loss in an ambush mission, and the attention of the upper echelons was immediately drawn. The entire battle was not too long, and the upper echelons in the headquarters had quickly understood the situation. At this moment, the highest in command present was the vice leader of DarkStar, another Doyen who was just as experienced as Anner. His name was Degulish, and he was a stern individual with great prestige. Black Star again. Degulish frowned with dissatisfaction in his tone. After the incident with Anner, DarkStar harbored great enmity toward Han Shao, but due to it being the crux of their mission, they did not take their revenge. After all, Han Shao had Floating Dragon as his backing, and DarkStar was not willing to provoke Ames. The scene of a DarkStar mothership being smashed into smithereens by an island was still deeply imprinted in their minds. But now, DarkStar had once again obstructed their plans. Degulish was not as composed a person as the leader of DarkStar. Now that their leader was personally carrying out a secret mission, he was the one in charge of the headquarters. Furthermore, his style had always been extremely aggressive. He's provoked us over and over again, and it's time for us to help him understand what kind of an existence he is provoking. I want to make him pay the price for his wrongdoing, Degulish said in a low voice. Doesn't he want to protect his homeland? Send out 2 DarkStar motherships and destroy Planet Aquamarine. Vice Leader, this isn't in line with our plans. We shouldn't destroy a calamity planet, the one in charge of intel said. I remember Ember suggesting that we should get rid of Black Star regardless of the cost, and his words make some sense. We have more than 10 calamity planets, and destroying a single one won't affect the big picture, Degulish replied. If Ember was there, he would definitely have raised both his arms in agreement. It was a pity that he was not present at this meeting. More accurately, most of the upper echelons were not present in the meeting as they were all carrying out various missions. While ambushing a calamity planet seemed to be DarkStar's only mission on the surface, a large number of their upper echelons were out on missions in secret. The one in charge of intel shook his head. This is on the basis that we will be able to kill him. If not, we will only be wasting our ships. He has a BlackLight Stealth that he got from who knows where, and this is a high-quality spaceship from the Federation of Light. It will be impossible for us to capture him. Degulish frowned. He can run, but Planet Aquamarine won't be able to escape. The one in charge of intel shook his head. If Planet Aquamarine is his weakness, it would be a waste to destroy it. A waste? What are your thoughts? Black Star is only a mercenary. According to my observations, he has always been going against us either because Ghidorah hired him or because we took the initiative to attack him. Of course, I am not trying to speak up on his behalf. Regardless of the reason, he still has to pay the price. The problem is, if we destroy his only weakness, he won't have any more apprehensions and will go all out to fight us. He may even seek aid from Ames, and this isn't to our advantage. Since when have we been afraid of others? Degulish said in a cold tone. I can easily crush a mechanic of Black Star's standard with a casual clench of my fists. So what about the Dragon Emperor? Will she be able to find us? What I mean is, since Black Star is protecting Planet Aquamarine, it means that he cares about this planet, the one in charge of intel said with his eyes narrowed. It would be extremely easy for us to destroy Planet Aquamarine. Why don't we use this as a handle to threaten him when necessary? He will then feel true regret and may even be forced to work for us. As Degulish heard that, his expression changed and felt that those words made sense. My subordinates will continue to gather news about Black Star. Black Star is a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor, and we may be able to achieve an unexpected result by making use of him. The concealed team left behind on Planet Aquamarine have been monitoring his actions. While the Goddard radar is able to use tracking methods within a certain distance, the concealed team shut down the engines of their spaceship, and they're only maintaining their stealth functions. As long as they do not turn on their engines, they won't be exposed. I am prepared to arrange spies in the Black Star Mercenary Group. They are only a bunch of mercenaries. As long as we pay the price, there isn't such a thing as loyalty. We will plant some spies within their group and monitor all of his actions. The failure of their assault mission was like a spark that caused DarkStar to place their attention on Han Shao. Since they could not fight head-on, they would employ their methods in the dark. In any case, they had many methods up their sleeves. After thinking for a moment, Degulish finally nodded. Do as you have planned. I recommend you don't attack Planet Aquamarine in the near future. Just as you have said, it is only a single calamity planet, and it won't affect the big picture. Furthermore, we will have to pay a large price if we want to attack Planet Aquamarine with Black Star around, so the losses will outweigh the gains. As everyone returned to Planet Aquamarine, the BlackLight Stealth landed in the sanctuary. At this moment, 9 DarkStar assault spaceships were parked in the sanctuary. These were the new spaceships that the mercenaries had captured. Of the 30 DarkStar spaceships that had attacked, a portion of them had been destroyed, and fewer than 10 spaceships managed to escape. The Black Star Mercenary Group had captured all the remaining spaceships. While all of them were damaged in one way or another, all the spaceships still had their basic functions. Han Shao was in a pleasant mood. 9 small-sized assault spaceships was a great harvest. If he calculated according to their cost, these spaceships would be worth over 1 million anas. The most valuable areas of these spaceships were their energy cores, engines, protective shields, and particle cannons. Taking all these away, the value of the spaceships would be decreased to 1/5 of their original value. If the cores of those spaceships that had crash-landed were not destroyed, Some materials and spare parts could be salvaged, which would be an unexpected gain. This ambush mission did not result in much of a loss for Han Xiao but allowed him to earn a tidy sum instead. With those assault spaceships, the firepower of his fleet would be greatly increased. Han Xiao was overjoyed and wished that those fellows from DarkStar to come more often and allow him the chance to expand his fleet. Just when Han Xiao was prepared to board the ship to inspect the assault spaceship, Barrett landed as well. Walking over, Barrett's eyes swept over the surroundings. Nodding solemnly, he said, "Black Star, you did well this time. My men will come over and take over these spoils of war. It has been hard on all of you this time." Han Xiao's footsteps paused abruptly, and he looked at Barrett's confident expression with a frown. "What?" Chapter 543, Butterfly Effect. Chapter 543, Butterfly Effect. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Xiao was taken aback and had a strange look on his face. All of these assault spaceships were obviously his spoils of war. Why did Barrett suddenly want them? A couple of guesses flashed through his head, but he quickly eliminated them all. Just a few small-sized assault spaceships were not enough to make Ghidorah interested. Could it be that Barrett wants these spaceships to increase his battle merits? However, that did not seem likely either. According to how Barrett behaved when they were fighting together, while Barrett could not be bothered about Planet Aquamarine, Barrett showed a basic level of respect toward him. At the very least, Barrett would not come into a conflict with him because of these little spoils of war. Barrett's face was extremely calm and did not appear guilty in any way. Han Xiao could not help but emphasize, "Are you sure that these assault spaceships are your spoils of war? Why do I remember that I was the one who shot them down?" "Indeed, that is so," Barrett nodded. "According to the procedures recorded, all the losses suffered by DarkStar in the Calamity Planets will be Ghidorah's spoils of war. This is the most basic requirement for us to protect the Calamity Planets." Procedures. "Oh, this is the rule that the War Bureau set. You want me to follow the rules that Ghidorah set?" With a frown, Han Xiao said, "You guys gave up on Planet Aquamarine at the most critical moment, resulting in the enemy's assault spaceships entering the atmosphere. At the very end, I was the one who defeated the enemy." Barrett shook his head and said, "We didn't give up. We were only applying pressure on the enemy's forces. After all, it was too late for us to send reinforcements, and we only made the most appropriate decision in the ever-changing battlefield. If not for my fleet tangling with majority of DarkStar's fleet, you would have faced an enemy many times your size. Thus, it can be said that we exerted a greater amount of strength in this battle. I hope that you will cooperate with me." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Indeed, without Ghidorah's fleet facing the enemy, he would have had to face more than just a small assault force, and it would have been difficult for him to achieve the current victory. For Ghidorah to protect the planets, they naturally did not want to put in effort for nothing, and all the spoils of war obtained by the Calamity Planet would have to be given to them. While it sounded logical on the surface, he would only have to follow the so-called procedures set by Ghidorah if he was a subordinate under Planet Aquamarine's regime. However, while Han Xiao was protecting Planet Aquamarine, he was an independent entity, and Ghidorah's rules would not be able to govern him. It would be impossible for him to comply, and there was no need for him to behave meekly either. "There seems to be something that you aren't clear about. I am the head of a mercenary group and the field team of Floating Dragon. I am not part of the regime of a backward planet that you can order around as you wish." Han Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly, and he said slowly, "What right do you have to order me around?" Barrett's face darkened, and he glared at Han Xiao. This was a conflict of interest, and both parties glared at each other, refusing to give way. While Barrett wanted to behave forcefully, he did not have the ability to command the famous Black Star. After all, Han Xiao's status was far superior to his in the universe. Han Xiao was a famous officer under Floating Dragon while he was an ordinary commander in Ghidorah's War Bureau. The situation there quickly drew the attention of those in the surroundings. The mercenaries, Ghidorah soldiers, and players all gathered around, especially the players who had already turned on their recording features with Bun Hit Dog standing at the very front. "What's going on?" Right at this moment, Nagakin walked over after noticing the commotion. Barrett helplessly explained what was going on. He did not feel that he was in the wrong and was only harvesting the spoils of war according to the procedures. Who would have thought that Han Shao would not accept his request and end up in a face-off with him? Now that the high-ranking Nagakin had arrived, he would have more backing, and Barrett heaved a sigh of relief. Yet, outside his expectations, Nagakin roared at him with displeasure after hearing what had happened. "Barrett, are you an idiot?" Ah! Barrett was stunned. If not for Black Star joining the battle, we would only have been able to watch as the DarkStar fleet escaped from us. Who do you think is the one who helped us capture the DarkStar flagship? Nagakin roared at Barrett. His rank was higher, so he had the right to reprimand Barrett. When Barrett refused to listen to his previous commands, Nagakin had already been dissatisfied with him. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally would not show any mercy. Black Star's status and strength were not to be estimated. Nagakin was not willing to ruin his relationship with Black Star over something so small. His status was higher than Barrett's, and with him representing Ghidorah in reprimanding Barrett, it provided a way out of this stalemate. Barrett had initially thought that Nagakin would help him say a word, but never had he imagined that Nagakin would stand on Black Star's side. He was immediately depressed but could not interrupt Nagakin. After a round of scolding, Nagakin looked at Han Shao and said, "This is a misunderstanding." "I guess so." Han Shao chuckled. "You can deal with your spoils of war as you wish, and we won't interfere. Ghidorah will never mistreat our friends." Nagakin nodded and dragged Barrett away. With the mini-storm being settled, everyone in the surroundings heaved a sigh of relief. If the two protectors had broken out in a fight, all of them would definitely have felt anxious. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the Ghidorahs leaving without saying another word. He then called his fellow mercenaries to enter the assault ships and check the damage. One would only gain respect with sufficient strength. If he had been an ordinary individual today without any fame, Nagakin would not have spoken up for him. This was something that Han Shao was extremely clear about. He did not feel gratitude toward Nagakin because of today's event. Those Ghidorahs were all the same. They were usually high above and would act according to the situation, afraid of the strong but bullying the weak. In fact, the majority of civilizations were as such, so it was nothing strange. Nagakin's attitude today proved that his actions had finally given him a status that Ghidorah would treat seriously. Han Shao would not become proud because of this but would maintain his usual cool. As long as he had sufficient strength, everyone else would take the initiative to give him the respect that he deserved. The small conflict that had happened there was quickly spread to the Six Nations through various channels. When the upper echelons of the Six Nations witnessed the respect that Ghidorah gave Han Shao and thought about their own status, they were certain that their previous promise to Black Star was the right decision. On the forums, a couple of players asked around about the entire battle and managed to recreate the battle. They naturally did not like DarkStar, who caused them to have a drop in their main storyline mission progress, and were even more dissatisfied with Ghidorah, who had abandoned them at a critical juncture. Only Han Zhao's performance did not disappoint the players. Not only was he able to defeat the enemies, he had even managed to capture the enemy flagship. While it could not be said that he single-handedly turned the entire battle around, he was definitely a large contributor toward the outcome of the battle. The players had always felt goodwill toward Han Shao, and together with this forum post, all of their goodwill was increased even further. People with a reliable vibe like him had always been popular. Together with his charisma, good public image, and suave appearance, Han Shao was certain that he would be able to attract a great deal of female fans this time. In actual fact, he would not mind if his fans were boorish men either. As long as they were fans, he would not reject them. However, this did not result in more players wanting to join the Black Star Mercenary Group. From the very beginning, almost everyone had wanted to join the Black Star Mercenary Group. After operating for such a long period of time, the entire player market of Planet Aquamarine pretty much belonged to Han Shao. He only needed to continue increasing the goodwill that the players felt toward him. If he wanted another avenue of players, he would have to open another market, and it naturally was not time for that. When the players were happily chatting on the forums, Han Shao checked the interiors of the 9 assault ships. The mercenaries had been too enthusiastic in their attacks, and the interiors of the spaceships were badly damaged. Furthermore, the AI systems would also have to be replaced and a series of maintenance done before the spaceships could be used. Thankfully, the various spaceships that had crash-landed on Planet Aquamarine were precious materials, so Han Xiao did not need to purchase replacement parts. The destroyed spaceships were spread across almost half the planet. Some had fallen into the ocean while the others had fallen on Earth. Through the radar of a spaceship, the locations of those spaceships could be located. Han Xiao sent out a portion of his mercenaries to salvage all of the spaceships. In a short 2 or 3 days, he would be able to recover all of the wreckages. Han Xiao did not follow the mercenaries to take action. After upgrading his class to that of a mechanic hacker, he was able to merge a few valuable blueprints. Thus, he stayed behind in the sanctuary and began building new machineries. After this ambush, DarkStar would not attack Planet Aquamarine again in the short run, and he should be able to relax for a while. On the Andrea continent, in the old address of the Germinal organization. Not too long ago, a meteor had landed from the skies and charred the entire Earth. At the same time, a 100-meter-long gorge had been created. When the dust settled, the only thing left behind had been a pile of wreckage. It was the DarkStar spaceship that had been shot down by the mercenary group. A skeleton sat not too far away from the landing site, which stood up slowly, walking over unstably toward the wreckage. The mutation source that was attached to the cervical vertebra could feel the powerful energy reaction from the wreckage. It was the energy core of the spaceship. The radiation from the Germinal organization had already been mostly absorbed by the mutation source, and the destroyed spaceship was just like a pie dropping from the skies. The skeleton climbed into the cockpit of the spaceship and found the leaking energy core through its senses. Countless hair-like black tentacles extended out from the mutation source and wrapped around the energy core of the spaceship like a spider about to devour its prey. The entire space around the region became distorted, and the pure energy began to seep into the mutation source. The tentacles began to bloat up and shrink back as it absorbed the pure energy. The energy core of a spaceship contained a large amount of fuel. As the mutation source began to suck out all of the energy, the fuel from the energy core rapidly disappeared. At the same time, the speed at which the mutation source sucked out the energy also sped up. From the mutation source seemed to come the sound of a heart beating. The energy core let out a final buzz and fell silent. Its light began to fade away, and it disappeared. The mutation source retracted all of its tentacles, and the skeleton remained on the ground. All of a sudden, the mutation source began spitting out copious amounts of a black sticky substance. The sticky substance was extremely thick, but it seemed to have the slipperiness of oil. After releasing this sticky substance for half a day until the sticky substance covered the entire room, this strange behavior stopped. The next moment, all of the sticky substance that had been shot out began flowing toward the skeleton in the middle of the room as though it was alive. When the final bit of sticky substance had climbed up on the skeleton already looked completely different. It was no longer a rack of bones but had transformed into a black human body. The sticky substance seemed to have formed the flesh and muscles of the body, and the body looked extremely well built. The facial features began to take form. Eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears roamed around the face for a period of time before finding their appropriate place. If Han Xiao was here, he would have realized that the appearance of the figure looked like the Germinal organization's leader. It was just before he was disfigured. The monster opened its mouth and let out an incomprehensible groan. To think that it even had vocal cords. After absorbing a large amount of energy, the growth of the mutation source had skyrocketed. The mutation source no longer needed to convert all of its absorbed energy and could control a portion to go through cell division. Thus, that small pile of mutation source was able to spit out an entire room full of sticky substance. The mutation source could enjoy the senses of numerous animals and understood the structure of different life forms. With the skeleton as the base, it was able to recreate the human body. This monster was not leeching onto a human body but simulating a human body. Apart from its entire body being black and the lack of sexual characteristics, it was no different from an ordinary body. The mutation source was wrapped up deep within the simulated body. The simulated body lowered its head and observed its body through its eyes while touching all over its body curiously. While it could share the senses of all those infected, it was now able to control its own body, and this was an entirely different feeling. Could not help but have a strange feeling. Freedom. The intelligence of the mutation source had originally been operating only from instinct, but its thoughts began to form as it looked at the world around it. Like a 3-year-old child suddenly having memories, the world in front of it seemed so different. Air, hands, body. The simulated body let out a barely audible voice, and through the numerous shared senses it had, a massive wave of memories flooded its head, and the sense of fatigue quickly assaulted it. The simulated body walked out of the cockpit. Looking in a direction, its figure disappeared over the horizon. In another region of Planet Aquamarine, the concealed troops of DarkStar detected a rapid increase in the energy levels of the mutation source. All of the members were stunned. Their information journal had recorded such circumstances. This indicated that the mutation source had absorbed energy to the point that it was saturated and was beginning its next stage of evolution. The mutation source had evolved far earlier than in Han Zhao's previous life. Chapter 544 Second Phase of the Mutation Disaster. Chapter 544 Second Phase of the Mutation Disaster. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Couple of days later. The older Volga brother yawned and casually played a card. He then looked at her lose and asked, "Oi, how much longer are we going to stay on this backward planet?" At this moment, the mercenary group was playing cards and having a chat in the main hall. Upon hearing that question, they all turned around to look at her lose. "We can only leave this place after dealing with the problem on this planet. This isn't something that I can control." Herluz shook his head helplessly. Everyone then looked toward a military factory outside the window. That was Han Zhao's machinery modification room. At this moment, Han Zhao was repairing the assault ships that they had just obtained. The mercenaries had already stayed on Planet Aquamarine for more than a month. Apart from choosing new players, they did not have anything else to do, and all of them were extremely bored. With the sights of these galactic mercenaries, they naturally found the entertainment located on Planet Aquamarine extremely boring. Apart from playing cards, a few of them felt as though their bodies were rusting. If their current mission had a reward, perhaps most of them would still be able to bear with this boredom. However, this was Black Star's command, and they had no choice but to obey his orders while looking forward to the matter being resolved. After the failure of the previous ambush, DarkStar did not send anyone else to Planet Aquamarine again, as though they were wary of the combined strength of Black Star and the Godaran fleet. But from time to time, news of the other Calamity planets being ambushed could be heard. As Ghidorah sent more reinforcements to the other Calamity planets, the ambushes of DarkStar were usually ineffective. Just like Planet Aquamarine, there were almost 300 spaceships awaiting their orders outside Planet Aquamarine's atmosphere, and this was the same even around the other Calamity planets. However, as the size of the DarkStar fleet grew larger, they also applied pressure to the Godaran forces. Ghidorah had to split up their forces to protect more than 10 Calamity planets. Their fleet was spread thinly, and their soldiers were insufficient. However, DarkStar did not have such a restriction, so they held the initiative. The entire Garten star system was like an abyss of suffering. On the other hand, Planet Aquamarine managed to defeat the enemies after suffering an ambush. Thus, their ability to cope with the calamity was pretty good, and the 6 nations were prospering. In the military factory, clank! A couple of mini-assistive robots climbed up and down the body of the spaceship while attempting to repair the outer armor of the spaceship. Sparks could be seen flying all around, and the sound of hammering reverberated without end. Han Zhao controlled a large mechanical arm, and it transformed into various different kinds of tools to repair the spaceship's damage. Apart from helping him in battle, this large mechanical arm could also be used to repair large spaceships. It was as though he had a huge hand that could be controlled like his own limbs. The spaceship wreckages that the mercenaries had collected brought him sufficient materials. As such, he began to repair the spaceships that he had captured, and he was about 80% done. While repairing those spaceships only gave him a little bit of experience, it was better than nothing at all. Han Zhao stopped his actions and said, Damage check. Initiating a system check. Damage levels of the spaceship are at 0%. The AI system of the ship had already been changed to Philip. Apart from repairing the assault ships, Han Xiao had also created a couple of delicate machines that could improve his hacking skills. It strengthened Philip's calculation speed, and Rista had also restructured Philip's calculation structure, allowing Philip to be 3 times more efficient than before. The machines under Philip's control became much more efficient, and it also allowed his hacking skills to go up another level. Philip was still a distance away from Rista, but strengthening and grooming one's own AI was a long-term job of a mechanic hacker. At the same time, he would be able to receive a great deal of benefits from doing so. The final spaceship has been repaired, and it can be used normally. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Giving out a command, all the repair bots began to pack themselves up. At this moment, the Black Star Mercenary Group was mainly using spaceships that were rented. These 9 assault spaceships would be able to supplement their firepower and belonged completely to him. After drinking a mouthful of water, Han Xiao took out his communicator and began browsing the Mercenary Group portal out of habit. The size of the Mercenary Group was already a few hundred times larger than before they returned to Planet Aquamarine. After this operation period, there were over 100,000 players whom he had hired, and this number was increasing by the day. They were undeniably a super-large mercenary group. While the players were not sufficiently powerful at the moment, the speed at which the players could grow meant that they were all full of potential. After entering the universe, I will be able to give them an endless number of missions and resources. At the same time, they will also give me an endless amount of wealth. The sheer number of players will allow my Black Star Mercenary Group to take another step forward, and the name of Floating Dragons Field Team will be truly respected. Thinking about the strength of a few 100,000 mercenaries, Han Xiao could not help but look forward toward it. Because of the mutation disaster, his mercenary group needed to remain in Planet Aquamarine temporarily. They were currently accumulating their strength, and their true might would show when they re-entered the universe once the mutation disaster was taken care of. Han Xiao had always paid attention to the actions of DarkStar. He was waiting for DarkStar to carry out the next stage of their plans, as that would be the best time for him to hand over the mutation source in his hands. After leaving the military factory, Han Xiao walked toward the conference room. According to the schedule, today was the day for Ghidorah to have a conference with all the upper echelons of the sanctuary to discuss their disaster relief efforts. Such a meeting would be held once every few days, and he was already used to it. Coming to the conference room, Bennett, Nagakin, and the others had already arrived long ago. After Han Xiao sat down, a couple of leaders then began the discussion of their disaster relief efforts. Since Han Xiao was not concerned about the topic, he did not interrupt their conversation. After half an hour, they finally changed the topic, and Nagakin said, Ghidorah is in a stalemate with DarkStar. The enemy has continued to ambush the Calamity planets, and the War Bureau has been sending out reinforcements endlessly. Both the forces are closely matched. Upon hearing that, Han Xiao said, It doesn't sound good. We do not know how many fleets are under DarkStar's command, but we have to spread our forces to protect the Calamity planets. Nagakin replied helplessly, Our forces are truly lacking. This is DarkStar's scheme to force us to split our forces. While the battle is currently a stalemate, as long as DarkStar is willing to send out the majority of their forces to attack a Calamity planet, it will be impossible for us to block them. Thus, the situation isn't good. Do you guys have a way to deal with that? We do. Nagakin nodded. With regards to our forces being spread thinly and the distance being far, the War Bureau decided to set up a military orbit quantum leap station. It will be set up in a few days' time. What is that? Bennett asked with doubt. Han Xiao thought for a moment before saying, You can treat it like a transportation portal for military use. The military orbit quantum leap station was a strategic weapon during intergalactic battles. Within a certain range, it was able to lock onto the coordinates of 2 different regions and create a transportation channel between the 2 locations. It would allow fleets that were far away from each other to quickly reinforce their allies. This station was like a large space fortress, and the technical requirements of constructing it were extremely high. Only advanced civilizations that knew how to construct a stable Stargate would be able to construct it. The military orbit quantum leap station of Ghidorah had been purchased from an advanced civilization within the Shattered Star Ring and was extremely precious. In order to construct a military orbit quantum leap station, the transportation coordinates of the various locations had to be anchored down properly, and the military orbit quantum leap station needed to be situated in the middle of these coordinates. It was like the middle of a spider web with the web spreading far and wide. With this facility, Ghidorah would be able to cover up its weakness of having its fleet being scattered across the various calamity planets. These fleets would be able to aid each other, and if any of the planets were attacked, reinforcements would be able to arrive within 2 to 3 minutes. As such, the ambushes of DarkStar would no longer be a threat to them. Since the War Bureau was willing to make use of this strategic weapon, it meant that they did not wish to be on the passive side. Han Xiao frowned and said, "This is an expensive strategic weapon, and DarkStar will definitely attack the station. The enemy will definitely do so." Nagakin was not worried. Since the War Bureau dared use the station, it naturally meant that they would arrange sufficient protection for the station. Could be said that they had even grasped the initiative. Even if the whereabouts of DarkStar could not be traced, they would definitely attack the station. As such, they would be able to grasp the enemy's actions and make preparations. A flash could be seen in Han Zhao's eyes, and he shook his head. In truth, Ghidorah was not truly anxious yet. While the DarkStar ambushes had resulted in some loss for Ghidorah, the ones who had suffered the most were the calamity planets. Ghidorah's foundations were not shaken, and the Ghidorahs thought that they were still able to control the situation. However, he knew that DarkStar would not be so easily dealt with. With the appearance of the station, DarkStar should be moving on to the next step of their plan. Just when Nagakin wanted to say something else, a commotion sounded from the outside from afar. The next moment, the commotion grew larger and larger as it approached them. Like a tsunami, the commotion covered the entire sanctuary. Boom! The ground began to shake, and the windows could be seen trembling slightly from the commotion. Bennett stood up with a face full of doubt. "What's happening?" Bennett hurriedly turned on the screen in the conference room, and the images of the various locations in the sanctuary were shown. The sanctuary that had been in an orderly state was in complete chaos, and the mutation disaster had exploded once again. Even those refugees who had been injected with the suppressants began to act up. The situation on the outside of the sanctuary was even worse, and even the guards of the sanctuary began to fall ill. Without anyone to maintain security, the calm that had been formed through great difficulty collapsed. Millions of people turned violent, and their voices flooded the sanctuary like a tsunami, squeezing, roaring, fighting. Apart from a messy battle, the majority of them were running around crazily, and they tried to escape from the sanctuary. It was as though the sanctuary was a frightening location, and they wanted to escape to the outside. Those escaping formed a long trail, and they charged out of the sanctuary in all directions. There were some who tumbled onto the ground and were instantly swallowed by the endless crowd. The players were completely dumbfounded. Very quickly, some of them realized that the mission progress of their mutation disaster mission had fallen rapidly. This sudden chaos stunned even Bennett and Nagakin. Han Zhao's gaze turned cold, and he stood up with a solemn expression. This is the second phase. Chapter 545, Sensory Organs. Chapter 545, Sensory Organs. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The first phase of the mutation disaster was an irregular outburst across the entire planet. It signified the first time the mutation source controlled its strength. The first symptom of the second phase was all the infected individuals acting up together. Compared to the first phase, the mutation source would not be limited by controlling ordinary individuals. Certain elite soldiers and weaker supers could also become targets of its control. The most obvious change would be the fact that the infected individuals no longer acted randomly but acted as though they had a goal. The objective behavior of the infected individuals was the first sign of the mutation source gaining intelligence. Compared to the chaos in the first phase, the escape of all the refugees was due to the control of the mutation source. For the mutation source to command all of these refugees to escape, it probably doesn't want these infected individuals to gather together. Furthermore, It may have detected that someone has been trying to help these infected individuals escape from its grasp. Thus, it wants to get the infected individuals far away from this place. To the mutation source, every single one of these infected individuals are a sensory organ, Han Xiao said with a frown. In his previous life, something similar had also happened. While there was no official explanation given, the various players had come up with their deductions and conclusions. Thus, he was able to guess the thoughts of the mutation source. The only problem was, the second phase had broken out much earlier than in his previous life. It may be due to a random chance, or it may also be because of the butterfly effect, Han Xiao thought to himself. Because of his actions, there were plenty of events that had developed extremely differently from his previous life. This was not the first time that he had met such a situation, and Han Xiao quickly regained his cool after a short moment of shock. While it was outside his expectations, he did not become completely flustered. Walking out of the conference room, the commotion on the outside became larger and larger. Han Xiao immediately sent out all of the mercenaries and the players under him. The first thing that he had to do now was control all of the infected individuals. With the mutation disaster in the second phase, the strength of the mutation source would be stronger, and the original suppressant that they gave to these infected individuals now required 3 times the dosage. They naturally did not have enough medicine on hand, and the only thing they could do was forcefully subdue the infected refugees. The Sanctuary and God Aura became busy, and the players all received a new mission. Seeing the mission progress of the main storyline falling, none of them dared delay and hurriedly got to work. In comparison to the tens of millions of refugees in the Sanctuary, the number of available manpower was not high. Together with the players, there were only 1 million or so. However, since all the players were supers, it was not too difficult for them to subdue 10 ordinary individuals at once. The refugees nearest the outside began escaping in all directions like an expanding circle. The spaceships on standby all took off immediately and flew toward the outermost rim of the circle while firing white-colored donut-shaped vibration waves. Ohm! The white-colored rings swept past the crowd, and the refugees all collapsed onto the ground, jolted unconscious. Since he had known that there would be this explosive phase during the mutation disaster, Han Xiao had already arranged the corresponding measures to deal with it. He had equipped all the spaceships with large-scale vibration cannons. While the effect of these vibration cannons was extremely weak and could not daze a rank C super for even half a second, it was just right for dealing with ordinary individuals. It would shock them unconscious and not harm their lives. Because he had these measures up his sleeves, Han Xiao was not concerned about the number of refugees that he kept in the sanctuary. Even if they all broke out in illness at the same time, he was confident that he would be able to reduce the losses to the bare minimum. Rather, it might be more convenient for him to gather them all together. A couple of spaceships jolted the refugees unconscious from the inner circle to the outside and worked together with the players to clear up the refugees nearest the center before clearing up those refugees on the outside. The refugees on the outermost rim of the circle escaped the furthest, but Han Xiao could not start by knocking them unconscious as they would end up being trampled by those behind them. Kaka! A mechanical arm suddenly stretched out, and Han Xiao sped across the city walls. Looking at the commotion on the outside, the running refugees were like a black wave rising and falling as they dashed outside, kicking up a large dust cloud. Taking out a communicator to contact the other spaceships of the 6 nations, the scene being shown on the communicator was similar. Not only in the sanctuary, the entire 6 nations was also a similar scenario. With the mutation disaster spreading rapidly, it means that the pressure of their disaster relief efforts will also be greater. Oh, even if DarkStar doesn't come to ambush us, the situation on Planet Aquamarine isn't too optimistic. Planet Aquamarine is probably the first planet that has reached the second phase of the mutation disaster among all the Calamity planets. But with my help, the different sanctuaries on Planet Aquamarine and the 6 nations should have the appropriate measures to deal with this chaos. It is much better than the storyline in my previous life at the very least. Han Xiao calculated the losses in his heart. If the mutation source did not have a consciousness before this and was only acting on instinct from the second phase onward, it would be an opponent with a target and much more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, the mutation source would grow even more rapidly after the second phase. Thankfully, It is about time for me to hand the original mutation source in my hands to Ghidorah. As long as Ghidorah is able to formulate the appropriate antidote and weapon to deal with the mutation source, the mutation disaster will be solved. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The sun set in the distance, and the evening sky was dyed orange. The chaos in the sanctuary began to die down, and after spending a few hours, the majority of the refugees were finally subdued. Those that had escaped the furthest had managed to run a few dozen miles, but thankfully, the sanctuary was located in the wilderness without any vegetation in the surroundings. Thus, it was impossible for the refugees to escape the detection of the spaceships. In the surrounding 10 miles, the refugees were scattered all over the ground. Some players were moving around according to the missions issued by the sanctuary to inject the guards of the sanctuary with 3 times the usual dosage so that they would be able to increase their manpower. All others were taking care of this huge mess but carrying all the scattered refugees back into the sanctuary. On the city wall, Bennett had a solemn expression as he asked his assistant, "How are our losses?" His assistant shook his head in response, indicating that they had not been calculated. "The losses of the sanctuary are the lowest," Han Zhao interrupted. "The 6 nations are still trying to quell the chaos, and they are almost done. At least it isn't the worst-case scenario." Bennett heaved a sigh of relief. Han Zhao shook his head. "The mutation disaster has already grown, and we will be facing an even more perilous situation after this. Not to mention whether or not the suppressant will still be effective after this. Just the ability of the mutation source to control the infected individuals will be the greatest danger. We have captured so many of its sensory organs, and it is very likely for it to control a bunch of animals to attack the sanctuary or 6 nations. It may also choose to control the infected individuals to create destruction and attack our facilities from within." Hearing that, Bennett's face turned dark, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He was not an unduly humble person, but he was clear that without Han Zhao being around, it would be impossible for the natives of Planet Aquamarine to cope with the disaster on their own. "What are you getting ready to do?" "Nothing." Han Zhao raised his bows. "The mercenaries under my charge are extremely bored, and a beast tide won't be a big issue. We shall observe the situation first for the other problems. You must try to adapt to the new situation quickly." "I understand." Bennett nodded. It was possible for the mutation source to be hiding underground or in the ocean. The radar database also did not have any records of the mutation source's fluctuations, and it was difficult to locate it. Trying to search for it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Because of the uniqueness of the mutation source, before having a cure for it, it would be extremely difficult to deal with it. The mutation source was capable of absorbing energy and was able to absorb most attacks as fertilizer for its growth, rendering ordinary attacks completely useless against it. Furthermore, it was able to split apart rapidly and was extremely difficult to catch. Currently, Han Zhao did not wish to deal with the mutation source personally as it was far too disgusting and was not in his interest. Apart from giving Ghidorah a headache so he could reap some benefits, there was another reason. The mutation disaster was a temporary protective charm. If the mutation disaster was quelled on Planet Aquamarine, he would not be able to predict what DarkStar's next move was. The enemy might choose to destroy Planet Aquamarine directly. While there was nothing for him to be afraid of since he could easily leave, it would be impossible for him to fit Planet Aquamarine into his pocket and take it along with him to escape. The only ones with such an ability were probably the 3 great universal civilizations or beyond grade A supers that had special abilities. After putting aside his thoughts, Han Zhao gathered his subordinates, and his gaze swept over all of them. With a heavy voice, he said, "According to my estimations, there may be a large beast tide in the next few days. Take some men to patrol the area. The moment there are signs of beasts gathering together, destroy them early and don't allow the beasts to approach the sanctuary." Everyone's face lit up. After being idle for so many days, they finally had something to do. The happiest person was definitely Harmon. Carrying his large axe, he said in a gruff voice, "I like hunting." After thinking for a moment, Han Zhao added, "Right, take the Inhumans who have just joined for some training. Do not let them be too bored in the sanctuary." The majority of the players were currently staying in the sanctuary. While it was not because they were forced, the daily repetitive disaster relief missions would bore them as well. Apart from the daily selection trials, there was not much of an opportunity for them to fight. Those who were already in the Black Star Mercenary Group naturally were not able to join the selection trial and did not have a chance to do battle at all. Thus, it was likely that they were extremely bored as well. During the second phase of the mutation disaster, the attacks of the beast waves would definitely be more frequent, and it was the best chance for the players to go out and hunt some beasts. They would be able to let off some steam while allowing the mercenary group, which was a few hundred times larger, to build some bonds. Furthermore, if they did not fight monsters, the players would not be in urgent need of equipment. In some location on Planet Aquamarine, a black figure was seated cross-legged in a cave like a statue. After a long while, its pure white eyes spun around. Trapping. Sensory organs. Irritating. The simulated body began talking to itself. It had only gained this body a few days prior, and it still could not speak fluently. After obtaining a body that belonged solely to itself, the mutation source felt a sense of freedom. While it could share the senses of the infected individuals and even control them to a certain extent, it was only able to have absolute control of the simulated body. Just a while ago, the mutation source had evolved successfully, although it did not even know about its own evolution and only felt its senses toward the sensory organs becoming much clearer. Every infected individual was a sensory organ in the eyes of the mutation source. The infected individuals were like the different body parts of a human, and the mutation source treated them like part of its body. When it could not move around in its infant stages, it could only understand the world through these sensory organs. Right now, it could clearly feel many of its sensory organs being trapped in a few different locations. Just when it wanted to order its sensory organs to spread out and not gather together, it saw the refugees being suppressed by Han Shao and the others. As such, it immediately understood the situation. They are my enemies. They are harming my sensory organs. In the original thoughts of the mutation source, there was no righteous or evil nor any sense of moral standards. It did not have much common sense either and only had the basic instinct of a living being. It could even be considered to be extremely pure. To the mutation source, the act of suppressing the refugees was akin to controlling his sensory organs. It felt as though its limbs were being restricted without being able to move one bit. With these sensory organs being gathered together, it was not able to understand the world around it. Furthermore, some of the sensory organs had been injected with some kind of substance, severing its connection with the sensory organs. It was akin to blinding it or making it deaf. Thus, it was extremely displeased. Its instincts told it that if it was attacked, it had to retaliate. Freewebnov.com. Chapter 546, DarkStar's Next Move. Chapter 546, DarkStar's Next Move. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The Colton star cluster consisted of many different star systems, and Ghidorah's territory was in the Gavin star system. From the star map, Ghidorah was located in the southwest of the Colton star cluster and shared borders with 3 other star systems. The Fawn star system, which was controlled by Holy Stone and Black Raven, Hutt civilization controlled by the Skywalker star system, and the Hyde star system, which did not have a dominant ruling party. The Hyde star system was in a state of conflict, and a local high-grade civilization had not appeared. Its development could not be compared to a star system that was ruled over by a civilization, but the entire star system had abundant resources. Be it mining planets or energy planets, there was sufficient resources to last them for thousands of years. The geographical location of Hyde was pretty special as it was connected to the territories of 6 different high-grade civilizations. In the eyes of those high-grade civilizations, Hyde was undeniably a fat piece of meat. Regardless of whether if it was because of their resources or strategic location, this was a region that they had to fight for. The 6 high-grade civilizations expanded their territories, and each occupied a part of Hyde. Hyde was not under the control of any civilization, and the 6 high-grade civilizations treated Hyde as new land for them to conquer. They divided Hyde up, but because they could not come to an agreement on the borders of the division, conflicts were extremely common between those 6 civilizations. Hyde was an important point among the Foreign Affairs Department of the 6 civilizations, and none of them were willing to take a step back. Of the 6 civilizations trying to slice up the Hyde star system, Ghidorah and the Hutt civilization were included. Because these 2 civilizations shared a border, the conflict between the 2 civilizations was extremely intense. Just when news of the mutation disaster in the Garten star system was spreading rapidly, the Hutt civilization welcomed a special visitor. On an isolated planet without any inhabitants, a small spaceship landed in a black field. The hatch to the spaceship opened, and the leader of DarkStar drew a pattern on the ground with his finger casually while waiting for the individual whom he had contacted. Show! Not too long later, a loud shrill could be heard, and a spaceship landed from the sky. A man dressed elegantly walked down from the spaceship with dozens of guards following behind him. The leader of DarkStar looked up, and dozens of lights were floating in the sky. Those lights were the protective fleet of the person whom he was about to meet. The person before him was an envoy who had been sent to communicate with him. The leader of DarkStar had contacted the Hutt civilization and arranged this meeting. The Hutt envoy waved his hands for his guards to retreat and walked forward alone. After sizing up the DarkStar leader, he said, "You truly are bold. You actually dare enter the Skywalker star system without any men. Aren't you afraid that I might catch you and hand you over to Ghidorah? I came alone to show my sincerity, and you definitely won't deal with me." The DarkStar leader replied without a trace of fear. "The presence of DarkStar is able to keep Ghidorah busy, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Alright, I also know that DarkStar's reputation is poor, and Hutt definitely won't be willing to have any relationship with us. However, no one will say no to benefits for sure. A confident person usually dies because of his confidence," the Hutt envoy said expressionlessly. "Since you were willing to meet me, it means that you are interested in what I said. I shall just get straight to the point. The chaos that DarkStar has created will attract the main elites of Ghidorah, and this is the best chance to seize territory in Hyde. As long as the 2 civilizations don't break out in an all-out war, the peace treaty can go to hell. You want to borrow our strength to give Ghidorah pressure from the outside and in turn help you guys," the Hutt envoy said coldly. "Humph, you are thinking too highly of the conditions that you raised. Face Ghidorah in battle just for that little bit of territory? The risks are too large. The star cluster grade civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring will not allow us to break the rules as such. If we draw the attention of the 3 great civilizations, things will be even worse. The warring era is already over, and things aren't as easy as you said." freewebnovel.com. "A civilization without ambition does not have a future," the DarkStar leader said calmly. "The situation in the galaxy is already fixed. If you do not think of a way to climb up, you will forever be a plaything for those above you in the food chain. Even if everyone hides their fangs, there isn't a civilization that will truly accept their fate as such. The road ahead will get more and more narrow, and it is impossible to avoid competition. It is just that the lawful civilization will ensure that the loser won't lose everything. Every minute, hundreds or thousands of battles are happening all over the universe, and you are clearer about this than me. To a certain extent, there is a silent consent toward war up to a certain level. Only an idiot would believe that a single piece of paper is able to wipe out all forms of conflict. Apart from submitting to the strength of the 3 great civilizations, the reason everyone chooses to follow this rule is because the rule ensures the safety of the loser. As long as the strength of a civilization reaches a certain level, the civilization will be able to avoid the fate of being wiped out, and this is beneficial to everyone." The Hutt envoy did not say a word. This was indeed something that was tacitly agreed upon. As long as creatures of intelligence were not wiped out, battles would never disappear. The only thing that would change was the way they chose to compete. The imagination of a living being brought with it endless possibilities, and since it was endless, it meant that it was impossible for all the different species to understand each other fully and coexist in peace. While it was written on the peace treaty that the peace treaty protected all civilizations, when it was truly carried out, there would be an implicit understanding of the rules that only a civilization at the star system grade would be qualified to receive this privilege. The universe was vast, and plenty of species disappeared every minute. Only civilizations that had a certain degree of strength and status had the right to be treated with importance. Being of the star system grade was the minimum requirement. Hut and Ghidorah were both at that level. Despite there being numerous conflicts between the two civilizations, their conflict would be controlled within a certain scale as they were clear that they could not do much to the other party. Thus, their focus was largely on the battle of benefits. Since they had a competitor whom they are unable to slaughter, they could only choose to scrap over benefits. In truth, the Hut envoy had been extremely interested in the suggestion of the DarkStar leader from the start. After a moment of silence, the Hut envoy asked a question that caused the DarkStar leader to have a slight change in expression. DarkStar's objective is to overturn the pure-blood tradition of Ghidorah and create a new Ghidorah. However, the destruction that you've caused Ghidorah has exceeded the bottom line, and you are recognized as a terrorist organization. Do you still think that you will have any chance of becoming a ruler? Your only chance will be a change in the regime, but not to mention the little possibility of that. The moment DarkStar comes into power, the punishment from the star cluster grade civilization will immediately come. Do you guys really think that you will be free of all sin after ruling over Ghidorah? Unless you are able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a star cluster grade civilization, there will come a time when you will have to pay the price for your actions. I am truly curious what your DarkStar is thinking about. This is none of your business, the DarkStar leader said in a strange tone. According to the degree of prosperity of the planet, Ghidorah would allocate a different rank to the planet. The mother planet and a few other planets were grade S, below that was grade A. Ubarely Hub and Planet Golden Gate were examples. Another grade down was grade B, and below that would be grade C. In the Garten star system, an old-looking spaceship descended onto a grade B colony planet, and it seemed extremely insignificant in the busy spaceport. Ember, who was in disguise, stepped out of the spaceship and looked around at the bustling crowd and troops not too far away. The corner of his mouth then curled up coldly, and he raised his arms up to eye level. Reduced to dust. His voice was transmitted through a miniature communicator to a fleet not too far away from the colony planet awaiting their orders. There were 3 DarkStar motherships lying in wait. The scale of this fleet was on a completely different level from the ambush that they had carried out on the Calamity planets. Chapter 547, The Time Has Arrived. Chapter 547, The Time Has Arrived. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the few days after the second outbreak of the mutation disaster, there was an obvious increase in the number of beasts lurking around the sanctuary. In order to prevent a beast tide from being formed, Herluz and the other officers finally had something to do. They led the players who had just joined the mercenary group to wipe out the beast nests and set up different defense strongholds in various locations around the wilderness. The players were the main force in wiping out the beasts, and the strongholds quickly became locations for the players to form parties and sell items. The majority of the beasts were much more easily controlled than humans. According to Han Zhao's understanding of the mutation source, after entering into the second phase, the mutation source would consciously control the beast tide to attack the various sanctuaries, resulting in the attack of the beasts becoming more organized. This was a form of retaliation from the mutation source, but Han Zhao was not too bothered by it. The mutation disaster was only a huge threat to Planet Aquamarine, but his own level had already exceeded the upper limit of version 2.0, so the mutation disaster could only pose a limited threat to Han Zhao. Han Zhao did not treat the mutation source as an important opponent. After all, he had the trump card to deal with the mutation source. His aim was to make use of this opportunity to complete his recruitment plan. Any other matters, such as dealing a blow to DarkStar and resolving the mutation disaster, were not as important. But from the player's perspective, the mutation disaster was the first main storyline mission after the launch of version 2.0, and it was extremely challenging. For the progress of the main storyline mission, the players took on plenty of missions every day. The Sanctuary, Black Star Mercenary Group, and Ghidorah did not lack missions and opportunities. During version 1.0, players developed a basic understanding toward Planet Aquamarine, and during the mutation disaster, they all worked together for the mutation disaster mission. For once, there was this strange feeling of a collective community. The players were usually in a competitive relationship with one another, but this time, they were required to work together as one. It was a strange feeling. Han Zhao did not need to personally take part in the disaster relief operation. On the contrary, the players stood on the front lines for the operation. They met many different events and characters every day, and their lives were extremely plentiful. The various actions of Black Star and Ghidorah were no more than a part of the storyline in the player's eyes. At this moment, the players of Planet Aquamarine still could not participate in the events at Han Zhao's level. Apart from recruiting players, Han Zhao would not pay too much attention to the overall situation of the players. He understood the players. Regardless of how things were, the players would always be able to find the space to display their strengths and create enjoyment for themselves. They were the most proactive bunch, and there was no need for Han Zhao to worry at all. A few days later, just as Nagakin had told him, Ghidorah set up the military orbit quantum leap station and connected all the calamity planets. As long as DarkStar dared show themselves, they would be faced with a thunder-like strike. However, DarkStar suddenly retreated and no longer launched any ambushes. The storm in the Garten star system seemed to have calmed down. But this was only a misperception. Not too long later, a piece of news shocked the entire star system. Ghidorah's colony planet, Long Arc, suffered from a large-scale assault by DarkStar. The enemy sent out 3 DarkStar motherships and over 4,000 battleships. The local Ghidorah forces fought an intense battle with the enemy and suffered heavy losses. Long Arc was bombarded with cannon fire, and over 40 cities were flattened, with the other cities being severely damaged. The estimated death toll may exceed 300 million. According to the report, the assault began when a DarkStar member unleashed his destructive Esper abilities. This person has the ability to reduce a human's body to dust, and thousands of individuals perished under his abilities. The Ghidorah civilization responded to this assault immediately and sent 3 waves of reinforcements. They finally managed to destroy more than 1,000 enemy battleships and 1 DarkStar mothership. Ghidorah's colony planets have suffered from many probing assaults historically, but this is the only time when a colony planet has almost been wiped out. DarkStar's actions have been seen as an extremely sinister terrorist attack, and this is the most frightening event over the past 10 years in the Garten star system. We have reason to believe that this is the signal for DarkStar to start a war again. Tracing this incident to its root, it is likely that the cause of this incident is the dozens of civilizations that suffered from a calamity at the same time. Ghidorah's reaction to the matter still isn't clear at the moment. After watching the news broadcast, Han Zhao let out a long breath. Things have finally developed to such a state. The damage that DarkStar had caused by targeting a colony planet was far greater than them targeting all of the calamity planets. Furthermore, DarkStar went all out this time and sent out 3 DarkStar motherships. According to the information revealed in his previous life, even at their peak, DarkStar had no more than 15 motherships. Furthermore, there was the little B***starred Ember who aided them from within. Ember's Esper ability was truly perverse when dealing with ordinary individuals. With a single thought, he was able to reduce his surroundings to ash. He was the sharpest massacre tool in DarkStar's eyes, and this was the first time that Ember had displayed his abilities to the entire star system. DarkStar did not have thousands of military factories like Ghidorah. Every mothership that they lost was definitely a large blow, and they could only fill the gap by spending an enormous amount of money. Attacking Long Arc had cost them a mothership, definitely a huge loss. However, Han Zhao knew that DarkStar had achieved their goal. The terrifying Long Arc incident shook the entire Ghidorah civilization. After the incident, a theory was quickly formulated. There were those who believed that DarkStar was only attacking the calamity planets to draw Ghidorah's attention. Their true motive was to attack the various colony planets. As such, the Ghidorah citizens from the other colony planets began to feel threatened. The support for disaster relief operations on the calamity planets fell to rock bottom in a single night. Many of the citizens even strongly requested for Ghidorah to pull out the troops sent to protect the calamity planets to protect them instead. Because this matter was related to their own safety, almost all of the Ghidorah citizens could accept such an explanation, and their sympathy toward the calamity planets was thrown out of the window. In truth, the Long Arc incident was not related to the disaster relief squads. The reason for Ghidorah's defeat was because DarkStar displayed superior military strength. They brought out 3 motherships, and such a force was not something that a grade B colony planet could resist. The military orbit quantum leap station was not connected to the colony planets, and it would take a large amount of time for them to set it up again. While Ghidorah was a powerful civilization, their troops were scattered among more than 100 colony planets. It was impossible for every single planet to have a powerful defense. If DarkStar really went all out, they would definitely be able to destroy a few colonies. If not, Ghidorah would not view them as such a huge threat. This time, DarkStar also suffered the loss of one mothership. However, the majority would not focus on the loss of a terrorist organization. Instead, their focus would be drawn to the destruction that DarkStar caused and the Ghidorah's losses. The Ghidoran citizens were not able to maintain their rationality, and many of them were consumed by their fear. Furthermore, DarkStar was still fanning the flames in the shadows. Not only was chaos being created, conflict between the pure blood and mixed blood was incited again. Many Ghidorans had their friends or relatives living in Long Arc, and since their deaths had been caused by DarkStar, this hatred was directed to the mixed bloods living among them. DarkStar had always fought under the banner of the mixed bloods. Under such circumstances, the mixed blood Ghidorans who were living in Ghidorah became substitutes for the purebloods to vent their anger. The conflict among the citizens was a result of their deeply entrenched discrimination toward the mixed bloods, and this was almost a part of their tradition. As such, even the government was helpless against it. The Hutt civilization always paid attention to Ghidorah. Upon realizing that Ghidorah was having a huge headache because of their internal affairs, Hutt willingly played the role of an external threat. The Hutt fleet that was stationed in the Hyde star system began to take action. They began sending out probing attacks on the Ghidorah borders and continued to apply pressure on them. The blows that came one after another made it difficult for Ghidorah to catch their breath. DarkStar's shadow could be seen behind all of these incidents, but this was only the start. The Long Arc incident was only the spark to a full series of schemes. However, Han Shao did not intend to let DarkStar continue with their plan. Ghidorah is probably feeling the disgust of eating *T. Han Shao shook his head. While he did not like Ghidorah, he would not gloat over their misfortune. After all, DarkStar was their common enemy. The mutation disaster is key to this incident. It is taking up far too much of Ghidorah's energy, and Ghidorah will quickly realize that time is running out. The best way to solve this problem is to deal with the mutation disaster at its roots. This way, they will be able to pull their disaster relief squads back, and the internal conflict will slowly be resolved. I have a copy of the mutation source in my hands, and as long as I provide it to Ghidorah, they will be able to come up with the antidote quickly, and the mutation disaster will be solved. As long as he solved the most pressing matter at hand, Ghidorah would be able to catch their breath and focus on dealing with DarkStar. The more urgent their needs, the more benefits the mutation source in his hands could be exchanged for. It is almost time. While Ghidorah will be willing to offer a much higher price if I drag this matter on, there isn't a need for me to wait until DarkStar reaps a huge harvest before taking action. As long as Ghidorah understands how important time is to them, they will understand the consequences of not stopping DarkStar. Han Shao then sent a communication request to Nagakin. After waiting for half a day, the other party still did not pick up his call. Han Shao was puzzled and decided to personally visit the Ghidorah camp to find Nagakin. However, he was stopped by Nagakin's assistant. Black Star, Officer Nagakin instructed me not to let anyone disturb him if there isn't anything important. Please return. What happened? He is in a meeting with the upper echelons and does not have the time to meet you, the assistant said with a stern tone. Nagakin would not have rejected him outside of the door in the past. After thinking for a moment, Han Shao immediately understood what was going on. With Ghidorah facing both internal and external troubles, a high-grade officer like Nagakin naturally had many things to do. In Nagakin's eyes, Han Shao was not that important anymore. Han Shao stroked his chin and suddenly thought about something. He did not insist on seeing Nagakin but left the Ghidorah camp instead. He realized that even if he wanted to hand over the mutation source, his timing could not be too right. If not, he would be suspected of having the mutation source beforehand but not taking it out earlier. Thus, it was best that he put on a show. Since my excuse will be that this mutation source came from Floating Dragon, why don't I take a trip back to put on a show? Han Shao then mentioned the matter to his officers and left Planet Aquamarine on the BlackLight Stealth. After 2 hours, Nagakin ended the meeting and heard that Han Shao was looking for him. Black Star didn't manage to find me and left on a spaceship? Nagakin frowned for a moment before shaking his head. Since Black Star did not insist on seeing him, it should not have been anything important. He did not wish to waste his time on such a small matter. The various departments were in a complete mess because of the Long Arc incident, and the higher-ups wanted to pull him out from Planet Aquamarine. Nagakin was also extremely busy, and he did not have the time to bother about Han Shao. The plan is being implemented, and we will definitely be able to greatly exhaust Ghidorah's strength this time. In the DarkStar's headquarters, the vice head was giving his speech in a conference, and his tone was filled with delight. We created quite a huge trouble for Ghidorah, and it will naturally be impossible for them to pull out their disaster relief squads. Since they have already begun their disaster relief operations, giving up halfway will only shake their reputation in the galaxy. However, if they insist on carrying on with the disaster relief operation, the conflict within their nation will only become more intense. If they choose to give up, we can go all out and easily wipe out these few calamity planets. Not only will we be able to get rid of the civilizations that submitted to Ghidorah, we will be able to create the misunderstanding that their destruction was a result of Ghidorah giving up on them. This is only a simple example, the person in charge of intelligence said. In other words, regardless of what Ghidorah chooses, we will still be the winner and hold the initiative. The mutation disaster, Hutt civilization, and internal conflict will occupy Ghidorah's strength, Degulish sneered, and we have sufficient opportunity to prepare our next plan. The mutation disaster has stalled a large portion of Ghidorah's troops, and the longer this matter drags, the more serious the matter will become. If this matter can persist for 1 to 2 years, the exact time is difficult to estimate, but with Ghidorah's research abilities, they won't be able to solve the mutation disaster anytime soon. The person in charge of intelligence also laughed. My men have already confirmed that Ghidorah haven't obtained the mutation source that we lost previously. They only managed to get an empty secret message bead. The Holy Stone civilization should have snatched it in secret, and Ghidorah is still in the dark about what was hiding in the bead. Chapter 548 Greed. Chapter 548 Greed. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After leaving Planet Aquamarine, Han Shao asked Wilsander about the current location of Floating Dragon Island. During that period of time, Floating Dragon had drifted to the Rainstar system. Han Shao left on the BlackLight Stealth alone, and he just wanted to put on an act of making a trip back to Floating Dragon Island. He had originally intended to tell Nagakin before his departure but did not manage to see the other party. Since Nagakin did not take the initiative to ask him about the matter, Han Shao decided not to reveal it first. As such, he did not contact Nagakin on his journey. Instead, he spent his time thinking about the conditions that he should raise to Ghidorah. Furthermore, he also wanted to personally witness what sort of effect DarkStar had on the Garten Star system. In his previous life, he had been a player who could only remain on Planet Aquamarine and only found out about the storyline after everything was over. He had not been able to personally experience the changes in the Garten Star system. Now that he had the chance to personally witness the turmoil, he widened his eyes to have a good look. After all, the great mechanic Han was extremely curious about the unknown storyline. The Black Star Mercenary Group had received a few missions in the Rainstar system, so Han Shao was familiar with the route. It was simple. He had to first make a resupply stop at Ubarely Hub before going through the Stargate to the Rainstar system, following which, he would make his way directly to Floating Dragon Island. With the speed of the BlackLight Stealth, his return trip would take less than half a month. He did not need to remain on Planet Aquamarine. After all, Ghidorah's military orbit quantum leap station was not just there for show. Even if DarkStar wanted to launch an assault, they would only attack the other colony planets. He threw the affairs of the mercenary group over to Herluz. Herluz was the first officer to join the mercenary group and also the captain of the Sunil division. When Han Shao was in seclusion to construct his machines or skiving off, Herluz had always been the one in charge of managing the mercenary group. He was a professional assistant, and Han Shao had always believed in making his secretary do the work. The BlackLight Stealth went into hyperdrive and through the Stargate of Star Zone 9. He then flew out from one of the many Stargates of Ubarely Hub. Without any troublesome passengers, Han Shao had a good time piloting the spaceship. In the control room, Han Shao was looking at a 3D star map. That's right. Planet Golden Gate is nearby, so I can take a trip there to get a look at the base since it won't take up too much time. The spaceship changed direction, and not too long later, Han Shao arrived at Planet Golden Gate. Looking through the windows, the situation on Planet Golden Gate was extremely different compared to before. A large number of Godaran battleships were hovering around the planet, and all the battleships were prepared for war. Han Shao frowned and thought to himself, "That's right. DarkStar's attack on Long Arc made Ghidorah feel threatened. All the colony planets of Ghidorah will have battleships patrolling outside the planet, and it can be said that they are in a state of high tension. The free port of Planet Golden Gate was also locked down, and spaceships could only land after a strict identity check. This was due to Ember's threat. The strength that he had displayed had put Ghidorah on high alert, and they did not dare let anyone from DarkStar sneak in. The entrance and exit of the planet had a long queue, and Han Shao smoothly passed through the check. However, he did not have any special privileges this time, so he had to queue up for a long time before being allowed to land at the port. Walking on the streets, Han Shao realized that the atmosphere was extremely different. In the past, the streets would be filled with commotion, and prosperity could be seen all around. But now, almost nobody could be seen on the streets, and a nervous atmosphere permeated the air. Even if there were a few occasional passers-by on the street, they would be silent with looks of worry. The most commonly seen individuals on the street were the Godaran patrol squads. Their faces were solemn without any banter or laughter. Their footsteps were in sync, and Han Shao could not help but feel the urge to trip them up whenever he saw them. The changes on Planet Golden Gate were a result of DarkStar's terrorist attack. While the attack was aimed at another planet, no one could be certain that they would not be the next target. There were even some who felt that it was too dangerous to remain on a colony planet and decided to drift in the universe to avoid the danger. However, because of the conflict between Ghidorah and DarkStar, the security in the Garden Star system was not like before, and it was even riskier to travel out. Many wanderers and space pirates felt that this was a good opportunity. They felt that Ghidorah did not have the strength to deal with them, so they all arrived in the Garden Star system. With a large number of pirates roaming around in the Garden Star system, many Godarans who attempted to escape ended up being kidnapped. This gave the Godaran public security team an even greater headache. In the past few days, Han Shao had received thousands of new hire missions from the Mercenary Alliance, and all of those missions were related to various kidnapping cases. Could be seen just how terrible the situation was. It was almost like a pirate's paradise. Can be said that DarkStar had set off a large chain reaction with their attack. DarkStar did not collude with those space pirates, but the space pirates were vile scum who took advantage of such opportunities. With Ghidorah revealing their weakness because of DarkStar, there would naturally be others who wanted to take advantage of the situation as well. After all, openings could be seen all around Ghidorah, and it was almost akin to them taking off their pants. The space pirates would naturally find it a waste if they did not show up. The situation is truly terrible. Han Shao shook his head. When he returned to the base, everything had been functioning as it should have been, and he had not found any problems. Despite Han Shao being on Planet Aquamarine, the assembly line had not stopped its work. The program was controlled by Philip, and Han Shao could control it remotely from Planet Aquamarine. The large quantities of equipment being constructed by the assembly line piled up into a small mountain in the warehouse. Han Shao did a brief calculation, and the amount of equipment in the warehouse was sufficient to supply 230,000 players. This was all of his stock, and when the players entered the galaxy, the only problem would be that he might run out of stock. After supplying the assembly line with a fresh batch of materials, Han Shao left Planet Golden Gate and headed to Ubarely Hub. The BlackLight Stealth entered the port and slowly parked. He only needed to replenish his BlackLight Stealth and stock up on additional fuel for the other spaceships on Planet Aquamarine. After refueling, he would continue his journey. Ubarely Hub was still bustling with activity and did not seem to have been affected by DarkStar. Han Xiao made his way to the hub center before taking an exit that led to the merchant district. At the same time, a few others recognized him. They were all dressed in simple battle outfits that were a common sight in Ubarely Hub. The few of them were together in a group. Looking at Han Xiao departing, they exchanged gazes and discussed softly. Was that Black Star? That's right. It's him. Hee. Who would have thought we would find a large fish while replenishing our supplies? Hurry up and inform the boss. Located near the periphery was a certain, not at all high-end, bar. The few fellows who had spotted Han Xiao rushed over, and after scanning the place, they walked up to a seat in the corner of the bar. A burly human was seated there, wearing thick, heavy combat attire. He was drinking a bottle of strong liquor, which dripped down from the corner of his lips, wetting his messy beard. Boss Befuli, we found an enemy. The person who was called Boss Befuli slammed his bottle of wine down, and his body leaned forward. Under the dim lights of the bar, his malevolent face was revealed. If one were to judge his appearance by the standards of a normal space humans, his appearance would be a perfect fit for the description wanton and unrestrained. His eyes did not have any whites and were dark red in color like burning flames, and his pupils were completely white in color. Fiery Eyes Befuli. He was a ferocious space pirate who operated in the Fawnstar system and was a Grade B super. He belonged to an infamous space pirate group that belonged to the Fawnstar system called the Purple Snake Space Pirates. The Purple Snake Space Pirates had more than a dozen spaceships, and their captain was a Calamity Grade super who had a bounty of 2,800,000 anas issued by the Black Raven civilization. When Han Xiao received the mission to kill a Grade A super, the captain of the Purple Snake Space Pirates was a targeted whom he had considered. But since he had managed to get a mission completion card, he did not take the risk. More than 2 years ago, when Han Xiao was completing missions with Frenzied Sword and the other players, they had once killed an officer of the Purple Snake Space Pirates, and the grudge had formed then. As a mercenary, having enemies was unavoidable, and Han Xiao was already used to it. Befuli was an officer in the Purple Snake Space Pirates, and he had led a team to the Garten Star system so that they could make use of the chaos in Godora to rob others. At that moment, the team that he was leading were concealing their identity in Ubarely Hub to rest and resupply. In the past, they had mainly operated in the Fawnstar system, so it was extremely easy for them to disguise themselves in the Garten Star system. Enemy? Who? Black Star. I see. Befuli began chuckling sinisterly. A few years ago, he got rid of Madow's team. Even though I did not like that fellow, our captain has not forgotten about this debt. Boss, Black Star is alone. Shall we make a move? A space pirate asked softly with his eyes glowing fiercely. As Befuli heard that, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think that it is so easy to get rid of Black Star? Are you looking for death? As he said that, Befuli's expression suddenly changed, and he choked the space pirate in front of him. Brat, you do not have the right to set your sights on such a character. You'd better learn some respect for the strong. This space pirate gulped in horror and hurriedly agreed with what Befuli had said. Befuli's temper was unpredictable, and he did not dare provoke Befuli. Freebnovel.cm. Befuli released his grip and held up a wine glass. After finishing the wine in the glass, he stood up and walked toward the door. Little ones, follow me. The few space pirates hurriedly followed behind him and asked carefully, Boss, what are we going to do now? Befuli licked his lips, and a look of greed could be seen in his eyes. I hear that Black Star's spaceship is a high-quality one. While he is still in the hub center, let's snatch his spaceship. Heh, I am sure that it will fetch us a tidy sum. Chapter 549, Seeking Death. Chapter 549, Seeking Death. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. As an officer of Floating Dragon and the only armed division of Floating Dragon operating on the outside, Han Xiao was no longer the nameless individual from many years back. News about him was all around, and the model of his spaceship was naturally no secret. All the spaceships being parked in Ubarely Hub were placed in a warehouse region. The warehouse was connected to the port, and looking in from the outside of Ubarely Hub, the port was like a gigantic window. The BlackLight Stealth was akin to the Ferrari of spaceships, boasting a huge head-turning effect. After some asking around, Bifuli easily found out where it was parked. Warehouse AD0074SD. Ubarely Hub indeed gave him a high-class warehouse. Bifuli grew excited. The serial number of this warehouse was located in the high-class region, and it was like the best spot in the car park. The security was much tighter, and the facilities present were better. For example, Bifuli's own spaceship could only be parked in an ordinary slot that started with E. His treatment was completely different. After all, Han Xiao was a famous mercenary in the DarkStar system and had been stationed in Ubarely Hub for a few years. Furthermore, his spaceship was also a high-grade one, so Ubarely Hub naturally gave him the best treatment. This made it even more difficult for Bifuli to snatch the spaceship. Bifuli understood very clearly that he would not be able to deal with Han Xiao. Black Star had already proven his strength over the past few years in the universe. A year prior, he had even worked together with Ghidorah to get rid of a calamity-grade super. His fame was towering, and Bifuli did not dare underestimate him. Being a space pirate, his judgment was extremely important. However, Bifuli did not plan to give up. The BlackLight Stealth was far too tempting, and since Black Star was not near his spaceship, they would not have to face him in a battle. The entry record only had Han Zhao's name, which meant that there was no one else on the ship. Thus, this was the best opportunity. While he did not dare fight Black Star, he still had the guts to steal something. Bifuli brought his space pirates' subordinates to weave through the complicated passages of the warehouse. Arriving at the warehouse where the BlackLight Stealth was parked, they were greeted by a thick alloy gate and could only enter after having their identities verified. However, that was the ordinary method, and the space pirates obviously chose the violent method. Bifuli's eyes widened, and his reddish eyes began to burn with a red flame. Whoosh! The next moment, a pillar of fire was shot out from his eyes at a frightening temperature. The part of the door in contact with the pillar of flame quickly turned red, and the alloy softened. Using his eyes to shoot out flames was Bifuli's Esper ability and also the source of his nickname. The heat of the flames increased as his ability developed. At the start, the temperature of his flames had only been a few hundred degrees. Now that his was a grade B super, the temperature of his flames was a few thousand degrees, akin to the surface temperature of a star. Thus, it was not difficult to burn a hole in a door. Ka-ka-ka. The sirens sounded, and the walls in the surroundings suddenly opened up. Defensive turrets popped up from the walls and opened fire on Bifuli. In the face of the intense firepower, the space pirates took out their shields. A yellow glowing light could be seen on their shields. It was a layer of energy shield, blocking the attacks from the turrets. The Bifuli's armor changed its form rapidly and transformed into heavy armor that covered his entire body with defense as the priority. The turret fire could not penetrate his armor, and the only opening was located at his eyes. Furthermore, the armor even had the ability to strengthen his Esper ability. Hoo! The fire pillar expanded and gradually became dark blue in color with the temperature rising rapidly. Bifuli's gaze swept past the turrets, and the fire pillars swept through the turrets as well. In less than 2 seconds, all the defensive turrets were destroyed. The alarm continued to ring, and the guards were rushing over. However, Bifuli had already created a hole large enough for them to fit through. Walking into the warehouse, the BlackLight Stealth stood silently in front of the space pirates. All of their faces were full of excitement at the moment. Ha ha ha! This ship is ours now. Bifuli halted his Esper ability, and a look of greed could be seen on his face. Taking out his communicator, he shouted, "Is the fastener ready?" The projection of his subordinate appeared on the communicator. "No problem, boss. Our spaceship has left the port, so as long as you pilot the BlackLight Stealth out of the port, we will be able to drag it away." There were 2 main steps to robbing a spaceship. The first step was entering the warehouse and fixing on a propulsion equipment and electromagnetic device. After leaving the port, the second step was to make use of their own spaceship to drag the robbed spaceship away through the electromagnetic device. The space pirates would not be able to disable the AI system of the spaceship in a short period of time, and they could only make use of a disruptor to prevent any transmissions from being sent or received by the spaceship. This was to prevent the owner of the spaceship from controlling the spaceship remotely. As such, the spaceship would then become a metal block that was under the mercy of the space pirates. As long as they could capture the spaceship, they would have more than enough time to work on remodeling ship. Even if they were not able to disable the AI system, they would still be able to sell the spaceship on the black market for a high price. The merchants of the black market would then hire mechanics to install a new AI system. Almost every black market merchant would have a virtual mechanic under them. The space pirates were extremely familiar with this procedure, and almost all of them robbed spaceships in this manner. Befuli's subordinates did not delay and rapidly installed all the relevant tools on the body of the spaceship. On the other side, Befuli had thrown out the signal disruptor to temporarily disable all forms of communication. Even if Black Star knew that his spaceship was being robbed, he would not be able to do anything about it. By the time he rushes back, we will have left with the spaceship already. Befuli then walked toward the hatch with his eyes glowing, prepared to breach the spaceship. He was confident that, with the temperature of his flames, he would be able to burn a hole in almost all spaceships. It was definitely difficult for the defenses of a spaceship to defend against a Grade B super like him. Thus, this spaceship was as good as his. Boom! Right when Befuli was about to unleash his abilities, the BlackLight Stealth suddenly moved. Its engine was suddenly activated, and it suddenly hovered in midair. Bang! The BlackLight Stealth cut off all the equipment that was connected to the belly of the ship. Spinning 360 degrees in midair, it sent everyone in the surroundings flying. Befuli's body slammed into the wall of the warehouse, and upon looking up at the floating BlackLight Stealth, he saw a laser beam expanding rapidly. What? The blinding laser beam swallowed the stunned Befuli. Boom! Chapter 550. It's time to take out the dusty juicer. Chapter 550. It's time to take out the dusty juicer. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the hub center, Han Xiao was busy purchasing materials through the store. In addition to fuel for the spaceship and replacement parts, the logistics department of Floating Dragon also got him to purchase some items when they received word that he was returning. While he was engrossed in shopping, his communicator suddenly beeped. Glancing at it, Han Xiao's lips involuntarily curled up in response before he nonchalantly threw his communicator back into his pocket and continued his shopping. He slowly picked out his items and paid for his goods leisurely. Han Xiao casually stood at the side whilst the staff loaded his items onto a suspension aircraft. At this time, an aircraft from the hub stopped at the door of the store. A member of staff hurriedly ran out from the aircraft, rushing up to Han Xiao. Your Excellency Black Star. Your spaceship. Han Xiao waved his hand dismissively, cutting off the other's speech as he smiled. No problem. Isn't it just a group of petty thieves trying to steal my spaceship? How many of them are still alive? The staff from the hub was startled and hurriedly nodded in response. When we arrived, only one of them was still alive. He's severely injured, and we've already captured him. Your spaceship is also undamaged. Let's go and take a look. Han Xiao nodded, and sitting in the hovercraft loaded full of his goods, he proceeded with the staff close behind. After a short while, they arrived at the crime scene. The first thing he saw was that the hangar door had been blown to pieces. The outside passage was full of black scorched marks, with many guards surrounding the area. Next to the hangar, a burly man was tied up tightly by electromagnetic bindings. The battle suit on his body was riddled with holes, with his whole body full of scars. He looked like he was on his last breath. Han Xiao leaned forward to get a look. The interior of the hangar was a mess, with the wall having been shattered in places, exposing electrical wires that sizzled and sparkled like fireworks. The lights flickered on and off intermittently, and the ground was covered with bloodstains. Lying around were over 10 corpses covered with white cloth. The BlackLight Stealth remained motionless on the ground like an obedient child, sleek and smooth like a mirror with no blemishes. This is the guy who wanted to steal my spaceship? Han Xiao walked up to the severely injured Befuli, his eyes full of sympathy. His BlackLight Stealth was the current host for Rista. Having long received the news from Rista, he was not worried at all. This bunch of petty thieves had actually dared covet Rista, so they had definitely been asking for death. They were facing a spaceship with consciousness, one such as the BlackLight Stealth with high-end specs and superior weaponry at that. Even for Han Shao himself, it would be easier to face off against a group of Grade B supers than to face off against the BlackLight Stealth. Its fighting strength was off the charts, and one was unlikely to succeed unless they were a Calamity-grade super with too much time on their hands. Besides, even if there was a Calamity-grade super, the BlackLight Stealth could still escape from them even if it could not beat them. Thus, Han Shao was assured about the safety of his spaceship. Unless pigs could fly, the ship would remain safe and sound. Your Excellency Black Star, we've checked the database. This person is a galactic pirate from the Fawn Galaxy. One of the staff carried a transparent handheld screen with him as he explained. Before he could finish, however, Han Shao directly took the screen. Glancing through it, Han Shao was startled. Bifuli, with an Esper ability of shooting flames from his eyes. Isn't that laser eyes? To think that it's someone from the Purple Snake Space Pirates. I seem to have dealt with them in the past. Han Shao began to recall that the leader of this band of pirates should be a Calamity-grade super but on the weaker side. His eyeballs moved while deep in thought. Han Shao finally hefted Bifuli up, saying, "Since this guy wanted to steal my spaceship, leave him for me to handle. That goes without saying. To have you face such inconvenience, it's our mistake. We have failed in our roles." The staff nodded in response. After allowing the staff and guards in the hub to disperse, Han Shao stepped into his spaceship and found a room before unceremoniously throwing Bifuli onto the ground. You didn't do your intelligence research properly, and you still dared make a move. If it was a normal spaceship, you might have succeeded, but you're really unlucky. Do you have any thoughts about this? Han Shao poked fun at the other party. Bifuli's wounds were still fresh, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He was in too much pain to even open his mouth. They had clearly blocked the signal of the spaceship, but the whole ship had powered up as though it had a life of its own, firing a whole bunch of lasers and cannons. His battle suit had quickly shattered. Bifuli's expertise lay in offense, but his laser eyes could not negate the laser cannons that were similarly comprised of energy. Because his physical defense was not up to par, he could hardly withstand the damage dealt by the cannon. If not for the fact that the guards had reached the area on time, he would also have lost his life to the spaceship. Having fallen into the hands of Black Star, Bifuli felt so much regret that his intestines were twisted up. He did not know what Black Star was going to do to him. Since Black Star has not killed me, he probably thinks that I am of some value to him. This is a good idea. He probably wants to use me to obtain intelligence. I need to cooperate and cement my value so that he won't think of killing me. The killing power of my ability is extremely strong. So long as he is negligent, I can escape. Bifuli's palms were sweating as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his head. While he was a famed ruthless galactic pirate, when faced with life-threatening danger, his thoughts spun rapidly. As long as he did not die, he would have another chance. Han Shao patted the shoulder of Bifuli. You should be an officer of the Purple Snake Space Pirates. I presume to put this debt on the head of Purple Snake then. Right now, I have no time to deal with them, but it's fine. Currently, my mercenary group requires sparring partners, and Purple Snake seems to be a good choice. When the time comes, I'll personally visit your head. As for you, Han Shao looked straight into Bifuli's eyes before letting out a playful smile. Since you came straight to my door, don't blame me for what I'm about to do. Bifuli felt a chill run down his body, but before he could process the meaning behind Han Zhao's words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He only saw Black Star holding onto a round-shaped machine, pressing it into the blood vessel of his arm. There seemed to be a needle that had pierced into him. This is... Before Bifuli could express his surprise, he suddenly felt his strength rapidly diminish. He only saw the round machine being filled up with his blood. He could not help but widen his eyes as a sense of weakness rose up within him. An Esper's ability was part of their body, just like the arms or legs. To have this ability forcibly stripped away, it was as though stripping him of his abilities. At this point, even his last assurance was gone. What's this? Bifuli's facial expression greatly changed. showing distress. His current condition had fallen drastically short of his expectations. Super Gene Extractor. In the past year, Han Xiao had rarely had a chance to use his juicer. The main purpose was because he did not manage to capture any evildoers. The former captive Razar had long been sucked dry. Since there was no way for him to continue, Han Xiao could only set him free. Currently, other than juicing himself once in a while to form the ability potions, he did not perform it on anyone else. Since Bafuli had wrapped himself up and gone over, Han Xiao would definitely not feel guilty. They were enemies, and thus he had to fully utilize his worth. The ability to shoot lasers from one's eyes was handsome yet strong. How could he resist? Very quickly, 3 tubes of Crimson Ability Potion were produced. Han Xiao took one of them, drinking it all in one go. The moment he swallowed it, a heat was produced almost instantly. You have obtained Character Summon Card, Bafuli, Temporary. Character Summon Card, Bafuli, Temporary, Incandescent Eyes. Sprays a column of heat from the eyes causing burning damage. Aim with sight, maximum range of 400 m. Attack range, 510 to 1360. Duration, 5 seconds. A total of 3 attacks will be inflicted per second. Usage, 0/1. This character summon card will exist for 15 days. Yo, this damage is sick. Definitely a pure offense Esper ability. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. If one could burn a target for the full 5 seconds, they would inflict at least 7,600 damage. The highest would be painful, so painful. Furthermore, the skill was an AoE 1 attack. Even when faced against a grade B super, after deducting the damage resistance, one could inflict at least 3,000 to 4,000 damage. Furthermore, the ability was shot from one's eyes, which meant a free gift of damage since it did not hinder one's actions. freewebnovel.com. Han Xiao lowered his head, looking at Bafuli with a smile. Let's get on well. Bafuli lay weakly on the ground, muttering disconsolately to himself. Looking at Han Zhao's eyes that had the intention of raising a lamb for the slaughter, in Bafuli's eyes, Black Star was worse than himself by more than 100 times. He suddenly had a sort of premonition that his future life would be spent wishing he was dead. Han Xiao had knocked out the information of Bafuli's accomplices from him. However, the moment Bafuli had failed, the rest of the galactic pirates had long taken their ship and escaped. Han Xiao did not wish to delay his trip, so he did not bother to pursue the pirates. He was already treating the Purple Snake Space Pirates group as nourishment for the players, so he was in no hurry to deal with his problem. The BlackLight Stealth set off again. After this little episode, they did not stop at all along the way, and naturally there were no other problems. A few days later, Floating Dragon Island appeared on his radar. Han Xiao navigated his spaceship to descend. Floating Dragon had long been informed of his return, with Will Sander waiting at the dock to welcome him. The logistics manager, Hire, was also present. What gave Han Xiao a surprise was that Jenny was standing by the side, albeit with a black face, obviously also there to welcome him. Ha ha ha. Black Star, you're finally back. Will Sander laughed, his tail swishing as he came up to give him a hug. Han Xiao turned his head slightly and was almost blinded due to Will Sander's devil horns. G. Hire let out words of a weird language before realizing that he did not turn on his translator. After activating it, he said, Black Star, did you bring the materials I requested? They're all on board. Han Xiao nodded in return. After pondering a bit, he added, please remember to compensate me. They were pretty expensive. Following which, Han Xiao turned to look at Jenny, putting on a weird expression as he said, how come you also came over to welcome me? Do you think I want to? Jenny was expressionless, reluctantly replying, Ames wishes to see you. Oh, how rare. Han Xiao was a little surprised. After helping Ames with the problem of searching for Aesop the previous time, they had not had any contact since. He did not know why she was looking for him. Just as the few of them were chatting, the various people present at the dock turned over to look, their gazes filled with curiosity and surprise. It's the 4 officers of Floating Dragon. To think that they are all gathered together. That guy in the black suit should be the head of the field team for Floating Dragon, Black Star. I heard that the Dragon Emperor wishes to expand her influence, and Black Star is currently expanding her armed forces. His authority is huge. I heard Black Star has set foot in the Garten star system. Is that the intention of the Dragon Emperor? Does she want in as well? The expansion of Han Zhao's mercenary group had raised some suspicions in the galaxy. Many people felt that Ames was supporting him from behind, sending a signal to everyone. The Dragon Emperor, who had never contested for anything, was finally wanting to obtain the influence deserving of her status as a beyond-grade super. Black Star was the general leading the vanguard to express the Dragon Emperor's intentions. Chapter 551, Ames' Curiosity. Chapter 551, Ames' Curiosity. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After handing the goods over to hire, Han Xiao said goodbye to the three of them. Leaving the dock, he entered the city district and went straight to the Dragon Emperor's palace. For Ames to request a meeting, there are two possible reasons. First would be Aesop, and second the expansion of my mercenary group. Perhaps it may be because she hasn't seen me for so long and misses me greatly. Maybe she just wants to take a look at this handsome face of mine. Along the way, Han Xiao pondered. Ames had never been bothered about any responsibilities and rarely summoned her subordinates. Thus, the chances of it being a serious conversation was slim. Han Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, it's difficult for me to meet her, so it would be great if I could get another Dragon Emperor character summon card. The mission of digging out Planet Aquamarine's history had given him another random reward chance. He was not that confident in his luck and had been prepared to save it up to roll several in a single go. However, his plan could not keep up with the changes, and it would be best if he could draw an empty character summon card now. The previous summoning of the Dragon Emperor had helped him get rid of a calamity-grade super, and he would never complain about having too many such trump cards. Opening the interface, Han Xiao immediately started to roll the random reward. Randomizing. Draw complete. You received the random reward type, Talent, and my luck is pretty good. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. While it was not a character summon card or tool reward, gaining a talent could only be something good for him. Regardless of how trashy a talent was, it would definitely have some use. Randomizing. Randomization completed. Please choose one option from the following. Tough Spirit Barrier. Plus 20% willpower resistance. Flexible weapon usage. When using any type of weapon, including but not limited to cold weapons, firearms, mechanical weapons, magical weapons, rare treasures, etc., plus 12% base weapon damage. Haste. Movement speed and dodge rate increase. Effect dependent on DX attribute and increase no more than 30%. After looking through the options, he quickly made his choice. He already had advanced mental toughness, and the effect of it was plus 35% psychological resistance and 30% reduction in negative status from psychological attacks. Furthermore, it was able to lower the psychological resistance needed to be immune from negative status. Tough Spirit Barrier had an overlapping effect, so its value was less. Haste was not a bad talent. However, only an agility-type super would be able to fully maximize the talent. His own battle style did not rely too much on speed. With void travel, he did not need to worry about dodging, and his mechanical suit was able to give him greater mobility. The majority of the time, he relied on positioning and use cannon towers or protectors. As a mechanic, he needed to use his machinery to fully display his strength. Thus, flexible weapon usage was the most suitable for him. While a 12% bonus was not high, it was not useless either. Damage was just like a man's height. A single point of it was welcomed, and even a centimeter more was something great. Most importantly, this talent was different from machinery affinity. Only weapons that used mechanical force were able to enjoy the buff of machinery affinity, and it consumed energy. While the energy consumed was very little, when using the army tactic, it was difficult for him to use his own mechanical force to sustain all the machines. On the other hand, this talent was able to boost all different weapons. Han Xiao immediately chose flexible weapon usage with a face full of satisfaction. After all, the talents in random reward were more common, It was rare for an uncommon talent to appear and impossible for a molding ability to appear. Such an effect was already pretty good. Talking about molding abilities, both of his molding abilities, intermediate strength in life and steel body, had been obtained completely by luck. Players were not able to obtain molding abilities, and there had been no information on them in his previous life either. However, with regards to molding abilities, Han Xiao had some vague ideas. The easiest way to level up would naturally be intermediate strength in life. That could be achieved by injecting himself with powerful genes. However, there would be risks of his genes mutating, so he did not take such a risk. Currently, intermediate strength in life gave him additional HP from his endurance stat at a ratio of 130. This was also the reason for his tankiness. If he could upgrade this talent again, his HP would probably be even higher than the bosses at his level. He would probably be able to kill his enemy by drowning them in his blood. Aim's palace was truly majestic. When the guards saw Han Xiao, respect could be seen on their faces, and they all gave way to allow Han Xiao into the hall. In the large hall, a black throne was floating in midair. Looking around, Han Xiao could not see Aim's figure at all. Who? All of a sudden, a light green force field gushed forth. It was like a large cluster of transparent green crystals, with the width of the force field being 10 meters wide. Boom! The atmosphere in the surroundings was compressed, and explosions could be heard. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. Placing his palms together, 6 large mechanical hands stretched out and formed a mini protective shield around him. The thrusters on the wrists of these mechanical hands spewed out blue flames, and he blocked the might of the force field. Boom! Both forces collided, and a muffled sound could be heard. The force field and mechanical hands were equally matched. The mechanical hands then slowly gained the advantage, pressuring the force field to the point it changed shape. The energy of the force field began leaking out and created green waves on the surface of the ground. Boom! The next moment, the force field exploded, and a larger wave shot out in all directions. Like a stone being thrown into a lake, the dust on the ground rippled outward and formed a dust cloud that could reach one's thighs. Han Xiao's hair was blown into a mess, and with a gust of wind blowing in his face, he could not help but squint. Ames then appeared from a small door by the side of the throne and sat on the throne. She was once again dressed in a long purple dress with her hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her delicate beauty was like a face that was frozen in time, and not the slightest wrinkles could be seen. Holding her chin with her hand, her sleeves slid down her forearm and revealed her snow-white wrist as she looked at Han Xiao with a smile that did not seem like a smile. The first time I saw you, you were almost crushed by my force field. I used the exact same strength previously, and you are now able to block it easily. It has only been 2 years. The speed of your growth has truly shocked me. Ames laughed, and her lazy voice sounded with the unique hoarseness of a lady. The moment the force field appeared, Han Xiao knew that this was Ames testing him. If it was before he entered the universe, it would have been extremely difficult for him to block such an attack. However, he was able to do so now without any pressure. Ames' charisma was too stunning, and Han Xiao could not help but be astounded by her beauty every time he saw her. However, he was extremely experienced and quickly took a look at Ames' washboard figure. His heart immediately calmed down, and he nodded. Lord Dragon Emperor, what did you wish to see me for? Didn't I say before? You can call me Ames. Ames' lips twitched. Actually, it isn't much. Recently, Jenny has been protesting against you expanding the field team. Let me ask you, what are your thoughts? Of the 4 Beyond Grade A Supers in the Shattered Star Ring, Floating Dragon Island was the weakest. With Han Xiao expanding his forces, there were many organizations in Shattered Star Ring that misunderstood his intentions. They felt that the Dragon Emperor wanted to mimic the other 3 Beyond Grade A Supers and expand her own forces to make them an untouchable existence. Ames was not too bothered by their thoughts, and she was not interested in the other organizations. Originally, she did not care about Han Xiao expanding his mercenary group and silently consented to Han Xiao using her name. Furthermore, she had always given him a great deal of trust. However, Jenny always complained about this matter, and the reason for her rejection made Ames dumbfounded. Jenny said that Han Zhao's expansion had resulted in a chain effect, and all the other organizations are trying to show their goodwill and work out their intentions. As a result, her workload was many times greater than before. With the pressure of work being unbearable, she was losing hair every day and felt as though she was aging rapidly. Thus, she strongly opposed Han Zhao's actions. She even added that if Ames did not want to hire another manager, Ames should not allow Black Star to expand his forces any further. Thus, Ames wanted to know Han Zhao's thoughts. She personally did not care about the outcome. If Han Zhao had a reasonable plan, Ames would not mind supporting him. In any case, Aesop, who had been caught by Han Zhao, was currently spending his retirement on Floating Dragon Island, and he would be the best choice to share the workload with Jenny. Hearing that Han Zhao was moved, "Do you remember Erosia?" Ames thought for a while. "She is an undying space wonder. I saw her on the island before, and even I couldn't kill her. You were the one who took her away, right? I found millions of space wonders with the same special physique as her. Furthermore, they are all full of potential, and it is possible to communicate with them like normal beings. Millions." Ames was stunned, and a curious gaze could be seen in her eyes. "They are from my hometown and appeared a couple of years ago. I have a feeling that they will become a force in the universe that cannot be underestimated. Thus, I want to recruit them early." Han Zhao did not lie. He understood the player's potential, and his tone was filled with confidence. "There is actually something so fun," Ames said joyfully. "I have to take a look personally." Han Zhao's mouth cramped up, and he immediately felt a headache coming on. He had dug a hole for himself this time. While bringing Ames with him would be a form of insurance, his return this time was to find an excuse to bring out the mutation source. If Nagakin ended up asking Ames about this, would he not be exposed? Coughing, Han Zhao tried to persuade her otherwise. "Ames, DarkStar and Ghidorah are fighting again, and the situation in the Garten star system is pretty complicated. My hometown is part of this mess as well. Why don't you come after this mess is over?" "DarkStar again? What's there to be afraid of?" Ames said with dissatisfaction. "I hate waiting. I will return with your spaceship. If DarkStar dares appear, I will smash them to bits." Han Zhao slapped his forehead and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seems like DarkStar is in for a ride again. He truly did not intend to call Ames over this time. Jenny returned to her office. Taking off her spectacles, she rubbed the bridge of her nose and let out a sigh. Dragon Emperor requested a meeting with Black Star, and she is definitely talking to him about the problem of the field team. Black Star has her trust, and Ames probably won't stop his actions. Geez, thinking about Han Zhao, Jenny could not help but be filled with pent-up rage. After her dissatisfaction over the loan the last time, she was filled with enmity toward Han Zhao. After that, despite trying many different methods, she had not been able to reduce Ames' trust in him. Now, regardless of how dissatisfied Jenny was, she could only accept the presence of this colleague. Putting on her spectacles again, Jenny browsed through the many documents before her. Suddenly thinking of something, Jenny took out a document with regards to the Garten star system. The Garten star system hasn't been calm in recent times, and there are many organizations paying attention to this. According to news on the black market, even organizations more infamous than DarkStar are placing their attention on this matter. This is the hottest topic in recent times. Black Star is also operating in that region and has been dragged into this incident. As of now, he is standing on Ghidorah's side. Humph, at least he knows not to enter the fray in the name of Floating Dragon. If not, I wouldn't let him off. Jenny snorted coldly. Since Floating Dragon wanted to maintain neutrality, it would be best for them to stay far away from such a sensitive affair. While she did not like Han Zhao, she did not have the ability to order him around. On the surface, both of them were at the same level and were managing different departments. Ghidorah and DarkStar are in a chaotic war, and who knows when it will end. In any case, this mess has nothing to do with Floating Dragon and won't give me any trouble, Jenny thought to herself. Chapter 552. Hang in there. We will win. Chapter 552. Hang in there. We will win. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. On the dock, many floating dragon wanderers were hanging around with the galactic pirates, eyeing the BlackLight Stealth with envy and greed in their eyes. A high-class spaceship from the Federation of Light. A pity this valuable spaceship was Black Star's personal ship. On floating Dragon Island, there were not many who dared create trouble, and they could only look at it with envy. Move aside. Han Zhao's voice reverberated from outside the crowd, and the hundreds surrounding the spaceship turned around to take a look. Their faces immediately turned pale, and they all backed off as though they had seen a ghost. All of their eyes were fixed on the lady beside Han Zhao. She was the owner of floating Dragon Island. It's the Dragon Emperor. Cold sweat drenched the onlookers. It was rare for outsiders to be able to see Ames personally. Upon thinking about her strength and status, those pirates felt their legs turn to jelly and an immense amount of pressure. The two of them ignored the crowd surrounding them and boarded the spaceship. Who? BlackLight Stealth took off and disappeared into the universe like a ray of light. Everyone had watched as Ames followed Han Zhao onto the spaceship dumbly, and they only reacted after the spaceship took off. Dragon Emperor has left again. She is actually going out with Black Star this time. He is the leader of Floating Dragon's field team. Could it be that Ames is going to take action personally? Not too long after his arrival, Ames followed him away. I have a premonition that something big is about to happen. Ames' status was elevated, and all of her actions and words would cause speculation. All of those pirates who were stopping at Floating Dragon had their own network of information, and this news would rapidly spread. Very quickly, this piece of news spread all across Floating Dragon Island and made its way into Jenny's ears very quickly. Jenny was dumbfounded. When she found out about this piece of news, her mood crumbled. It was extremely common for Ames to go out and play, but she usually left alone. Yet, this time, she had actually run away with Black Star. Just what did Black Star say to Ames? Jenny was angered to the point her lips began to tremble. She could predict that, in the upcoming days, various problems would come her way, and her workload would increase many times over. However, Ames was her boss. In the past, she could still complain about Black Star, but if her boss was the one creating trouble, who could she complain to? Jenny's face cramped up, and she almost felt like fainting. This was what despair felt like. After entering space, Han Zhao activated the autopilot function and stood up from the pilot seat. It will take about 10 days for us to return to Planet Aquamarine. There are only the two of us on the ship. If you don't want to sleep, I am willing to accompany you to kill time. This spaceship isn't too bad. Ames then looked around the ship before looking at Han Zhao with a smile. Is there anything to drink? The two of them then went into the resting hall, and Ames sat down lazily. Her legs were placed on the sofa as she lay sideways on the sofa with her left hand supporting her head. She did not mind displaying her sexy side before others at all. She enjoyed this comfortable position the most. Han Zhao opened up his storage shelf and took out a bottle of good wine that her Luz kept inside. Taking out 2 glasses, he filled them up before sitting opposite Ames. Ames lifted her finger, and the wine glass on the table levitated toward her. Taking a sip, she complained with a smile, "Tastes terrible." "Really? I think that it's fine." Han Zhao's mouth cramped up. Haluz was not a human after all, so his taste was probably unique. Ames blinked and said, "Talk about yourself. Ever since you joined Floating Dragon, I have not gotten to know you." On Norias, Han Zhao had helped her to catch Aesop, and Ames was extremely thankful. She was not the kind of person who felt as though it was only right for her subordinates to do everything for her. Compared to the other 3 beyond grade as supers in the Shattered Star Ring, her personality was more easygoing. A couple of years ago, she did not think highly of Han Zhao and only allowed him to join Floating Dragon because of Aesop. In just a few years' time, not only was Black Star able to firmly secure his place, his strength had increased rapidly as well. While it was still far from her current strength, the speed of his growth had still surprised her. Ames could not help but be interested in this subordinate of hers. Only then did she realize that she did not understand much about him. Hearing that, Han Zhao began narrating his past. Naturally, he left out about the news regarding the players. Starting from the Germinal organization, He then continued to talk about the Inhumans on Planet Aquamarine and his own subordinates. Han Xiao only stopped after half a day and drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat. He was not against the idea of sharing his stories. This was the best time for him to spend some time together with Ames alone, and it was a good opportunity to bring their relationship closer. Furthermore, Ames was a beauty, and while Han Xiao naturally would not be controlled by his desires with his strength, he still enjoyed admiring a beauty. At the very least, it was better than looking at the hairy and stocky Harmon. Hearing Han Xiao's narration, Ames tapped her thigh with her finger and said, "A pair of sisters controlling the strength of life and death. I seem to have heard of it before." She was not interested in politics, nations, or wars. Instead, Aurora and Gila caught her attention. He did not hide the story of Aurora and Gila. In his previous life, the Gila who descended into darkness had been even more terrifying than Ames. Gila was still extremely weak, but there seemed to be something strange. Ames usually would not be bothered about the happenings on a backward planet. If she had heard about something similar before, it had to have come from an extremely high level. "You said that Erosia is an AI life form. Are the millions of space wonders from your hometown the same?" Han Xiao shook his head and pretended to ponder. "They should be different." After finishing his sentence, a change suddenly occurred in the resting hall. A ray of light transformed into a human form, and Rista made his appearance, sitting beside Han Xiao. "Why are you out here?" Han Xiao asked with doubt. Ames also looked toward Rista with curiosity. Rista stood up slowly and bowed deeply toward Ames with sincerity. "Lord Dragon Emperor, I wish to plead with you about something. Please help my civilization and save my brethren. I am willing to offer myself as the price and listen to your commands forever." When Han Xiao mentioned AI civilizations, Rista found out that Ames was a powerful individual on the same level as the mechanic who occupied his homeland. This was a chance for him to seek help. Even if the chance of the Dragon Emperor agreeing was only 1%, Rista was not willing to give up. If Ames was willing to give her aid, everything would become simple. What seemed to be previously impossible would now become possible. "Fighting?" Ames raised her brows. "Who is the opponent?" "He is a mechanic who snatched my homeland and enslaved my tribe, turning them all into his weapons. I will never forget his name. He is called Manison, the Ancient One." "Papa Chi. Oh, so he is someone from the mechanic empire of the Primeval Star River. He is also a member of the Ancient Ones." Ames shook her head. "I reject your request." The Primeval Star River was another large star field just like the Shattered Star Ring. The status of Manison's mechanic empire was just like Ames' Dragon Emperor in the Shattered Star Ring. The Ancient Ones was a special organization, and Ames' foster father, Aesop, had once belonged to the Ancient Ones. However, he had left afterward. While Rista had already been prepared for rejection, he was still very disappointed and could not help but ask, "May I know the reason for your rejection?" "I can't win against him," Ames replied casually. Rista's light figure became unstable, and he gasped in shock. Even you aren't his match." Han Xiao was not too surprised. Beyond grade A was a general category, and there were naturally those who were stronger and weaker. While Ames was powerful, she was not invincible. Ames had also never thought that she was invincible. 10 days passed by in a flash. Without much to do on the spaceship, Han Xiao chatted with Ames almost every day, and the relationship between them became much better than before. Planet Aquamarine appeared outside the window, and a large number of Goddard spaceships could be seen outside the atmosphere of Planet Aquamarine. Upon noticing the BlackLight Stealth approaching, they immediately sent out a warning. "State your identity." "It's me," Han Xiao replied. "Black Star, you may land." The other party's tone eased up. While danger was all around at the moment and they had to be extremely careful, Han Xiao was someone who had fought with them before, and it was already proven that he was not an enemy. After gaining clearance, BlackLight Stealth landed in the sanctuary. Looking down at the sanctuary, it seemed as though there were even more refugees at the moment, with the majority of them being tied up. While Han Xiao had not been around, a couple of incidents had taken place on Planet Aquamarine, but they had all been taken care of. The players had plenty of things to do, and they spent their time extremely well. DarkStar did not ambush the Calamity planets again, but they went to harass the other colonies instead, causing the situation to become even more precarious and the Goddarans to become more and more frustrated. However, none of that affected Han Shao. Opening up the hatch, Ames drifted out and looked around. "This is your hometown? How nice. It is a pity that my hometown is already an abandoned planet. The Inhumans are all gathered in the plaza. I shall not accompany you. I have some things to deal with," Han Shao said. Ames nodded and floated to the plaza alone as she looked at the players with curiosity. A player turned around and was immediately dumbfounded, gawking in shock. Ames. You recognize me?" Ames was surprised. She had thought that these Inhumans were a backward bunch and had never expected them to recognize her. The number of people who noticed Ames increased, and the players were all shocked. It was as if magic had been cast over the originally noisy plaza. With Ames as the center, the magic spread out in all directions, and the entire plaza became silent. All their emotions were brewing. Boom! The next moment, the players erupted into cheers. On the other side, Han Shao did not follow Ames and hurried his way over to the Goddaran camp, requesting to meet Nagakin. The Goddaran guard shook his head, and his answer was no different from half a month ago. "Black Star, Sir Nagakin is currently in an emergency meeting and does not have time to meet you. Please leave." Han Zhao's objective was set this time, and he said in a deep voice, "Go and tell him that I have a new mutation source in my hands. I don't care what he is doing. I want him to see me immediately." The faces of the guards changed, and they did not dare make the decision. One of them hurriedly informed Nagakin. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, a golden light flashed out from the depths of the Goddaran camp and stopped in front of him. All the fixtures in the way of the golden light was smashed apart, and a long running trail could be seen behind. The golden light was Nagakin. Knowing the purpose of Han Zhao's visit, Nagakin had been shocked to the point he had almost fallen off his chair. How could he be bothered about continuing the meeting? He had rushed out without the slightest bit of delay and did not even wish to waste time walking as he hurried to welcome Han Shao. "Is what you said true?" Nagakin asked anxiously. Han Shao took out the transparent ball with the mutation source sealed within it, and it attracted Nagakin's gaze like a powerful magnet. "Let's go in and talk." Han Shao waved his sleeves to block Nagakin's vision and chuckled. "It is time to turn the tables around." Chapter 553, Negotiations. Chapter 553, Negotiations. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The two of them proceeded into the spare conference room. The original one already had a huge hole smashed within it. Nagakin ordered his guards not to allow anyone in before closing the door. Staring at the mutation source that Han Shao had placed on the table with a burning gaze, Nagakin walked over to the table and studied it. A black liquid substance was sealed in a transparent sphere, and its shape slowly changed. "Are you sure that this is the source of the mutation disaster?" Nagakin paused for a moment before continuing. "It isn't that I don't trust you, but I have to be certain because this matter is extremely important." Han Shao could understand Nagakin's careful attitude and slowly said, "Don't worry. This is a mutation source that has not been unsealed. 2 years ago, when carrying out a mission, I coincidentally met the carrier from DarkStar with this item on him. I somehow managed to snatch it from DarkStar, but since I didn't know what it was, I passed it over to Floating Dragon Island. Only when the mutation disaster erupted and I searched for some information was I certain that this black gluey substance is the mutation source. I came to find you half a month ago because of this matter, but you were busy at that time. Thus, I went back on my own to fetch this item." Upon hearing that, Nagakin slapped his forehead with regret. "You should have contacted me earlier." Han Shao waved his hands to show that he was also extremely helpless and purposely asked, "With this source, you guys should be able to develop the antidote, right? I am not a researcher, and I will have to wait for the conclusion of the research department." Nagakin clenched his fists and could not suppress his excitement. "However, it will definitely speed up the research progress." freewebnovel.com Ghidorah's researchers had been researching the mutation disaster from the start and were attempting to create an antidote. However, they could only study the infected individuals and did not have any data on the mutation source. As such, their research had been delayed. With the original source of the mutation, they would be able to carry out more experiments and develop an antidote to deal with the illness. The progress of the research would definitely be sped up greatly. The earlier they resolved the mutation disaster, the earlier they could prevent the situation from becoming worse. This meant that with the item that Han Xiao had handed to them, Ghidorah would be able to break the situation that DarkStar engineered and turn the tables. At this moment, Han Xiao interrupted Nagakin's dreams and said with a smile, "Don't misunderstand me. I never said that I would give this thing to you guys." "What?" Nagakin's gaze shot over immediately with a trace of enmity within it. This was an item that Ghidorah had to obtain at all cost. "Even Black Star. Don't be so nervous. What I mean is, you can have the item, but I need a reward. I am a mercenary, and I like to solve my problems with transactions." In other words, Han Xiao stroked his chin as he said, "How much is Ghidorah willing to pay for this mutation source?" "I see." Nagakin's eyes narrowed, and he calmed down. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. In this tense situation, Black Star had suddenly been able to take out an item capable of breaking the stalemate. This is truly fishy. It was possible that Black Star wanted to gain riches from the chaos, but there was another very small possibility. Black Star had ties with DarkStar. Black Star had made DarkStar suffer quite a number of losses, and the impression that an ordinary person would get was that both parties were enemies. It would be impossible for the past events to be a setup. However, if DarkStar was willing to endure humiliation and, instead of taking revenge, contact Black Star personally and pay him a high price to work together, this was also a possibility. Black Star was a mercenary who fought for riches, and Nagakin never had held too much expectations toward mercenaries. It was not him thinking too much. He had no choice but to be extremely careful. The problem with DarkStar was extremely delicate, and he had no choice but to consider all possible sources of risk. After all, Black Star had been able to suddenly take out an item that was the key to resolving their crisis. Even if the other party was able to explain the origins of the item clearly, it was not very convincing to Nagakin. As these thoughts flashed through his head, Nagakin said in a deep voice, "Is Floating Dragon aware of your actions?" He decided to contact Floating Dragon personally. It was impossible for Floating Dragon to work together with DarkStar, and he would only be at ease if Floating Dragon acknowledged Han Xiao's words. Of course they're aware. Han Xiao had anticipated this question and shrugged his with a smile. "If you are worried, you can go and ask Ames personally. I brought her over." Plop! Nagakin slipped off his chair and fell onto the ground. He then crawled back up pathetically. You brought Dragon Emperor to this planet." "That's right. She is in the plaza." Nagakin looked at Han Xiao in disbelief. "Oh my goodness! What kind of a figure is Ames? And she has actually been called over by Black Star? Just how much authority does this fellow have on Floating Dragon Island? Am I playing Wayne card? I don't have anything to ask." Nagakin laughed bitterly. For Black Star to bring such a character over, he was obviously unafraid of Nagakin verifying his words with Floating Dragon. If that was the case, what was the point in him suspecting anything? No matter what, it was impossible for him to doubt the relationship between Ames and Black Star. Black Star did not have those rights yet. Han Xiao's expression remained calm. On the way back, he had told Ames about the mutation source. Since it was not something disgraceful, there was no need for him to hide it from Ames. Han Xiao understood her and knew that she would not bother about these little details. If she was Jenny would definitely have slammed the table. Just as he expected, Ames had been completely uninterested in this matter, and Han Xiao naturally did not have any concerns. "Black Star, this is an extremely important matter, and I have to inform my superiors. You can raise your conditions to them." Nagakin did not delay any further and contacted his superiors with his communicator. A wave of disbelieving gasps could then be heard on the communicator. All the different departments in Ghidorah had been racking their brains over this problem, and the timely news was like the biggest relief that they had over the past few days. Not just the War Bureau, This piece of news had even spread all the way to the desk of the highest leader in Ghidorah. The upper echelons in Ghidorah were shaken. Very quickly, Ghidorah sent out a couple of individuals with sufficient authority to handle this matter. A couple of images then appeared, and they all looked at Han Shao. "You are Black Star? Be direct. What are your conditions?" Their expressions were grave, and they were fully prepared to pay a huge price. However, the upper echelons of Ghidorah were not dissatisfied about it at all. Since it was a transaction, it was only right for them to pay a sufficient price. Making Black Star hand over the mutation source without any payments would be the actions of a gangster. Even if Ames was not there, they would not have behaved in such a manner. Being in their position, they would not casually make enemies for themselves. Could a problem that could be resolved with money be called a problem? Han Zhao's eyes glowed, and he said with a smile, "Let's talk about it in detail." Over the next hour, an intense negotiation took place. The Ghidorah representatives argued to bring down the price, and they slowly inched toward a price that both parties could accept. In front of those upper echelons, Nagakin did not even have the right to interrupt. A long while later, their discussion finally ended. "We accept your conditions. When this incident is over, we will fulfill the promise we made today." While he was taking advantage of the other party's misfortune in this transaction, Han Shao did not extort an exorbitant price from Ghidorah. The conditions that he had raised were the ones that he had already thought about, and it was within an acceptable range for the other party. This attitude of his made the upper echelons feel much more comfortable. Han Shao nodded and was in an extremely good mood. The negotiations had gone much smoother than expected. Just as he had guessed, Ghidorah understood their predicament and urgently needed something to break out of their current situation. Ghidorah displayed great sincerity and accepted his conditions generously. Furthermore, the ones who participated in the negotiations were those with sufficient authority in their hands. The mutation source was exchanged for many things. First was a sum of money. 3 million anas were immediately transferred over, and his wallet, which had almost been flat, was fattened up again. The next was the supply of materials for the next few years, including a few special Ghidorah products, raw materials for machines, quality products produced by their factories, and completed spaceships. All of these would be sold to him at their cost price. Apart from those material benefits, the rest would be his status, treatment, and request for clearance in certain areas. The motive of this would be to raise the fame of his mercenary group. All of those conditions required Ghidorah to fulfill them in the long run. He was not afraid that Ghidorah would go back on their word. His backing of Floating Dragon Island was his assurance. Furthermore, Han Shao had hinted that Floating Dragon Island supported his actions and used this to build up diplomatic ties between Floating Dragon Island and Ghidorah. This was not an alliance between the two, only the two parties sharing a closer relationship. After all, it was always better to have an additional friend. Ames was respected by many, and there were plenty of organizations that gave her plenty of face. However, this did not change the fact that Floating Dragon Island was far too weak. All of Floating Dragon Island's influence could only be seen on the surface. For the organizations of the other Beyond Grade A Supers, they all had deep relationships and cooperative deals with many civilizations. Han Shao naturally would not break Floating Dragon's stance of neutrality, but being neutral did not mean that they could not make friends. The great mechanic Han was extremely willing to help Floating Dragon Island form relationships with other organizations. This should have been Jenny's job, but that cold lady was obviously too conservative, and Han Shao did not mind giving her more things to do. The stronger Floating Dragon was, the more he would benefit. Ghidorah was naturally willing to be on good terms with Floating Dragon, and it could be said that they would die for that opportunity. They could naturally catch Han Zhao's drift and formed a tacit understanding. Ghidorah thanks you for your contributions, and we will never mistreat our friends. The upper echelons looked at Han Shao emotionally. These figures of authority in Ghidorah felt that it was time for them to reevaluate Black Star's importance. The image disappeared, and only 2 people were left in the room. Reaching a satisfactory outcome, Han Shao threw the mutation source over to Nagakin. "Take it. Send it back to Ghidorah secretly, and don't let anyone rob you." "I understand," Nagakin nodded heavily. He was already looking forward to the day when Ghidorah broke out of DarkStar's disgusting scheme. Currently, he felt that Han Xiao was extremely pleasing to the eye. Han Xiao then stretched lazily in the chair. He had finally handed the mutation source over, and Ghidorah would be able to quickly solve this crisis. The crisis would be solved a year earlier than in his previous life. DarkStar was still kept in the dark. When they found out that their plan had failed, who knew what their expressions would look like? If the players could finish this main storyline earlier, they would not have to waste time on Planet Aquamarine. Entering the universe as part of his mercenary group, they would definitely be far more valuable than in his previous life. The experience of the players and the development of the storyline would definitely take a completely different path. The future. Who knows what it will be like? Countless individuals would have their futures rewritten. Han Xiao shut his eyes, and his body tingled with an excitement that he had not felt in a very long time. Chapter 554. It is time to show my true imagination. Chapter 554. It is time to show my true imagination. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The sanctuary was filled with an endless sea of people, and countless players surrounded Ames. Those who were far away were either standing on tiptoes, stretching their necks, or jumping up and down with excitement. The majority of the players on Planet Aquamarine had seen Bun Hit Dog's videos before, and they all recognized the Dragon Emperor. Her fame among the players was only slightly inferior to that of Black Star. It was not only because of her beauty and sexy long legs. Most of the players had also seen many pretty female NPCs. The most important point was her strength. She was like an empress with exalted status and the most powerful character that those players on Planet Aquamarine had seen. With the huge gap in their status, her popularity had soared and never come back down. On the forums, there were even fans who had created a Dragon Emperor leg-licking group. Talking about the name of fan clubs, Han Zhao's Black Star Little Mercenary Family and Captain Love Me Once Backup Group were not any much better. In the past, the players could only see Ames through videos, but this time, she had actually descended personally. The entire sanctuary was immediately overwhelmed with shock, and many players called their friends and brought all their family members over to witness Ames in person. While they really wanted to rush forward and hug her smooth legs, the players all kept their distance from her. Not to mention whether or not they were able to activate the taking off their pants and lick NPC features. Just witnessing Ames casually flattening a bunch of players who went near her was a huge deterrent. After all, none of them wanted to lose experience for nothing. What a joke! She was a character who could destroy a star. What if she ended up destroying their novice village? Ames looked at the endless players with curiosity. Those space wonders that Black Star had mentioned seemed to know her, and they all had excited looks on their faces. She could not help but feel that they were all treating her like an animal in the zoo. After using her ability to scan the players, she found nothing special with the physique of the Inhumans. However, the couple of fellows who she had slapped to death previously had transformed into a white light and disappeared, not leaving behind a corpse. Her force field was able to differentiate between the millions of individuals, and in less than 10 seconds, the few Inhumans whom she had slapped to death had entered the vicinity of her senses again. They had indeed revived. If all of them had an undying body, even if they were slightly weaker, they could not be underestimated. After this thought surfaced in her head, she immediately threw it to the back of her head. At her current realm, there was no need for her to pay too much attention to them. However, those Inhumans were truly intriguing, and they were pretty different from Erosia. It isn't a bad thing for Black Star to gather them, Ames thought to herself. Since she would not be able to discover anything in this short period of time, Ames looked around before flying out of the crowd and toward the location that Black Star had told her. The players in the plaza had already taken numerous pictures from all possible angles. After she left, all the players began to chatter excitedly. I never expected to see the Dragon Emperor in person. How beautiful! I seem to have fallen in love. How useless! A single beauty caused all of you to lose all composure. Unprincipled and without a bottom line. Can't you guys learn from me? I will love Fiden forever. Apart from those uploading Ames pictures onto the forums, There were a few who were guessing the reason for her appearance. How strange. Ames should be someone at the very top of the food chain. Why did she come to Planet Aquamarine? I feel that we shouldn't be coming into contact with someone like her at this phase. Do you still need to guess? It is already written on the Wayne cards. Go back and copy the effects of the Black Star card 100 times as punishment. Black Star is Black Star indeed. So what if she is his boss? He will pull her along if he wants to. Everyone knew that the Black Star Mercenary Group had the title of Floating Dragon Islands field team. They had powerful backing. When the Black Star Mercenary Group shot forward in fame and prestige, Ghidorah would not even be able to see their taillights. To a certain extent, Han Zhao's faction enjoyed a portion of Floating Dragon Island's fame, with the most important factor being Ames' personal charisma. Joining the Black Star Mercenary Group was akin to having an opportunity to grow closer to Ames. This logic had attracted endless people to fight for the opportunity to join the mercenary group. However, why did Black Star call the Dragon Emperor over? Is it for the mutation disaster? That can't be right. The mutation disaster shouldn't be enough for Ames to take action, right? The players continued their discussions, and the platform of their discussions changed to the forums. The majority of the players were extremely excited about the main storyline of the mutation disaster, and they all felt as though an amazing reversal would suddenly take place. However, this guess of theirs was not without any basis. With the appearance of Ames, she was the best evidence for their guesses. Talking about Ames, Han Zhao naturally would not be left out of the conversation, and his fame was also increased even further. Han Zhao bringing Ames over gave the players of Planet Aquamarine a great deal of face. They could look at the other novice planets with the pride of, my novice planet might explode. Will yours? Nagakin did not delay for a single second and personally escorted the mutation source back to the Ghidorah mothership. After the negotiations with Ghidorah, Han Zhao had a carefree expression on his face as he walked toward the sanctuary's gathering point while considering his future development plans. Ghidorah needed time to carry out their research, but this was not a big problem to Han Zhao. Han Zhao's level of patience had reached the point where even when a fish was on his hook, the fish would become more anxious than him. I only need to wait. Ghidorah will need about a month or so to develop the antidote, and DarkStar can behave arrogantly for a little while longer. However, their plans won't be able to cause much trouble with so little time. After handing over the mutation source, Han Zhao did not have anything to do before Ghidorah developed the antidote. The safety of Planet Aquamarine was not an issue either. The intelligence network of DarkStar would definitely have noticed Ames' arrival, and it was impossible for them to create trouble at this moment. What should I do over the next month? There isn't a need for me to worry about disaster relief, and the hiring of players is already on track. The mutation disaster won't change too much within a month, and the benefits that I can gain from imparting those skills are also dwindling. With the players all leveling up, there isn't much I can extract from them like before. Could it be that he also had to join the club of killing time with cards? No, he could not. Even if he was bored to death, he would not play cards. It seems like I can only go into seclusion and manufacture machineries. I earned 3 million anas from Ghidorah, and together with my remaining 1 million, the funds on my hands exceed 4 million again. Since I have money, I can buy some new class knowledge and increase my combat equipment. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. That's right, I still have to create a base on Planet Aquamarine and connect it to the universe officially. Only then will I have a never-ending supply of new players. It seems like I can move my plans forward. He did not even need to think about the location and could just remodel the sanctuary. Bennett definitely would not mind. The materials were all readily available, and he could purchase some important facilities from the merchants in the universe. As for the construction progress, he would be a fool if he did not use the endless free labor. He could still issue them missions to ensure that they had a wholesome player life. After all, even the healthiest crops needed to be fed fertilizer. He would model it after the equipment used in his first base, and even if the 6 nations wanted to send an atomic missile, his base would remain standing. I now have something to do in this period of time. With the idea in his mind, Han Zhao went back to the main hall of the gathering point, and when he was about to inform Herluz about this matter, he realized that Ames was already waiting there with Herluz and his other subordinates standing by the side respectfully. In the distance, there were many players looking over with faces full of excitement. Ever since the players displayed enough strength to wipe out the beasts, his subordinates had returned to the sanctuary to skive off. Under their lead, the entire hall had been transformed into a large room for them to play cards. A couple of players who were bored would occasionally come over to play some cards with them. "You're here," Herluz hurriedly greeted. With Ames beside him, he felt an immense sense of pressure. Every single word that came out of his mouth had to be said with caution, as he was afraid that he might end up offending Ames. Han Shao walked over and looked at Ames with a smile. "Have you seen the Inhumans?" "You're right. They are very interesting." Ames looked at Han Shao and retracted her aura. She no longer tested the subordinates under Han Shao, and all the mercenaries felt their body ease up immediately. Fruibnovel.com. "I will have someone arrange a room for you. Since there isn't anything for you to do, there will be plenty of time for you to observe them." Ames smiled and said, "All right." Since she was already there, she naturally did not leave immediately after seeing the players. She would take the opportunity to take a look at Black Star's hometown as well. "Right? I just negotiated with Ghidorah using Floating Dragon's name. They are very thankful toward you. The Ghidorahs should come and visit you later. I will make arrangements." "All right, you can just manage it yourself. You seem to be interested in Aurora and Gila's abilities. I will introduce them to you later." "Sure." The both of them smiled. Ames was an easygoing person and was not someone who put on airs. Since Han Shao had already made arrangements, she would just accept them. After a few days of interaction, she was also used to interacting with Han Shao in such a tone. Besides, she did not dislike Han Shao. However, this resulted in a misunderstanding in the eyes of others. The Dragon Emperor had always been mysterious, and the others did not understand Ames' temperament like Han Shao. The majority of them had not even met this boss of theirs. In their minds, the Dragon Emperor should be an imposing expert who would turn their legs to jelly with a single glance. She should not have been someone so easy to talk to, no matter what. Furthermore, she had obviously given them a huge amount of pressure previously, and the pressure had only disappeared after Han Zhao's appearance. As for Herluz and the few who had met the Dragon Emperor before, they realized that Ames' attitude toward Han Shao was extremely different from before. She was more than 10 times gentler than previously. It could be said that she completely listened to Han Zhao's words, and her gentle tone was completely different from the persona of the high and mighty Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, the tone that she used to speak to them previously was obviously different. Only someone deaf would not be able to notice this difference, and it was impossible for them to not overthink it. Could it be that the two of them had that kind of a relationship? Herluz's eyes widened as he looked at Han Zhao's back in disbelief. The Volga brothers were dumbfounded. Phaidon touched his cheeks subconsciously. At that moment, the heart of those few officers were stirred. Harmon could only feel the strange atmosphere. Looking left and right, he did not understand what was going on. The jaws of those players watching far away dropped. In the crowd, Bun Hit Dog witnessed this scene, and his eyes lit up as inspiration immediately came to his head. No wonder Black Star was able to casually call Ames over. So this is the reason. The Wayne card didn't lie to me. Bun Hit Dog's breathing became heavy as a large essay was formulated in his head. This, picking up his superior, gaining both wealth and backing. He was even able to subdue someone like Ames. Black Star's charisma is too frightening. Big news. Bun Hit Dog prepared the recording excitedly. After an hour, in some remote region of Planet Aquamarine was the hiding place of the DarkStar spies. After leaving for half a month, Black Star has come back. I wonder what he went to do. One of the spies then turned on the satellite image, and after giving it a casual glance, it was as though a hammer had struck his head, and he was frozen in place. Rubbing his eyes, he rewatched the footage more than 10 times from different angles. Only after rubbing until his eyes turned red was he certain that he did not imagine it. Did I just see the Dragon Emperor aim? That monster who is able to destroy a DarkStar mothership? Quick. Report this up to our superiors. Emergency report. The spy immediately ran over to his captain and was frightened to the point he almost wet his pants. Chapter 555, Reactions from All Sides. Chapter 555, Reactions from All Sides. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. What did you say? Dragon Emperor. Degulish's eyes froze in place, and he gulped in shock. His chest also tightened as though he had just been struck by a hammer. 20 minutes prior, the spies left behind on Planet Aquamarine had sent an emergency report. The intel officer had then hurriedly searched for the current commander of the organization, Degulish, and reported this matter with a pale expression. Ames had appeared on Planet Aquamarine. The upper echelons of DarkStar were shocked. The Dragon Emperor had always been neutral. For her to appear in the Garten star system suddenly, did it mean that she wanted to enter the fray? No, this was not likely. It was more likely that it was Black Star, that B***starred, who had called Ames over. But why Planet Aquamarine? After giving the matter much thought, Degulish still could not understand Ames' intentions. After analyzing the matter for a while, he felt that this issue was filled with oddities. The other party had chosen to land on Planet Aquamarine, not the mother planet of Ghidorah. It did not seem like she was there for DarkStar but on vacation. Black Star is the leader of Floating Dragon Island's armed forces, and I heard that he has been expanding recently. Perhaps Ames is here to check on her force's development, the intel officer said. This is the most likely possibility. Degulish nodded slowly and solemnly said, We cannot let our guard down. We have some grievances with the Dragon Emperor, and she could be a possible unknown in our plan. However, as long as we don't provoke her, she won't be able to do anything to us. Even if she is a beyond grade a super, that only refers to her personal strength. She won't be able to resolve the current situation. Saying that, Degulish let out a small sigh of relief. Previously, he had been frightened by Ames' reputation and instinctively felt that the matter was grave. But after thinking about it for a while, he realized that it actually was not a big issue. So what if the Dragon Emperor could fight? They would just have to avoid facing her. Could her personal prowess resolve Ghidorah's problems? Even an expert like the Dragon Emperor would not be able to resolve the internal and external problems of Ghidorah with her strength. She was just a single individual, and the vast universe would never be conquered by a single individual. Degulish then began to ease, and after some thought, he instructed, order the spies on Planet Aquamarine to observe Ames' actions. Make Planet Aquamarine a forbidden location for now. No one is to go near Planet Aquamarine. We didn't have any intentions to ambush Planet Aquamarine. The intel officer was extremely helpless. The scene of their assault ships being destroyed by Black Star was still fresh in his memories. He would be a fool to send men over at this moment. Right, how is the progress of planting moles in the Black Star Mercenary Group? I bribed some free mercenaries and asked them to apply to enter the Black Star Mercenary Group. Black Star Mercenary Group doesn't seem to hiring, but if he wants to expand, the moles that I bribed will have a chance to enter. As for bribing the members of the Black Star Mercenary Group, I haven't begun doing so. Without being certain of their backgrounds and having enough information, I wouldn't know which mercenary is the most likely to be bribed. I do not wish to alert them. Degulish's eyes glowed, and he laughed coldly. Very good. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. We will be able to infiltrate both the Black Star Mercenary Group and Floating Dragon Island. The meeting then continued. Regarding the threat of the Dragon Emperor, Degulish only informed his troops to leave Planet Aquamarine and did not give any other orders. He felt that those measures were sufficient. Even if Ames was powerful, she would not be able to affect the plan that they had designed over many years. The most important thing was for them to carry out their plans. What Degulish did not know was that the situation had already changed. He still thought that he had plenty of time. The whole of DarkStar still felt so. The fleet escorting Nagakin had returned to Ghidorah's mother planet. This was a large planet that was more than 10 times the size of Planet Golden Gate. Tens of defensive satellites surrounded the planet, and the security was extremely tight. As the spaceship landed, the officers of the War Bureau who had already received news were waiting by the dock. The moment Nagakin disembarked from the spaceship, they all walked over to welcome him. "How's the item?" "Perfectly fine." "Great, we don't have any time to waste. Head to the research department immediately." Nagakin walked toward the research facilities under the guard of a large number of troops and 2 other Calamity-grade supers. The roads toward the research facility were completely locked down, and no one was allowed to pass. Even the leader of Ghidorah did not have the authority to enjoy such a treatment. Nagakin walked over to the research lab carefully and successfully handed the mutation source over to the researchers. They would research the antidote for the mutation source at a location with the highest possible security and confidentiality. A leak was absolutely not allowed to happen. As the key personnel who facilitated the trade between Black Star and Ghidorah, he was allowed to wait for the results of the test. After waiting for half a day in the waiting room, he finally received news about the initial tests on the mutation source. This item was indeed the source of the mutation disaster. With the sample that Nagakin had brought back, the speed of developing the antidote would be increased rapidly. That's great. Nagakin could finally be at ease. He had been extremely worried that the sample that Han Shao had handed to him was useless. Amazing job! The War Bureau head slapped Nagakin on the back. "I didn't do anything. It is all Black Star's contribution." Nagakin laughed bitterly. He had never imagined that the key point to breaking them out of their current situation would actually be an outsider. A bright smile could be seen on the head of the War Bureau's face, which was always solemn all year round. He was like a blooming chrysanthemum flower, be it in terms of shape or color. Indeed, Black Star has given us a huge surprise. I really never thought that a mercenary would be one to resolve our emergency. After pausing for a while, he then said in a solemn tone, "This piece of news must be kept confidential, lest DarkStar comes up with another sinister scheme. It would be best if we can maintain the current situation. In order to deal with the numerous attacks of DarkStar, all the departments of Ghidorah were busy to the point where they did not even have time to sleep." The sudden aid from Han Shao had truly surprised the whole of Ghidorah's upper echelons, and even the highest leader of Ghidorah paid attention to Black Star and even wanted to personally thank him. The War Bureau had simulated their current circumstances, and the result left many of them in cold sweat. If DarkStar had been allowed to continue behaving without any restraint, the situation would only have become worse. If the situation persisted for a year or two, Ghidorah's progress would have been greatly delayed, and the entire Ghidorah civilization would have taken a step back. The accomplishments of the Garten star system that they had built up over the years would also go to waste. The worst situation would be an internal fracture within Ghidorah. Because they knew what the outcome could have been, the upper echelons of Ghidorah were extremely excited. Black Star providing them with the sample would allow them to avoid massive losses, save countless citizens, and turn the entire situation around. Han Shao had become the biggest savior in the eyes of the upper echelons. Black Star is an important character from Floating Dragon Island. We can treat his aid as aid from Floating Dragon. Ames seems to place a great deal of importance on him. Perhaps we will gain some benefits from this misfortune, and have the opportunity to befriend an organization like Floating Dragon Island. The head of the War Bureau was extremely excited, and his eyes were glowing as he slapped Nagakin on the back again. Black Star's strength is out of our imaginations, and you must maintain contact with him. If you can, it would be best to take your relationship to the next step. Nagakin's mouth began to twitch as he asked, "Take the next step?" Meaning, make use of our advantage as Ghidorahs and become his best friend. The War Bureau head said with a serious expression. Nagakin silently raised his fists, and a golden flame covered it. "Don't think I won't dare to beat you up because you are my superior." Ever since Ames landed on the planet, the atmosphere had become extremely odd. Be it the players, refugees of the sanctuary, mercenaries, or Ghidorahs, they were all extremely curious about Ames. Ames also did not intend to hide anything, and her actions were for everyone to see. Han Shao was also always beside her. Han Shao naturally did not mind being Ames' tour guide. After all, he was extremely free, and for the Dragon Emperor to make a personal appearance, he naturally had to show her some hospitality. Ames was mainly interested in the players. However, in consideration for the fact that she was on Han Zhao's home planet, she acted in a low-profile manner and did not dissect the players as she wished. Those from the sanctuary would often see the two of them walking down the streets together, and when they thought about the hot rumors spreading around, their gazes could not help but become strange. As Han Zhao noticed the odd gazes of those around him, while he did not display any expression, he was extremely speechless. The brains of his officers must have been flooded with water. To think that they would actually dare spread rumors about him and Ames. While he was not bothered about such rumors, this was not necessarily the case for Ames. If she was not happy, she would be able to easily beat up all of his subordinates who were spreading the rumors. At that time, should he help her whack them or help her beat them up? However, over the next few days, Han Zhao's worries did not come true, and Ames did not react. Her expression was still the same, and she walked around with a smile on her face. If someone had told him that Ames did not notice the expressions of those around her, Han Zhao definitely would not have believed it. Thinking about it carefully, how would an expert of such a level be affected by such silly rumors? Han Zhao felt that he had been worried for nothing. At the same time, he was thankful that Ames could not see what was written on the forums. The strange gazes of passers-by was nothing. There were already more than 100 fanfictions written on the forums about his love and hate story with Ames. The content of the stories and perverseness of the characters made his hair stand on end. The source of all of that was Bunhitdog's newest release. He had carefully analyzed the relationship between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor. Not only did he have photos to back his stories, he had even come up with extra stories on his own. Bunhitdog was truly talented in this respect, and even Han Zhao almost believed what he had written. All of the players exploded in excitement and chaos, and the members of Black Star's fan club cried out in victory. The battle between the fans and Flommers quickly spread to the other novice planets, and all the players from the other countries cried out for peace. Thus far, Bunhitdog had been his publicity angel, but for the first time in his life, Han Zhao truly wanted to strangle Bunhitdog to death. Such a reporter was only interested in creating sensational news every day, creating stories out of his imagination, and twisting the truth. It was as though he was afraid that the world was not chaotic enough. If any player spread what was written on the forums and Ames ended up seeing it, was he not afraid that he would have to take responsibility? However, all of the ridiculous guesses aside, it could be said that Bunhitdog's post was truly superb. Despite Han Zhao being angered without having a place to vent his anger, he had to admit that the post was excellent. I am truly in awe. Han Zhao smacked his forehead. Over the next few days, he had no intentions of visiting the forums again, afraid that his blood pressure would end up shooting up. Ames had floated around beside him for the past few days, and they went around for a walk again that day. Han Zhao calmed himself down as he looked at the walls of the sanctuary far away. The players climbed up and down the wall like ants as they attempted to rebuild it. A few days ago, he had instructed Herluz and Bennett to issue a mission to upgrade the sanctuary. The upgrading process had officially begun, and the players had a new job. They fully showed off the fine tradition of being able to work hard without complaining about fatigue, doing hard labor wherever it was required. Now that the players had a certain degree of strength, their efficiency was far higher than when they built the sanctuary. Han Zhao estimated that they should be able to complete the upgrade of the sanctuary within a month. No wonder you want to hire the Inhumans. It seems like you hold a very high status in their hearts. You definitely place great importance in them. Ames smiled. There aren't many in this world that I view with such importance. Just that few million. Han Zhao shrugged. The corner of Ames' lips curled up, and after letting out a soft chuckle, she suddenly turned and looked in a direction. Han Zhao also looked over, following the direction of her gaze. Aurora and Gila were walking past, and upon seeing the both of them, their footsteps also stopped. Recently, Gila and Aurora had been busy checking on the infected individuals. They had only heard that Han Zhao had brought back a big shot from the universe but had not had a chance to meet her officially. This time, it was a coincidental meeting. Are they the sisters that you were talking about? Ames looked at the two ladies. Yeah. Han Zhao raised his brows. On the other side, Gila was expressionless as she looked at Han Zhao and Ames. After pausing for a while, She then grabbed Aurora's hand and walked over to them. Chapter 556. An experienced individual indeed. Chapter 556. An experienced individual indeed. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. What a coincidence. Let me make the introductions. This red-haired lady is called Gila, and the one beside her is Aurora. Han Xiao looked at the two ladies and introduced them to Ames. Gila walked up to the two of them with her gaze fixed onto Ames, completely ignoring Han Xiao. Why is the atmosphere so awkward? Han Xiao's mouth contorted slightly, and he continued his introductions. Cough cough, this is a top-notch expert in the universe. The leader of Floating Dragon Island, Land Ripper, Absolute Power, Dragon Emperor Ames. I am temporarily working for her. Top-notch expert in the universe? Gila's eyes narrowed. This description from Han Xiao immediately simulated Gila's nerves. How powerful! Ames' eyes lit up, and a trace of pressure was exuded. What do you think? Han Xiao coughed dryly and slotted himself between the two. He then rubbed Aurora's head and tried to change the topic. Where is your little bear? Aurora snuck a glance at Ames before saying with tacit understanding, it is sleeping at home. Han Xiao, this big sister is really beautiful. Is she a big shot? She was asking the obvious with the intention of changing the topic. She could already sense the strength of Ames' life force with her Esper abilities, and Ames' strength was one that she had never seen before. She was like a frightened deer who did not dare approach Ames. Aurora understood Gila's strong personally and knew that her elder sister was never afraid of any powerhouses. The word fear was not in her dictionary. Seeing her sister's lousy attitude, she was afraid that this big shot might end up enraged. Thus, she hurriedly played along with Han Xiao, hoping to break the tense atmosphere. Hearing those words, Ames' gaze was diverted away from Gila, and she looked at Aurora. Seeing Aurora's adorable appearance together with a look of fear on her face, Ames' gaze softened, and she said with a smile, your body is full of life. I like that feeling. Feeling the pressure being retracted, Aurora's heart eased up, and she smiled. I also like the scent on Big Sister's body. Big Sister. Ames let out a merciful smile. It has been so many years since someone last called me that. With Aurora's interruption, the atmosphere was no longer awkward, and Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He understood Gila's stubborn temper very well. Apart from her sister, she did not care about anyone else, and she also lacked any form of reverence toward experts. On top of that, she pursued strength greatly, and if no one restrained her, Gila would probably want to test the strength of this top-notch expert from the universe. If she ended up in a conflict with Ames, her death was almost certain. Ames was considered pretty easygoing. If it was any other beyond grade a super, they would definitely have slapped anyone who dared provoke their prestige to death. Just like the old saying, a grandmaster cannot be humiliated. One who acted cool should get struck by lightning. This was probably the reason. While Han Xiao paid attention to Gila's potential, her potential did not equate to strength. While Gila was much stronger than she had been a couple of years back, she would still be easily defeated by Ames. After all, Gila had not left Planet Aquamarine, so her sights were limited. Gila frowned. She was not an overconfident frog in a well. From the very start, she knew that she would not be a match for Ames. She was only curious about how powerful a top-notch expert would be and how far away she was from that realm. Since her words had been interrupted, Gila also threw away the idea and looked at Han Xiao. You left Planet Aquamarine a few years ago. Have you been working for her the whole time? Han Xiao stroked his chin. Almost. Aren't you a mercenary? Gila asked doubtfully. She had always been extremely curious about Han Xiao's experience in the universe. While she had heard Han Xiao's introduction of Ames previously, she did not understand what those titles meant. Thus, she was extremely curious just how powerful Ames was and what kind of a background she had. About this, it's a long story. Han Xiao laughed awkwardly. He naturally would not talk about his embarrassing past easily. At this moment, Ames placed her hand on Han Xiao's shoulder and said with a smile, Black Star is extremely capable, and I really need him. He has helped me greatly these past few years, and is someone reliable. Ames still remembered that Han Xiao had only joined Floating Dragon because his life was in danger. Talking about this topic, she was afraid that Han Xiao would have a knot in his heart, and thus felt that there was a need to display her trust and reliance on him. She was someone with a light case of misophobia, but Han Xiao was not an outsider to her. From the moment Han Xiao helped her to capture Aesop, she had treated Han Xiao as one of her own. Gila's gaze suddenly narrowed as she looked at the palm on Han Xiao's shoulder. She then thought about the recent rumors that had been spreading in the streets. She originally did not think much about those rumors, but it seemed like the rumors were not wrong. Gila observed Ames' appearance carefully. Ames was wearing a long dress and had an elegant appearance. Her beauty had the charm of age, and while she did not seem too stunning on the first glance, the more one looked at her, the more beautiful she got. Being vain was the nature of a lady, and Gila subconsciously compared herself to Ames. Feeling that she was not a match for Ames' beauty, she did not feel too good inside. However, when she looked down at her chest, her confidence immediately returned. Gila's gaze then swept past Han Xiao coldly. Humph, all men are the same. As long as they go into the flowery world, not a single one of them will be able to withstand temptation. Han Xiao had a strange look on his face. What is this? Why is this darn lady always glaring at me? At this moment, Aurora broke the stalemate and asked, "Big sister, why did you come to our planet?" Ames' expression became gentle again, and she said with a smile, "Actually, there is a reason for me coming to Planet Aquamarine. I am very interested in both of your Esper abilities." Gila's face changed abruptly, and her memory of the germinal organization flashed through her mind. Protecting Aurora behind her, she said with a wary look, "What do you mean? One of you in charge of death and the other in charge of life. Furthermore, the both of you are sisters. Very long ago, there were two similar characters in the galaxy. In the historical records toward the end of the war, the first appearance of a beyond-grade A super seemed to have broken some sort of limit. Plenty of calamity-grade supers achieved a breakthrough in the various star fields after that. Perhaps they were already at a bottleneck and the first beyond-grade A super showed them the way. Or perhaps there were other reasons. In any case, plenty of beyond-grade A supers appeared one after another during that period. After the war ended, these first batch of beyond-grade A supers were recorded in the history books and called the primordial ones. Among them was a pair of sisters with abilities extremely similar to yours. Millions of years later, the both of you have appeared. Thus, I am very interested in the both of you. While Ames was extremely lazy, she still had some basic knowledge of the universe's history. With Aurora and Gila being siblings and their Esper abilities being so similar, this coincidence was too stunning. Perhaps there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of something like this happening. Paying attention to something that had such a low probability of happening had always been Ames' interest. However, there had been many others with similar Esper abilities in the past, and she did not think that Aurora and Gila were related to the primordial ones. She only felt that it was a shocking coincidence. Gila and Aurora had shocked expressions on their faces. This was the first time that they had heard about the history of the universe. However, Han Zhao's eyes began to glow. As a resident of Earth who had read many different web novels, he immediately thought about the possibility of reincarnation. Thinking about the storyline in his past life, Aurora had been reduced to meat paste very early on in the game, and she did not have a lucky halo or any fate protection. If she was truly a reincarnated being, her outcome was a little too pathetic. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and felt that he was thinking too much. This was probably just a coincidence. Then what do you want to do to us, big sister? Aurora could not help but shrink back. Hearing that, there was a moment when Ames' gaze turned distant as though she thought about some memories. She then quickly snapped back to reality and looked at the two sisters. I wish to take the two of you as my disciples. Are the two of you willing? What? Han Xiao, Gila, and Aurora all looked at her with the strange expressions on their faces. Ames was very interested in the sisters, and the thought of taking them in as her disciples was not a sudden one. When she was young, Aesop had taken her in, and this favor had always been in her heart. For a long period of time, her goal had been to find Aesop. After Han Shao found Aesop and fulfilled Ames' longtime wish, she had another thought. Ames also wanted to take in a few kids like Aesop but had not managed to find anyone suitable. When Black Star mentioned the two sisters to her on the spaceship, Ames had immediately grown interested. Aurora and Gila's parents had died when they were young, and they had huge potential. Furthermore, there was such a huge coincidence at the same time. Her age was sufficient to be the foster mother of the sisters and perhaps even sufficient to be their grandmother. However, both of them were already all grown up and did not need another foster mother. As such, Ames decided to accept the two sisters as her disciples instead. Both Gila and Aurora were stunned. They had never imagined that Ames would have such a request. Upon looking at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Just when Gila was about to reply, she suddenly seemed to think about something and rubbed Aurora's head. "What do you think?" She rarely made decisions on Aurora's behalf and largely respected her sister's opinions. Aurora had a complicated look on her face. She did not understand Ames but felt a sense of closeness to Ames from the depths of her heart. She then turned around to look at the carefree Han Shao and asked, "Uncle Han, what do you think?" "Call me Big Brother," Han Shao corrected with a helpless tone. "If you are asking me whether or not I encourage this, I definitely do. She is a peak-level expert in the Shattered Star Ring after all. It was a huge opportunity for a powerful individual like Ames to accept a disciple, and it was definitely beneficial to both the sisters. Most importantly, Ames was his boss. He could not wreck her matters in front of her, right? Could he even give another answer? Silly lass, Han Shao muttered in his heart. I shall listen to sister this time. Aurora dodged the bullet. Gila fell silent for a moment before opening her mouth slowly. I wish to know what kind of strength you possess and whether you have the rights to be my teacher. Ames smiled gently and pointed her finger at the sky. Nothing happened. What are you doing? Gila frowned. Before she could finish her sentence, a large commotion came from the sky. Boom! In the sky, a few hundred meteors broke through the atmosphere from different directions and shot toward the ground rapidly. The destination of all the meteors was the same, and they all shot toward the sanctuary. It was an extremely majestic scene, and it was as though the end of the world had arrived. All the players and refugees in the sanctuary raised their heads with immense shock. A loud cry sounded. Just what's going on? Is DarkStar attacking again? Where's the Godaran fleet? With the few hundred meteors tearing through the sky and rapidly approaching the sanctuary, there was nowhere for them to hide. As the meteors approached the sanctuary, it became obvious what those meteors actually were. All of those meteors were actually the Godaran battleships on standby outside the atmosphere. Just when the meteors were only 1,000 meters away from the sanctuary, their ferocious momentum halted, and they froze in midair. Freeobnovel.com. All the Godaran battleships floated above the sanctuary. Ames then tilted her head and said to the dumbfounded Aurora and Gila, "Do you think I have the right?" Catching the battleships with her force field was a piece of cake for Ames. She had the title of Land Ripper after all. Ha ha ha. Han Shao lit a cigarette and laughed as he smoked with admiration in his eyes. Ames is truly good at acting cool. Who would have thought that she was an expert in this field as well? Looking up at the Godaran battleships, Han Shao had a look of schadenfreude on his face. The fleet commander Barrett is probably peeing his pants from fright at the moment. Chapter 557 Successful Research. Taking the Initiative. Chapter 557 Successful Research. Taking the Initiative. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 20 days had passed since the Godaran fleet suffered from their huge shock. After that incident, everyone in the Godaran fleet had been living on edge. They did not even dare take too long in the toilet lest they followed in the footsteps of their commander and ended up with a face full of piss. Thankfully, Ames had gone elsewhere to play, and even before she left Planet Aquamarine, Barrett did not dare voice a single word of complaint to her. Gila and Aurora did not leave together with Ames, but stayed back on Planet Aquamarine to aid in the disaster relief operation. However, they had already accepted Ames' offer and had the title of Dragon Emperor Disciple. Ames understood the current circumstances of Planet Aquamarine and did not force the both of them to leave immediately. After the mutation disaster was over, Han Xiao would personally escort them to Floating Dragon. After witnessing Ames' strength, Gila understood the distance between herself and a top-notch expert. Experts were like clouds in the universe, and Gila clearly understood that she was still extremely weak and would not be able to protect her sister. Thus, she did not reject Ames' good intentions. It could be said that paranoia was her greatest source of motivation to seek strength. In truth, ever since Han Xiao returned, Gila had understood that her future could not be restricted to Planet Aquamarine, and she would have to step into a higher realm one day. Originally, she could not let go of her pride to follow Han Xiao into the galaxy with her little sister. However, Ames' unexpected interference became her greatest opportunity. Han Xiao approved of her decision. While Gila had great potential, her current strength could not keep up with him. If she trained under the Dragon Emperor, it should be extremely beneficial to unearthing her potential. She would then be able to grow rapidly and help him when the time came. In the past month, the construction of his base had largely been completed. The players worked tirelessly day and night and remodeled the sanctuary into a main city. The main city region was a region within the inner region of the city. New cable lines were laid, and the energy core of the sanctuary had also been changed into a stable galactic-level reactor. The abundant energy source was directed into the protective shield that covered the entire main city and the electromagnetic rail cannon that was deployed in a six-sided star formation. After days of laborious work, a portion of the main city had been demarcated as the Black Star second base. Surrounding the main city were the 7 subsidiary cities constructed for the refugees. The size of the subsidiary cities was far larger than the main city, and this region was named Black Phantom Sanctuary. The second base was far more technologically advanced than Planet Aquamarine, and it was impenetrable to any organization on Planet Aquamarine. Even if the 6 nations attacked together, they would not be able to do anything to the base. The city plan was extremely obvious. It separated the city into the Black Star base, which was the inner city, and the refugees' outer city. This was the preliminary form of the Black Star Mercenary Group's base on Planet Aquamarine. Because Han Xiao had sufficient funds, the majority of the base's facility had been bought. The advantage of spending money was that it saved a great deal of time. Han Xiao also constructed another 2 assembly lines during his free time. One was an electromagnetic firearm with a decent strength for the players, and the other was a low-grade energy shield. Both were suitable for the players at their current level. While the first base also had the assembly line for those 2 pieces of equipment, it was important for the second base to have some production as well to ensure that the goods would not be out of stock. Currently, most of the players were above level 60 and had gone through the first race evolution. The players had begun leveling, which resulted in Han Xiao's harvest of experience points being lowered. However, the wallets of the players had also become fatter. Anas had gradually begun to replace the local currency. Other than Frenzied Sword and the others, the players also began to have some spare cash, and a small portion of the players had begun purchasing the goods in the faction store. In the past month, Han Xiao had received 380,000 Anas from the sale of his low-grade machinery. While the total expenditure of the players was far lower than that of the experts who followed him into the galaxy, it was still a good start. Taking away the expenditure used to construct the base, Han Xiao still had 4.8 million Anas left in savings. Apart from those 2 events, the situation on Planet Aquamarine had been stable over the past month, and the storm in Ghidorah did not seem to have affected Planet Aquamarine. The second phase of the mutation disaster was slowly brought under control, and the mission progress of the main storyline mission rapidly increased. It seemed as though everything was getting better, but Han Xiao knew that this was only the calm before the storm. Then the change finally came. Ghidorah had come up with the antidote. Nagakin escorted the antidote over in secret and immediately came to find Han Xiao. Black Star, the research department, created an antidote based on the sample that you provided. Planet Aquamarine is one of the regions chosen to test the antidote. Nagakin took out his communicator and displayed a confidential document on the screen. Information on the antidote was recorded in the document, and he sent it over to Han Xiao to take a look. After briefly glancing through it, Han Zhao's eyes lit up. 2 types of antidote? Yes, the research department discovered the modus operandi of the mutation source and detected a radioactive reaction in the mutation source's ability. Thus, the first antidote that they created is a type of machine. It is able to disrupt the energy waves of the mutation source within a certain region and reduce the radioactive reaction of the mutation source. This will reduce the hormonal reaction of the infected individuals during their outbreak, which allows the infected individuals to control their actions during the outbreak of the virus. It can be understood as weakening the control that the mutation source has over the infected individuals. Han Xiao nodded. This way, as long as we can install this machine, all the infected individuals within a certain radius won't need the suppressant. The production of the suppressant was not able to satisfy the needs of the refugees. Furthermore, the suppressant could only be given to an individual, but Ghidorah's disruptor was able to suppress the virus within a fixed range, which was far more efficient. It could be said to resolve the present difficulty that they were facing. The second antidote is a type of injection, and its effect is to break down the molecular structure of the mutation source. Nagakin said in a deep voice, "As long as it is injected into the mutation source, we will be able to destroy the mutation source." The picture on the information was a tube containing a white gel-like substance. Indeed, Han Zhao's eyes turned solemn. The mutation source was capable of absorbing energy, and the majority of attacks had limited effectiveness. Its life force was extremely stubborn, and as long as it was not destroyed completely, it would be able to grow again. This injection was its nemesis, and it was able to destroy the internal balance of the mutation source and create a chain reaction to destroy its molecular structure from within. The second antidote was the way to solve the problem at its roots. In his previous life, the mutation source had grown to a considerably powerful level, and it had been able to convert its stored energy into combat strength. The players had worked together with the Ghidorahs and fought the mutation source like they were fighting a boss. While there was only a single opponent, the mutation source had been able to control a large number of infected beasts, and the scale of that battle had been extremely large. Because of Han Zhao's influence, the final battle was brought forward by a year, and the strength of the mutation source was far from his previous life. This meant that the difficulty of the mutation disaster mission had dropped greatly. This means that our mission is to find the mutation source on Planet Aquamarine. However, this is like finding a needle in a haystack. Do you have any other ideas? Han Xiao asked. Yes. Apart from the 2 antidotes, the research department also created a detector to detect the mutation source's energy waves. As long as the mutation source is within 2,000 meters for more than 10 seconds, the detector will be able to lock onto the location of the mutation source. Geez, time is limited, and the research department was only able to create such a detector. Nagakin took out a palm-sized detector that looked like a radioactive detector. Han Xiao took the detector and mused. While it is only able to lock onto its target within 2,000 meters, it is still much better than searching blindly. The structure of this detector seems very simple. Yes, after understanding the workings of the mutation source, it was extremely easy to create this detector. The cost is not too high. Han Zhao's eyes lit up, and he caught the scent of a new business opportunity. That's great. Get the research department to send me the blueprint. I shall create detectors in bulk and issue them to the Inhumans. Then, I will get them to spread out across the entire planet to carry out a large-scale search. Wouldn't it be faster to send out a spaceship? Nagakin asked with doubt. Not necessarily. Han Xiao shook his head. The detector only reacts within 2,000 meters, and it can be seen as a sphere with a 2,000-meter radius. With an increase in altitude, the detection radius will decrease. At an altitude of 2,000 meters, only the tip of the sphere will be left. The spaceship will have to fly at a very low altitude for the detector to be effective. Furthermore, the detector will only be able to lock onto the mutation source after 10 seconds, so the spaceship has to continue flying at a low altitude. And don't forget that the mutation source is able to move. In comparison, why not gather manpower to perform a search on the ground? Apart from the Inhumans, the army of the 6 nations can also help. Only then can we ensure that not a single region will be missed. Nagakin was stunned for a moment. He felt as though something was wrong but also felt as though Han Zhao's words made sense. Thus, he nodded and said, "Then let's just do as you've said." Han Zhao revealed a smile as he heard that. All this while, the Sanctuary and Ghidorah could only react passively to the mutation disaster and were completely helpless before the mutation source. This time, everything was different. With those 3 new items, Ghidorah could finally go on the offensive and end the mutation disaster. "I've been waiting for this day." Han Zhao's eyes glowed sharply. 2 days later, the Sanctuary and 6 nations had completed their setup of the equipment to suppress the mutation source. They had finally broken free from their reliance on the suppressant, and the most recent virus outbreak proved the effectiveness of the equipment. While the infected individuals would still have the various different emotions, their rationality would prevail. Those who had a stronger will would be able to suppress the impulse that they felt during the outbreak of the virus. Furthermore, a strong will was the current specialty of the Planet Aquamarine citizens, who were currently going through a disaster. The refugees finally had a sense of security and no longer lived in fear. While the mutation disaster had not been completely resolved, the citizens of Planet Aquamarine finally saw the hope of overcoming the mutation disaster. The happiest individual was naturally Emerald Grass. She no longer had to work overtime to grow the raw materials of the suppressant and could relax. After relaxing, Emerald Grass could finally see the bright smile on the faces of the refugees. At the same time, those smiles seemed to tug on her heartstrings, and she could finally see how many lives she had saved through her actions. Such a feeling made her feel extremely special and warm. Bennett and the leaders of the 6 nations could also heave a sigh of relief. They did not know of the fact that Han Zhao was the one who had provided the sample and thought that everything was a result of Ghidorah's effort. As such, they all expressed their gratitude to Nagakin and the other members of the disaster relief squad. This made Nagakin feel extremely awkward. The person with the greatest merit was a member of Planet Aquamarine, but all of them had actually run over to thank him. However, he still made sure to keep Han Zhao's actions a secret. In the eyes of the players, the storyline was not that complicated at all. They only knew that Ghidorah had suddenly developed a piece of equipment to suppress the virus, which caused the difficulty of the main storyline mission to fall greatly. At this moment, the Black Star Mercenary Group suddenly issued a mission that attracted the attention of all the players. Mutation Source. Mission Introduction. The mutation disaster is the source of the calamity, and the unknown fate of the planet has caused everyone to live in fear. Finally, the day that everyone has been waiting for has arrived. Black Star found the method to solve the mutation disaster at its roots, and we need your help. Mission requirements. You will be placed in a random location on Planet Aquamarine. You are to use the detector to find the location of the mutation source on Planet Aquamarine and inform the Black Star Mercenary Group. Mission reward: 1,050,000 experience, 10,000 ANAs, plus 1,500 Black Star Mercenary Group favorability. Sunil NCO Class Armor X1. Note: this mission will affect the progress of Mutation Disaster main storyline mission and greatly increase the mission progress of Mutation Disaster. My goodness! The reward of this mission is so high. 10,000 ANAs. Oh my goodness! We are still able to affect the main storyline mission progress? It seems like this is a very important mission. Is this a sign that the Mutation Disaster storyline is about to end? This mission set off huge waves on the Planet Aquamarine forum, and all the players were immediately fired up. At the player's current level, the reward of this mission was truly too high. The total reward that Han Zhao could give out grew rapidly together with the strength and size of his mercenary group. The 1,000,000 or so experience points were already stunning, but this was not the main point. The main point was the 10,000 ANAs that were akin to more than 100 daily missions. Not just that, the favorability points of the Black Star Mercenary Group were also extremely valuable, and there was even NCO class armor. This was equipment that the players who had followed Black Star into the galaxy were wearing. All the players had long been extremely envious. Such plentiful reward had truly excited all the players. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the mission with the highest reward that they had even seen. Practical rewards were far more useful than a long mission introduction. The players all charged into the Black Star Mercenary Group base to accept the reward, and the door almost burst apart. Very quickly, players found out that the mutation source mission required a special device that could be bought in the faction store. This time, everyone could purchase this equipment. The players all opened the faction store excitedly to find their target. Very quickly, the introduction of the equipment entered their eyes. Mutation source detector. You will be able to lock onto the position of the mutation source if you are within 2,000 meters from it for 10 seconds. Price, 3 anas. Chapter 558, Fight for Time. Chapter 558, Fight for Time. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. It had only been a short time since the players began earning anas, and their funds were limited. The players who could afford to buy equipment from Han Shao were relatively rich. However, regardless of how small their savings were, taking out 3 anas was no problem at all. Many of the players did not have enough money to buy equipment, but they would definitely be able to afford the cheap detector. Those poor players were Han Zhao's targets. Even if they could not afford a 9-course meal that cost thousands, they would be able to afford a simple bowl of soup that cost a few dollars. Han Shao intentionally set the reward of the mission to be extremely high to create the possibility effect in all of the players. This was just like buying a lottery ticket. When Nagakin described the detector to him, Han Shao had already sensed the great opportunity. While he could choose to provide the detector for free and issue it to the players automatically when they accepted the mission, what was the point of doing so? With the opportunity to make money being presented before him, how could he not seize the opportunity to harvest the players? The great mechanic Han would have let himself down if he did not do so. The mission reward was a full 10,000 anas. However, as long as enough players accepted the mission, not only would he be able to recover his costs, it would be possible for him to make a profit of over 1,000%. 3 anas was not much, but the players did not know that the cost of the materials was actually very low. As long as he had the blueprint, the detector could be completed with the most ordinary materials. In truth, this price was already ridiculously high, and it was almost akin to making profits without any cost. Han Shao was extremely clear that this situation was necessary. As long as he kept the core technology in his hands and monopolized the knowledge, making money was an extremely easy affair. This money-making method was one that would be effective even at the national and civilization level. Ordinarily speaking, even if the players could afford the 3 anas, they would not buy such an item because the cost of the detector was far too low. However, the current situation was completely different. Because the detector was a mission essential, the detector suddenly seemed much more valuable. Using 3 anas in exchange for a chance to earn 10,000 anas seemed extremely worth it. Everyone knew that the chance was slim, but many of them wanted to try their luck. Before truly experiencing failure, they all had that trace of hope in their hearts and felt that they might be the lucky one. To the players, they only had to pay a small price, and there was no price for them to pay if they failed. Under such circumstances, many players were naturally willing to take the gamble. Philip quickly handled all of the payments, and the stock of detectors depleted rapidly. Han Shao could see the balance in his account increasing rapidly. 5 million, 5.2 million, 5.4 million. It only began slowing down after 5.4 million anas. I earned about 600,000, which means about 200,000 players bought the detector. The stock of the detectors should be depleted soon, but the production process of the detector is extremely simple, so the assembly line can start anytime, making use of the temptation of 10,000 anas to get back so much more in profit. The margin was truly too good, and after eating this fat piece of meat, Han Shao felt completely content. He already had enough to repay the debt. Of course, it was impossible for him to repay it now as he could use the money to grow more money. Almost 20% of the players had chosen to take this gamble. Not everyone enjoyed gambling, and the majority of players did not join in the fun. However, the guilds definitely would not let go of this opportunity. Han Shao loved such players who had ambition. Han Shao sent out 10 or so spaceships under his charge, and all the players who accepted the mission were sent to the various regions of Planet Aquamarine. However, those few players were like a drop in the ocean compared to the size of Planet Aquamarine. Nevertheless, through Philip's planning of all the players' search radius, together with the 2,000-meter radius of the detector, the efficiency of the search was not too low. However, luck still played a huge role. Not just the players, the Six Nations also sent out their armies to search for the mutation source and received a batch of detectors. However, those detectors were provided for free. With the solution in their hands, be it Bennett, the Six Nations, or Ghidorah, they were all extremely anxious to resolve the mutation disaster. As long as the trial on Planet Aquamarine succeeded, Ghidorah would be able to wipe out the mutation disaster on the other 10 or so calamity planets, and their internal mess would be resolved. The hype of searching for the mutation source swept over Planet Aquamarine, and apart from land, the sea was also being searched. The navy of the Six Nations searched the seas, and Ghidorah's spaceship didn't remain idle either, diving down into the deep sea to search for the mutation source. This was a region that the land forces would not be able to reach. Furthermore, the ferocious sea creatures underwater would not be able to cause any damage to the spaceship. The entire planet sprang into action and conducted a thorough search of the planet. Who knows how long we will take to find the mutation source? It shouldn't take too long, right? In the office of the Black Star second base, Han Xiao shook his leg and looked at the projected Planet Aquamarine map on his communicator. At that moment, there were plenty of green lights on the map, which represented every single detector moving around. He had improved the detector, and the moment any of the detectors locked onto the position of the mutation source, the coordinates would automatically be sent to him. In the past, the players and Ghidorahs had been the main force to deal with the mutation source. But now, in order to prevent accidents and to save time, Han Xiao had decided he would take action personally. Just what is with the people on Planet Aquamarine? Why are they suddenly searching all around the planet as though they are looking for something? Could it be that they are looking for the mutation source? In some corner of Planet Aquamarine, the DarkStar force that was in hiding noticed the strange actions of those on Planet Aquamarine and could not help but be shocked. There is this possibility. However, the entire planet is so large. How will they be able to find it? We cannot rule out this possibility. It can't be that they created equipment to help search for the mutation source, right? We can't be sure yet. Record it for now. If they continue with their search, there is a chance of them finding our hiding spot. Ghidorah's fleet is outside the atmosphere, and we won't be able to retreat. Our situation is extremely dangerous. The members of the DarkStar squad fell silent. When they received their mission, they had all known that chance of survival was slim and could only pray that their disguise would not be seen through. Their small spaceship was currently disguised as a rock, and there was a certain degree of concealment. Every calamity planet had a small team to report on the planet's developments. We should just report this matter to our higher-ups anyway, the captain, who was the only grade B super, said. The report of the Planet Aquamarine squad passed through many hands before finally entering the hands of the upper echelons. However, Degulish and the head of the intelligence department only briefly went through it before placing the report to the side. This was not the first time that those on the calamity planets had tried to search for the mutation source. The way Degulish saw it, it was no more than a waste of time, and such a report was of no significance. Ghidorah had managed to maintain a high level of confidentiality, and news of them developing an antidote had not slipped out. They kept up with appearances and pretended to be extremely anxious and fatigued. Thus, DarkStar did not notice anything out of the blue and was kept in the dark. Degulish naturally was not be able to see any problems from the report of the squad left on Planet Aquamarine. His attention was not on the calamity planets but on another important event. During this period of time, DarkStar was preparing for their next step, and Degulish's attention was focused on this matter. Their target this time was Planet Golden Gate. Planet Golden Gate was a Grade A colony planet and was located near Ubarely Hub. Furthermore, Ubarely Hub was the central transportation hub that led to the different star zones and star systems. Thus, Planet Golden Gate was like Ghidorah's bridgehead and had strategic importance. At the same time, the security was extremely tight. This time, DarkStar's plan was not just to massacre the inhabitants of the planet but to destroy the entire planet. Without Planet Golden Gate, the Ghidorah fleet would waste more time traveling to the various star zones. As long as this mission is a success, we will be able to severely wound Ghidorah and create even more fear Degulish's eyes glowed ferociously. The assault was a very important part of their plan, and the DarkStar leader had allowed him to mobilize more than half of their fleet. They were truly going all out. Coincidentally, Black Star's base was also on planet Golden Gate. In the past, they did not destroy the base due to considerations for their plan. Now that they no longer had to be wary, they could destroy it to their heart's content. At the meeting table, a figure who was half concealed in the shadows asked, "Are you in charge of this operation?" Degulish glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "That's right. Including you, everyone participating in the mission has to listen to my orders regardless of their rank and status." This figure leaned forward, and his face was revealed from the shadows. He was Ember. The aura emanating from him was even colder than before. After massacring millions in their previous operation, he had become extremely silent, making everyone wary of him. During the Norias incident, Degulish had once mocked Ember for returning in defeat, but now he did not wish to provoke Ember. This was the deterrent effect of massacring millions. "Call me when you take action." Ember nodded slowly. He then stood up and left the meeting room, not bothering about the fact that the meeting was not over. Looking at Ember's back, Degulish began to frown, and the other upper echelons looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Ever since the Long Arc massacre, Ember's personality had slightly changed. He had become extremely cold, and even the upper echelons could not grasp his thoughts. "Then let the meeting end here," Degulish said without allowing any disagreement. "The fleet is already on their way, and we shall attack Planet Golden Gate in 3 days. Chapter 559 Storm. Lock on. Chapter 559 Storm. Lock on. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The following day at dawn, a thunderstorm was raging in the wilderness of the western continent. Dark clouds covered the skies, and rain poured down madly. The sky was beginning to turn bright and darkness was being chased away by the light. The vision of anyone there would be blocked by the thick layer of fog and the merciless pouring rain. Looking down from the skies, one would be able to see countless beasts roaming around the wilderness in stupefying numbers. There were many different species of beasts, and there were some beasts that were more than 10 meters in size. Occasionally, the beasts would tangle with each other, rolling around in the mud as they fought. At the same time, skeletons of beast remains could be seen littered all over the place. Near the periphery of the group of beasts, a player was currently prone on the peak of the mountain, stealthily overlooking the huge herd of beasts. His ID was Nine-Tail Fox, and he was a core member of Drizzling Rivers. After accepting the mutation source mission, he had coincidentally found this herd of beasts. The herd of beasts stretched across more than 10 kilometers, and it was truly a sight to behold. The detector was not able to detect the situation within the basin, so Nine-Tail Fox was currently thinking of a plan. It was not realistic for him to even attempt sneaking into the herd of beasts. However, he was a mechanic and had a small, remote-controlled unmanned drone that he had bought from the Six Nations. If the target is within the herd of beasts, it'll be a huge waste if I miss it. Isn't it just a remote-controlled drone? So what if I lose it? I shall gamble. Nine-Tail Fox took out a small remote-controlled drone and tied the detector onto the body of the drone. The drone then flew up 30 meters and entered the herd of beasts. The rain was a natural concealment, and the beasts on the outer rim did not notice the drone flying over their heads. The drone slowly infiltrated the herd of beasts, and after flying for a while, a gluey, black substance struck the drone like a cannon. The drone was instantly knocked out of the sky and fell into a puddle of muddy water. Clank! The next moment, the black substance tangled up the drone and rapidly contracted, crushing the drone into smithereens. The detector, which was not able to complete its lock-on, was also crushed together. The black mutation source walked out from the herd of beasts, and the beasts around this black figure did not seem to see it. At the same time, the drone was absorbed into the thigh of the black figure as it walked past the drone. It was destroyed by something? Doubt plastered Nine-Tail Fox's face. His control panel displayed a black screen. When the drone was knocked out of the sky, the image from the drone had been cut off. Just when he was pondering over what had happened, The disorganized beasts suddenly stood up in unison and looked in the direction of Nine-Tailed Fox. Their growls sounded like thunder. "My goodness! I've been found!" Nine-Tailed Fox was momentarily startled before immediately turning around to run. A black bolt of lightning flashed past and blocked his way. "What is this? Why is it so fast?" Nine-Tailed Fox was shocked. The black figure in front of him had a human-like physique and a well-built figure. His entire body was completely black like ink, with his skin being slightly reflective, and not a single strand of hair could be seen on it. At first glance, Nine-Tailed Fox thought that this was a wax figurine of some important character. "I am at level 62, but I actually can't even see this monster's movements clearly?" Nine-Tailed Fox was shocked and immediately threw out a detect. Mutation source: half mature, red name, level, type, danger scale, fatally dangerous. Note: target is the source of the mutation disaster main storyline. Found it. Nine-Tailed Fox's eyes lit up. However, before he could even react, the mutation source shot out a black substance from his arm as though his entire arm was detached. The black substance wrapped around his waist and contracted rapidly the next moment, crushing everything below his waist and dealing more than 10 digits of damage to him. His health was instantly reduced by half, and the negative status of being crippled also appeared. Thankfully, the bodies of the players were special, and they blocked all sense of pain. If not, Nine-Tailed Fox would have had to join the eunuchs already. In this life and death moment, Nine-Tailed Fox did not bother about the mutation source's attacks and threw out a spare detector. One would be able to carry out the mission by buying a single detector, but Han Shao did not limit the number of detectors that the players could buy. The detector could be damaged, and a small portion of players had bought more than one detector. Coincidentally, Nine-Tailed Fox was one of those players. The next moment, his health was depleted, and Nine-Tailed Fox let out a crazed burst of laughter before he turned into a ball of white light. "Ha ha ha! This daddy here got the top prize. As long as he completed the mission, so what if he died once?" The mutation source retracted his arm and seemed to be puzzled about why there was no corpse. The mutation source then stood where Nine-Tailed Fox had disappeared and fell into a daze. As for the detector that was buried in the mud, it was completely ignored by him. In the mud, the numbers on the detector shot up, and they finally broke the limit. This electromagnetic current was then sent out wirelessly. At the same time, all the players on Planet Aquamarine received a notification on their interface. Mutation source has ended. Mission completed by Nine-Tailed Fox. Formidable.com. All around the world, many players were dumbfounded. It has only been a day, but the mission is over. Who is Nine-Tailed Fox? I know him. He's a core member of Drizzling Rivers. The players broke out in fervent discussion. The end of the mission was truly too abrupt, and the others did not even get a consolation prize. The speed at which their dreams had shattered was too frightening. However, they had only paid a small price, so the players were not too disappointed. They were only extremely envious of Nine-Tailed Fox. Drizzling Rivers immediately questioned Nine-Tailed Fox and issued a guild notice of the mutation source's coordinates. With the mission being over, the coordinates were not important anymore. To a guild, announcing this piece of unimportant information to everyone was the best way to earn goodwill. All the players began to flock toward the basin. While they had failed the mission, according to the mission introduction, there would definitely be a part 2 to the quest. None of them were willing to miss out on this. The players on the other continents were extremely helpless. It was not possible for them to cross over the ocean in such a short amount of time. However, those on the western continent could seize the advantage. All the players took out their mobility equipment or sprinted toward the basin. Very quickly, a few hundred players were gathered around the basin, and they all kept their distance from the herd of beasts. Among the spectating players, there were quite a few players who were from guilds. The guild leader of Guild of Gods, Jupiter, was also present. "Guild leader, what should we do next? Should we attack the herd of beasts?" a member of the Guild of Gods asked. After finding the mutation source, Jupiter replied, "A battle will definitely follow. We should have the chance to participate in the storyline as well, and will probably gain progress on the main storyline mission." Looking at the players in the surrounding, Jupiter decided to organize them into groups and shouted for their attention. Everyone, this is probably the boss of the mutation disaster storyline. All of you have seen that the number of enemies is immense, and a single guild won't be enough. It would be best for us to work together and not rashly provoke the herd of beasts. We should wait for more people to join us. There was nothing wrong with those words. In the face of the endless number of beasts before them, the numbers that they had were far from sufficient. All the players understood this and nodded in agreement upon hearing those words. At that moment, before Jupiter could even finish his proposal, a loud swooshing sound was heard from the sky. Rumble! The few hundred players by the basin subconsciously looked up and saw the BlackLight Stealth slice through the sky and hover above the basin. That's Black Star. The few hundred players were shocked. Chapter 560 Boss Mission. Chapter 560 Boss Mission. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The hatch of the BlackLight Stealth opened, and Han Xiao, clad in a black windbreaker, appeared in front of everyone. Due to the distance, he appeared like a little black dot, not unlike an ant. Han Xiao's body flashed, and the players only saw a black dot fly right into the middle of the beast horde. Boom! The next instant, the center of the beast horde exploded outward in a shock wave, raising a wave of muddy black soil. The rain around turned into mist. The dozens of beasts clustered at his landing point were blown away, tossed hundreds of meters outward, slamming into other beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The beasts fell to the ground one after another, rolling about on the earth, sporting bedraggled looks. The four giant mechanical hands interlocked with each other, fingers opened and palms facing down. From afar, it looked like a golden lotus, and Han Xiao was standing on top of said golden lotus. The ground was blasted full of craters, and Han Xiao's surroundings turned into a no-man's land. The surrounding beasts immediately snarled toward Han Xiao, the breath released by their noses appearing like smoke in the cold, rainy weather. Their claws and hooves struck the ground repeatedly, but none of them dared pounce forward. They could only express their dissatisfaction to this unwelcome guest. It's only been a few minutes. He came really fast. There's indeed a sequel to this storyline. Black Star is personally going into battle. The players received a boost to their morale. Ever since Black Star returned, the number of times that he had actually stepped up personally was too small. Just how strong had he become? This was the greatest suspicion in the hearts of the players. Many of them immediately opened up their video recording function, wanting to broadcast it to the forums for the benefit of the masses. The thousands of players who were unable to personally be there on scene observed through the forums. Countless eyes were concentrated on Han Xiao, anxious and expectantly looking at his every move. I finally found you. To think that you had assembled a body. Huh, why do you look so familiar? Han Xiao's gaze extended past all the beasts, locking onto the physical body of the mutation source. His face displayed some shock, as he found that the appearance of the mutation source was a little familiar, as though he had seen it before. His thoughts spun. Those facial expressions, those eyebrows, that physique. Why did they look like the screwed-up Germinal organization leader? He was probably imagining things. I know you. The mutation source opened its mouth, speaking slowly. Its tone was strange, very foreign-sounding. Being able to manipulate the infected was the instinct and nature of the mutation source, similar to how a normal person could move their limbs. Having matured to this point, the mutation source could gather the infected with a purpose, and all the beasts surrounding it were its army. The mutation source had its own independent thoughts and was able to perceive the surroundings through the sensory organs of every infected. With most of the refugees of the shelter often coming across Han Xiao, it was not surprising that the mutation source could recognize him. Whoa, you can even talk! Han Xiao was overjoyed. A part of my senses. They are dulled. Was it done by you? Why do you wish to hurt me? The talking of the mutation source was intermittent. With the suppression device from Godora in effect, a large portion of the infected in the area were unable to be controlled, nullifying its ability. This was akin to the paralysis of one's limbs, making it less flexible than before. As such, it had become dull and harder to manipulate. In its thoughts, those who robbed it of its sensory organs were all its enemies, but it felt a little wronged. It was merely moving in accordance to how nature dictated it to behave and did not understand why there were people trying to hurt it. Han Xiao flashed forward, quick as lightning, and slammed his fist into the head of the mutation source. He was not interested in answering its questions. The mutation source had to be eradicated, and thus, there was no need for pleasantries with it. At the point of contact, mechanical components unfolded along his arm. His fist turned into an alloyed fist that was more than a meter large, bursting with blue electric sparks. The fist connected with the target, and at the nexus, a ring of water was blasted outward. Bang! The features of the mutation source were smashed flat, and akin to a baseball being hit during the home run, it flew far outward. Roar! The next moment, the mutation source decisively infused every beast with the feeling of anger, and the eyes of every beast present turned bloodshot as they went on a rampage. Taking advantage of this short period of respite, Han Xiao took a glance on interface that provided the enemy's data. His eyes narrowed. The mutation source is only half mature and is poles apart from its final form. Its attributes have been completely crushed by me. This is good news, but that guy is considered a special life form, and in addition, it possesses a boss template. Even though its level is only at 75, its HP has reached 12,000. Furthermore, it still has the similar talents as the storyline in my previous life. This makes it harder to kill. Supercell proliferation control. Able to use energy to increase its cells and recover from damage. Energy values can be converted into HP with a ratio of 1:10. Recovery rate capped at 50% of total HP/second 1. Efficient energy absorption. When subject to any physical, energy, magical, or other attacks, a portion of the damage offset by the resistance will be converted into energy value. Ability, Special Substance Life Form. Damage received is reduced by 75%. Those three abilities were the talents of the mutation source. They were all molding abilities 1, which gave the mutation source extremely tenacious vitality. The damage done to it previously by the punch was recovered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the first talent made its recovery ability frighteningly strong. With enough energy, it could technically recover 6,000 HP in a second. As for the other two talents, they were meant to provide it with sufficient energy. In theory, if an attack dealt 100 damage, the mutation source would only receive 25 damage, and the 75 damage nullified would be added to it as energy. This energy value was fundamentally the lifeline of the mutation source. Converted to HP, the mutation source would suffer from 25 damage, but would be able to heal 750 HP. Without the destruction serum invented by the Godarans, unless one could deal more than 6,000 damage in a second or kill it in one blow, the mutation source was practically unkillable. Nagakin had mentioned that the serum would be able to insta-kill the mutation source, but that was the ideal theoretical outcome of the research. In reality, the mutation source would not die just by jabbing it once. In his previous life, Han Xiao recalled that one injection of the serum would reduce the upper limit of the mutation source's HP by 25%, and the three molding abilities would also be weakened by half. This was also equivalent to weakening the mutation source. Taking the previous theoretical 100 damage, the mutation source would now receive 62.5 points of damage and have the ability to recover 187.5 points of HP, as well as only up to 25% of its total health per second. If the serum was injected once more, the mutation source would be further weakened, and only during the third injection would the mutation source collapse. Han Xiao had always felt that it was a problem with the dosage, but with only one opportunity for the decisive battle, there was no chance for trial and error. In the future, the mutation disaster would become a dungeon released by Ghidorah. However, the serum used would still be a necessary item, with its dosage already fixed. The players were unable to transform it privately. The dose in Han Xiao's hand had already been fixed, and it would not be an easy job to change its components. The moment the mutation source was sent flying by Han Xiao, the spectating players also received a Grade B mission: Destroy the Source. This was the boss mission that came with the main storyline of the mutation disaster. This was the decisive mission and had appeared a whole year earlier compared to Han Zhao's previous lifetime. Similarly, it was Han Xiao who had triggered his mission. The base reward of the mission, Destroy the Source, would be 800,000 experience. The mission requirements were simple: to deal with the mutation source and its beast horde. The more beasts that were killed, the higher the evaluation, and thus the chance of obtaining an extra reward. As for the character that killed the mutation source, they would receive the highest rating. The mission introduction mentioned this point but did not state the corresponding reward. However, Han Xiao was aware that, because only one person could achieve this, the reward was extremely generous. One of the rewards was actually the chance to obtain 2 of the skills or talents of the mutation source. In his previous lifetime, the various guilds had fought against each other openly and secretly, all aiming for the final hit. Finally, it was Dynasty's King Admiral who had taken its head. However, Han Xiao could only apologize in advance to King Admiral. The last hit reward was something that he had to get. Chapter 561, Mechanical Beast Guards Army. Chapter 561, Mechanical Beast Guards Army. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. The battle started. Numerous beasts surrounded Han Xiao, and they flashed their teeth and claws as they pounced toward him. Han Xiao changed the posture of his hands, connecting 4 of the giant machine hands with mechanical force. His 20 giant fingers turned into cannon barrels. Boom! The light cannons wildly shot, and even the misty fog was evaporated by the high temperature. The surrounding beasts were riddled with holes and fell continuously. Their blood flowed into the mud, turning into a viscous, nasty-smelling liquid. For a brief moment, no beasts could approach Han Xiao. However, the number of beasts numbered above 10,000, stretching out endlessly. Under the control of the mutation source, the beasts were whipped into a frenzy. Other than Han Xiao, who was surrounded by the beasts, the 100-odd players also turned into live targets. The beast horde rushed out to attack, roaring continuously. The ground shook as they stampeded over, the sound of their roars covering even the sound of the heavy downpour. Because Han Xiao had brought the storyline forward significantly, the mutation source had become much weaker. Thus, the current beast horde was much smaller than in his previous life. However, this also indirectly caused the number of players available to also be smaller, with only a population of a few hundred. The boss battle against the mutation source was supposed to be an all-out war, yet it had turned into a sudden encounter with only a few elites involved. The expressions of Jupiter and the others changed as the surging tide of the beast horde drew closer rapidly. When compared to the huge beast tide, those people felt insignificant, as though they could be swallowed up in the wave at any time. When the boss battle mission had successfully been triggered in the information interface, each of the few hundred players had actually hoped to be the one to kill the mutation source. However, in the face of this avalanche-like beast horde, all their fantasies were ruthlessly crushed. Are you kidding? With so few of us, we cannot even break through the beast horde. How can we even go against the boss of this mutation disaster? A large portion of the players felt their hearts tighten as a feeling akin to that of a mantis attempting to stop a cart appeared in them. They felt weak, helpless, and pitiful. An urge to retreat rose unbidden within them. The lion beast that was at the forefront opened its bloody maw, showcasing its sharp and ferocious teeth. A putrid stench wafted over as it readied to pounce. Clank! Suddenly, the clanking of machinery silenced even the sound of the heavy downpour. The next instant, countless artillery and gunfire bombarded the inner area of the beast horde. The glare of the fire seemed to chase after the gloomy darkness caused by the overcast clouds, illuminating the faces of the players. The beasts that were originally running toward the players stopped and turned behind to look. The players took the opportunity to run a little further. As they looked back in surprise, every one of their mouths dropped. They only saw that within the center of the horde, 4,000 to 5,000 machines had materialized. There were hundreds of flying turrets in the sky and densely packed mechanical beasts on the ground, such as the Black Panther series, the Spider series, the Crawler Tank series, and many more. All of them were moving in a fluid manner, as though they were true creatures. From afar, They resembled a colony of armored ants. The beasts closest to the steel army were shredded without exception, and no one else dared get in close proximity to them. Metal and flesh stood in opposition of each other, with the 8 Oathkeepers guarding Han Shao in a ring-shaped formation. The raindrops splashed off their armor, creating a wet luster. "Do you think that only you have an army?" The corners of Han Zhao's mouth hooked up, and his energy built an invisible cover above him, blocking the rain and flowing outward, such that even his clothes remained dry. Compared to the roaring beasts, the mechanical beasts around him were cold and silent, like elite soldiers who followed instructions precisely. A distance away, the mutation source stood on the back of a 10-meter-tall mammoth, unmoving. The facial features that were originally flattened had once again reappeared. Even it was shocked by this change. A year ago, Han Shao had obtained a loan from the Norias Financial Group, lining his pockets with money. Other than building his base, he had also expanded his mechanical army. The 4,000 or so troops standing there were his current mechanic army. But this was only a part of the complete force. Its name was his Mechanical Beast Guards Army. Are all of these his machines? F***ck me. This is the true opening style of the mechanic. My goodness. Give me a slap to wake me up. Hundreds of players rubbed their eyes, looking on with an expression of shock. In the blink of an eye, how come there were so many more machines around Han Shao? The group of people suddenly realized that this could be the first time since returning that Black Star had shown his cards. Regardless of whether it was the hundreds of players present or the tens of thousands of players on the forums, everyone had the same thoughts. This is the true style of the mechanic. One person is equivalent to an entire legion. On the forums, all the mechanic players were staring with sparkling eyes. They had already set Han Shao as their role model, and they were determined to build their own mechanic army. So what if it's a money burner? The style points for this are through the sky. Let's not even talk about being strong. If one does not spend money, even appearing handsome would not be possible. It was unknown, however, just how many players were pushed into the abyss of poverty just by this scene. "Go, my children." Han Shao spoke lightly as he activated the Legion. Boom! The mechanic army powered up in an instant, throwing themselves into the beast horde as though they were smashing into bamboo. With various attacking methods, they forcefully carved out gaps within the horde of beasts. The levitating artillery also reacted, firing lasers everywhere. With their strong penetrative power, the era of gunpowder and electromagnetic weapons paled in comparison. The Void Dragon mechanical suit covered Han Zhao's body, and its propulsion system at the back spurted out a long tail of flames. Han Shao broke through the curtain of rain like a rocket, instantly rushing to the back where the mutation source was standing on the mammoth's body. The thrusters on the soles of his feet erupted, and the biochemical muscles around his legs swelled, delivering a ruthless knee strike to the abdomen of the mutation source. His knee was buried deep in the abdomen of the mutation source, a force enough to break through the strength of a building concentrated within that small area. A shockwave radiated from the point of contact. Boom! The body of the mutation source curled up like a cooked shrimp. The next second, it resembled a released arrow, shooting up into the sky. Bending his legs, Han Shao threw himself up as well. The force from his jump was delivered to the mammoth below him, and it screamed in pain, slamming into the mud below it. Han Shao quickly caught up to the mutation source, whom he kicked high up. A mechanical hand unfolded, assembling into a drill that pierced deep into the chest of the mutation source. It lay skewered on the drill. However, despite how severe the injury looked, it had no effect on the mutation source. This sort of attack has no effect on me. The mutation source remained expressionless, mumbling passively as though stating a fact. The left hand of Han Shao opened up into a claw shape, with conical needle-like tubes poking out of his fingertips. The 5 fingers viciously pierced onto the face of the mutation source, and as the needles penetrated, they released the destruction serum through the tubes, injecting it into the body of the mutation source. Bang! The mutation source exploded completely as though it was an overfilled water balloon, spraying out everywhere. It was as though the rain had turned black all of a sudden. With the internal skeleton exposed, it was quickly torn apart by the rotating mechanical drill. The majority of the black tar-like substance disintegrated into a molecular level before it could touch the ground, disappearing without a trace. As for the remaining parts of the mutation source, it splashed into the muddy water, reverting to its original slime form. It sprayed out more slime, constructing its simulated body from scratch once again. However, without an internal skeleton, the process was a lot more difficult. It took a long time for a human shape to be restored. Although it could not show any expressions, its fear could not be hidden. What happened? What have you done? Within its ink-black body, white lines could be seen radiating around it, like tiny snakes swimming around. Now that the first injection had taken effect, the mutation source discovered that its ability was greatly suppressed. During the instant in which it had been injected, it had lost its connection to all the infected people. It could remember this sort of deep darkness from when it had just been born, without any external senses to manipulate. There was a moment where all the raging beasts were free from the control of the mutation source. Their anger and fury had dissipated, causing them to regain clarity. However, this only lasted for a few seconds before the mutation source regained its strength and reasserted its control. However, its control intensity was reduced, and it could detect that it had lost a lot of energy, becoming weaker. In its short life, it had felt the taste of fear for the first time. The 8 Oathkeepers around Han Shao were like barriers, separating the beast horde and preventing the mutation source from receiving support. Han Shao landed near the mutation source, and looking at its expression, he felt as though he was beating up a small child. The upper arm of his mechanical suit revealed a cylindrical recess, and the empty serum tube was ejected, dropping into the mud. Looking at the stats of the enemy, Han Zhao's brows furrowed. He discovered something strange, that the ability of the mutation source had only decreased by about a third. This was vastly inferior to the effects that he remembered from his past life. He had a suspicion and, upon pondering further, realized the issue. Previously, Ghidorah spent a longer time doing research, and while the circumstances now are different because I gave them a sample, the research time was still too short. Because I was pressed for time, the sample provided was weaker than in my previous life, so there's a need for a larger dosage. Nagakin had only brought 3 serums, and Han Shao had planned to use all 3 to quickly eliminate the mutation source. However, the effects of the serum were not as pronounced as before, which was something that he had not expected. Most likely, even if he finished injecting all 3, the mutation source would still not collapse on its own. *T. Ghidorah was indeed unreliable. It was still better to use his fists to solve the problem. Cupping his fists, Han Shao helplessly shook his head. It seems like I'll need to accompany you for some playtime. Meanwhile, the mechanical beast guard's army cooperated seamlessly under the control of Philip, pinning down all the beasts on the mountains and plains. Even the beasts who were originally going after the players had turned back to fight the mechanical beast guard's army that was like a meat grinder. The hundreds of players finally heaved sighs of relief, pausing to look at the blood-soaked battlefield. Seeing that the beast horde was occupied by Han Zhao's army, they started to plot once again. The beast horde is no longer chasing us. That's right, Black Star's mechanic army is likely to be pinning the beast horde down. This is as good as helping us restrain them, so we'll have the chance to integrate into the battlefield and fight with the beasts. Furthermore, we can even kill off the mutation source and complete the first kill. Jupiter's eyes gleamed, and he was overjoyed at this scene. While Black Star was currently dealing with the mutation source, an NPC would definitely not care who ended up killing the mutation source. As for them, they would be able to obtain the extra reward by killing the mutation source. This was an opportunity to achieve the highest rank for the ranked mission. The hundreds of players were eager to move, wanting to be the one that took its head. The moment the detector locked onto the mutation source, Han Shao had immediately taken his BlackLight Stealth out, without having time to inform anyone else. However, all the various parties had been concerned about the movement of the BlackLight Stealth. Han Shao had only exchanged a few blows with the mutation source before the Six Nations, Bennett, Nagakin, and others saw the pictures of the battlefield through satellite imagery. It was then that they discovered the presence of the mutation source, and they were all overjoyed by this news. It had only been a day, but they had already found the mutation source. Nagakin was immensely happy and immediately gathered his troops to provide support. The same was true for Herluz, who immediately gathered the mercenaries to set off. While he knew that Han Shao would likely not require much help, as his subordinates, to have the leader fight whilst they ate popcorn, what sort of mercenaries were they, if they were picked on by Han Shao because of this? Thus, even if it was just to join in the fun, they had to be on scene. Bennett had absolute confidence in Han Shao and waved his hand, allowing people on the battlefield to broadcast the scene of the battlefield inside the sanctuary. All the channels displayed images of Han Shao fighting on the battlefield, and the refugees were all seated around their screens, nervously watching the fight unfold. Viewab novel. Com. Gila and Aurora also stopped their work of checking for the infected, looking intently at the screen. Sis, look, Han Shao, Aurora happily exclaimed. Watching the one-sided fight, Gila's red lips trembled, her expression conflicted. She thought about how, a few years ago, Han Shao had destroyed the Germinal organization and ended the war. To say that he had saved the world was inappropriate, but he had indeed saved her sister and herself. However, Han Shao was really saving the world this time. From the time he returned to the present, the number of people whom he had saved was probably in the millions. While she had known him for a few years, Gila realized that she had never truly understood Han Shao. This person was like a closed book, making it difficult for anyone to actually know what he was thinking. On the screen, watching Han Zhao's show of force by using one person's strength to stop an army of beasts, she definitely could not achieve that. In just a few years, she had already been left far behind. Gila could not help but tighten her fists. Only by following the Dragon Emperor to cultivate will I be able to catch up with him, right? The attention of the Six Nations was also focused on Han Shao, their hearts tightening with anxiety. Only when Han Shao destroyed this mutation source would the disaster truly end. Only today did they finally see a ray of light in this bleak and dark world. The upper echelons of the Six Nations all stopped their work, staring fixedly at the image transmitted by the satellites. Even the heads of the Six Nations did the same. Everyone hoped in their heart for Han Shao to succeed. As for the DarkStar squad that were hidden in Planet Aquamarine, they also discovered the scene of the battlefield. Chapter 562, Destruction. Chapter 562, Destruction. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The DarkStar team stationed on Planet Aquamarine had originally thought that it would be completely pointless for the forces on Planet Aquamarine to search for the mutation source. However, they had managed to find the mutation source in a single day. This truth dumbfounded those in the team. The new research equipment had only been put into use for a few days, and DarkStar had been kept in the dark. They did not know that Ghidorah had developed a device to locate the mutation source but assumed that it was because of luck. Black Star is fighting the mutation source in the Western continent, a member of the team reported. From the images shown, the mutation source does not have the ability to fight back. Black Star's strength is far superior to that of those on the planet, and it will be impossible for the mutation source to win against Black Star. I know, the captain said in a deep voice. The detection equipment must have detected the mutation source's radiation reaction. The mutation source isn't mature yet, and it is currently weak. Even if it has obtained a body, it may not be a match for Black Star. However, it is extremely difficult to kill the mutation source. Most attacks are useless against it and will allow it to accumulate energy instead. While Black Star is powerful, he won't be able to kill the mutation source. While they were surprised at the fact that the mutation source was found, the DarkStar team was not anxious. The mutation source had a stubborn life force, and it would not be easily destroyed. However, it was best that they report this matter to their higher-ups. Just when the captain was about to contact his superiors, one of his team members gasped. Wait, what did Black Star do? The mutation source seems to be injured. What? The captain immediately looked at the screen, only to see Han Shao injecting the mutation source with a needle before seeing the state of the mutation source taking a turn for the worse. That attack of his had caused true damage. The face of the captain turned dark and immediately understood what was going on. No wonder Planet Aquamarine had suddenly started searching for the mutation source. It turned out that Black Star had found a way to deal with the mutation source. He immediately realized how serious the situation was. Send an emergency report to the headquarters. A gigantic DarkStar fleet was currently moving in space and nearing Planet Golden Gate. It was only 2 days until their assault on Planet Golden Gate, and their forces were now rushing toward Planet Golden Gate. Degulish had placed all of his attention on this matter and handed all other affairs over to the intelligence department to handle. However, right at that moment, the intelligence department rushed into the room with an emergency report. The head of intelligence's tone was filled with anxiety, and Degulish's puzzled eyes gradually turned into shock. Impossible! Degulish stood up abruptly with a face of disbelief. Black Star was currently fighting the mutation source, and Planet Aquamarine seemed to have the ability to solve the mutation disaster at its roots. The organization that had sold DarkStar the mutation source had shown the upper echelons of DarkStar a set of complicated data and ensured that it would take at least a year before the mutation source would be dealt with. However, only a few months had passed. How could God Aura come up with a solution so quickly? The head of intelligence had an ugly expression. God Aura kept the matter a complete secret, and my intelligence network wasn't aware of their research details. Bang! The alloy table was smashed into pieces. Degulish was furious. He had never expected that the first thing to go wrong with this plan would be the foundation of his entire plan. It was akin to his backyard being on fire. If Black Star or God Aura truly had the means to deal with the mutation disaster at its roots, all of DarkStar's plans would be affected. Without Ghidorah's forces being tied down in the Calamity Planets and the many political restraints that God Aura faced internally, the latter part of their plans could not be carried out. This plan that they had spent many years preparing for would have to come to an end. To think that things would go wrong at this crucial moment. If it was truly the worst-case scenario, their attack on Planet Golden Gate would be forced to stop, and they would have to alter their plans. Just what is? Degulish grit his teeth and suppressed his rage. Tell the team on Planet Aquamarine that I want them to give me a live report of the battlefield. Outside the door, Ember passed by coincidentally. Glancing at Degulish, his eyes narrowed for a moment, and a queer look could be seen in his gaze. Bang, bang, bang. The mutation source did not have the strength to fight back before Han Shao and was beaten black and blue. The mutation source was sent flying all around and was like a human-sized sandbag. Not only was it very durable, it felt extremely good as well. Han Shao could not even bear to use any long-ranged weapons, and the mutation source was truly a premium product in the world of sandbags. How wonderful it would be if he could give the mutation source a few punches when he was bored. It was a pity that the mutation source would definitely have to be killed. Not to mention Ghidorah's firm stance, the mutation source was a biological weapon that could control other living beings, and it was a huge threat to many species in the galaxy. The lawful civilization would not allow such a weapon to be in the hands of an outsider. The scene of Han Shao beating up the mutation source was broadcast to all the players on Planet Aquamarine. All the players had a queer feeling in their hearts. The main storyline boss was currently being furiously beaten up by a familiar NPC. Why did it seem as though Black Star was more like the boss? Seeing the mutation source being beaten up so badly, some of the players could not help but pity it. Voices of encouragement could be seen on the forums, with many joking about it. Give it your all. Don't give up. Run. You won't be able to win against the great demon Black Star. Swoosh. Han Shao chopped down on the mutation source's head, but there was no feeling of striking a target. Han Zhao's hand cleaved through the mutation source and split it in two. More accurately speaking, the mutation source had chosen to split its body in two to avoid Han Zhao's chop, following which, the two halves began spitting out a black, gluey substance like a fountain, and that black stuff began swimming away in the muddy water like snakes. While the mutation source's thoughts were still immature, fear was a natural instinct. In its short confrontation with Han Shao, it had always been on the losing end. Han Zhao's strength made it feel completely helpless, and the mutation source did not wish to continue this battle. As such, it split up its body to confuse its opponent, allowing its main body to escape. The rain provided the mutation source with an avenue of escape. With the beasts fighting the mechanical army, the entire battlefield was a complete mess, and it was beneficial to the mutation source's escape. Amid the copious black sticky substance, only one part of it was the main body. Want to escape? Do you think that's possible? Upon saying that, Han Xiao suddenly felt as though he was the antagonist. The thrusters on his back and feet were activated, and Han Xiao shot toward a black sticky gel that was currently escaping. When they were battling, Philip had recorded the data of the mutation source, and the radar clearly displayed the position of the main body. The mutation source was currently in the shape of a snake, and upon sensing that Han Xiao had locked onto it, its body transformed into a water-like state, seeping into the soil. Swoosh! Han Xiao waved his arm, and two gigantic mechanical arms scooped up the soil, catching the mutation source together with it. The mutation source then shot itself toward an eagle and dug into its body. The eagle shot toward the sky and flew away. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The next moment, more than 10 cannon towers in the surroundings turned around and locked onto the eagle. In an instant, the eagle was reduced to a lump of burnt meat. With a loud thud, the mutation source fell back onto the ground. It still wanted to escape, but a large mechanical hand suddenly appeared and grabbed it tightly. You won't be able to escape from both the skies and ground. Stop struggling and take your injection. Han Xiao clenched his fists, and a needle could be seen on his finger. The second needle was injected into the mutation source. Pa! An explosion similar to the first time could be heard, and the interface displayed a notice of the mutation source being weakened again. This time, the mutation source took a longer time to regain its human form. The beasts in the surroundings regained their clarity again, and they managed to maintain their clarity for a longer period of time before falling under the control of the mutation source once more. At the same time, the beasts were obviously less crazy, and some of them even showed signs of retreat. The mechanic army was like a meat grinder, and the thousands of beasts were ground into meat paste by these metal beasts. The dark, muddy waters were dyed completely red. In the face of the frightening enemies that did not seem to know fatigue, the beasts under the control of the mutation source could not suppress their fear. Right at that moment, a commotion erupted. Han Xiao turned around and saw hundreds of players charging into the battlefield. Without even thinking, Han Xiao knew that those players were attracted by the boss and wanted to snatch the last hit from him. The intention of the players was far too obvious. They wanted to make use of the gap that had been created by the mechanic army and beasts to charge to the boss. In other words, they treated his mechanic army as a form of cover. How crafty! Han Xiao's mouth cramped up a bit, and he instructed Philip to pull back the mechanic army as long as the players moved forward. The effects of his actions were extremely obvious, and the plan of the players was foiled. Without the cover of the mechanic army, they were quickly overwhelmed by the herd of beasts, and their deaths were truly a wonder to behold. Want to snatch the last hit? You must be dreaming. Shaking his head, Han Xiao charged toward the mutation source and injected the last needle into the mutation source. With the 3 injections done, the mutation source was on the verge of collapse and showed signs of melting. However, his guess was not wrong, and the mutation source did not get destroyed. Ghidorah were truly pig-like teammates. Thankfully, the mutation source has less than half of its strength, and it's extremely easy to kill. The mutation source was currently at its weakest, and Han Xiao did not wish to allow anyone to snatch the last hit. He waved his arm and let out the halo array. A golden shield was immediately formed around him and the mutation source. With the strength of the players and beasts, it would be impossible for them to break this light shield. The mutation source's body began to change shape, and it could only maintain the shape of the upper torso. Part of its main body began to disintegrate and disappear, which meant that the mutation source was on the verge of destruction. It became extremely difficult for the mutation source to even maintain its human form, and it was already on the verge of death. The mutation source suddenly opened its mouth. "I don't wish to die." While its tone was monotonous, Han Xiao could hear the pleading in it. Pausing for a moment, Han Xiao opened the helmet of his mechanical suit and sighed. "I am here to kill you. It is useless for you to say this to me. I don't understand. I only wish to survive like all of you." Han Xiao shook his head and replied, You have already brought a huge calamity to this planet, and while this may not have been your original intention, your very existence is in conflict with too many species. Your survival would mean the death of others. Even without me, there are others who would kill you. The mutation source treated other living beings as its sensory organs and aimed to assimilate other living beings. In its world, controlling its sensory organs was its innate ability, and there was nothing wrong with it. Looking from another perspective, it could be said that the mutation source was a type of special life form that could control different sensory organs to become part of its body. Its innate ability was to expand its own body, and it would naturally stand on the opposite side of many living beings. When the mutation source was sufficiently strong, it would be able to control all living beings on a planet, and the living beings on the planet would become its body. This meant that the entire planet would become its consciousness. If an outsider stepped onto the planets and entered its range, they would also become part of the mutation source's body. At this level, the mutation source was no longer a type of virus or weapon. Instead, it was like a divine being that could grasp all consciousness. Thus, the existence of the mutation source was too much of a threat. Why? Why am I the only one who can't be alive? The mutation source muttered to itself. Who? Right at that moment, Nagakin's spaceship arrived and was rapidly reaching the battlefield. They arrived at the very end and came with the majesty of the cops. It's time for you to be on your way. Han Zhao's mechanical arm transformed into a large cannon and aimed at the mutation source. The mutation source looked at Han Zhao and said, "Is it really impossible for you to let me go?" Han Zhao shook his head, and his cannon accumulated strength. Am I going to die? Just what is death like? The mutation source knew that its life was about to come to an end and could not help but think about the time when it was just born. It did not have any sensory organs and could not observe the outside world. The entire world was in a state of darkness, and it was like primal chaos. Would death be just like when it was born? For some reason, the mutation source suddenly thought about the time when it first awakened its ability to control sensory organs. At that time, it had only been able to share the view of infected individuals. It could remember the many smiling faces all around, but those smiling faces seemed to have decreased over time. At the very end of its life, its fear disappeared completely, and the mutation source transformed its face into the smiling face in its memory. Thank you for telling me all that. Thank you for accompanying me in a conversation. The mutation source was actually extremely pure and was like a blank sheet of paper. Han Zhao also knew this. Boom! His cannon was shot, and the mutation source was reduced to dust. Retracting his cannon, Han Zhao let out a sigh, and his mechanical suit transformed back into a compressed orb. I'm sorry. I understand you, but I'm your enemy. Keeping his protective shield, Han Zhao looked around him. The beasts had all regained their clarity, and fear could be seen in their eyes. The herd of beasts immediately scattered in all directions and only left behind a ground littered with corpses. The rain was still pouring, and it got heavier and heavier. Chapter 563 Phaidon, Son of Luck. Chapter 563 Phaidon, Son of Luck. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Who? The Godaran spaceship landed, and Nagakin walked up to Han Zhao. How's the situation? Did you take care of the mutation source? Nagakin asked anxiously. I got rid of it, Han Zhao replied casually while his mechanical suit was retracting. New command. Begin to collapse the mechanical beast guard's army. The next moment, the few thousand mechanical beasts transformed back into their compressed orbs and rolled over to Han Zhao's side through an electromagnetic force. Han Zhao then shot out a compressed orb, which transformed into a long dark red metal box that was about 2 meters tall. All of the compressed orbs then rolled into the box and filled it up, following which the box shut itself automatically, and an engraved 001 could be seen on the box. The box was a mobile army camp, which was a necessity for those who pursued the army style. Different mechanical armies would be placed in the different army boxes, and each army box represented an army. The serial number of the Mechanical Beast Guard's army was 001, as it was the first complete army that Han Zhao had constructed. An army box contained the compressed orbs of a single army, and the lock of the box was made from a powerful electromagnet together with the control of an AI. It was difficult to open it through any other means, and only Han Xiao was able to control it. When the box was completely filled with compressed orbs, the box would not be able to be compressed into a compressed orb. While it would not be convenient to bring the box around, it was not too troublesome to use it. With Philip controlling the box and the high-speed module being attached to it, Han Xiao did not have to carry the box around with him. With a single command, the army box would quickly be transported to the battlefield. The bottom of the army box began spitting out flames, and it rapidly ascended into the sky. A door on the belly of the BlackLight Stealth opened up, and the army box was swallowed up. There was a simple maintenance room in the spaceship, and it could calculate the losses and damage to the machines. With the opponents being beasts that were far beneath Han Xiao's strength, the losses were negligible. The beasts were escaping in all directions, and the battle was already over. Nagakin ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield while he took out his detector and confirmed that the mutation source had disappeared completely. That's great. I shall inform the upper echelons immediately that the antidote is successful. Nagakin was overjoyed. At that moment, the mercenary group spaceships also arrived, and Herluz appeared together with the rest. Han Xiao instructed them to clean up the battlefield and bring back the beast carcasses. Those carcasses were precious materials, and Emerald Grass could use them to create genetic medicine. While it was not of much use to him, Han Xiao would be able to earn a small fortune by selling it to the players. Jupiter and the others did not manage to snatch the last hit and had even died once or twice instead. All of their faces were depressed as they stood nearby. However, the other players were all extremely excited on the forums. Right when Black Star killed the mutation source, the progress meter of the main storyline mission on their interface had shot up, and a mission complete notification had popped up on their interfaces. All the players of Planet Aquamarine received a bountiful reward from the main storyline mission. While their reward differed according to their contributions, the reward that they received on average was far more than a side mission. However, what excited the players the most was not the reward of the mission. With the main storyline mission of Planet Aquamarine completed, this meant that it was time for them to enter the galaxy. After spending so much time on Planet Aquamarine, the only thing that could attract them now was the galaxy. In the past, they could only watch Bun Hit Dog's videos to understand the galaxy, but they could personally experience it now. With the mutation disaster mission behind them, many players looked forward to the future plot and were all extremely excited. In contrast, it was a completely different sight with the citizens of Planet Aquamarine. 10 minutes after the end of the battle, the Sanctuary and 6 nations received news from Ghidorah that the mutation source had been destroyed. Without any delay, they immediately announced this piece of news to the entire planet. All the refugees sitting in front of a television or radio received the news. In the cities of the 6 nations and Black Phantom Sanctuary, countless individuals revealed looks of disbelief. Their faces became agitated before they began shedding tears of joy. They had survived the calamity. They were still alive. The entire planet erupted into cheers. All the cities were drowned in the joy of surviving the calamity. Some of them cried out at the top of their lungs. Some danced on the streets, while others bawled with tears of joy. The cheers of the people formed a huge wave, rushing into the sky, echoing in the horizon. They could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thinking about the calamity that their planet had faced, it had been akin to a living hell. Everything was finally over. The citizens of Planet Aquamarine could not help but burn with hope for their future. The upper echelons of the 6 nations and Bennett worked together and announced that Black Star was the one who had killed the mutation source. They tried to create the image that Black Star was the noble savior of the entire planet. With the citizens of the planet being overwhelmed with joy, the effects of the advertisement were extremely obvious. Almost all of the refugees were filled with gratitude to Black Star. With the calamity over, the 6 nations had to begin thinking about their future. They would still maintain their respect to Ghidorah on the surface but had already accepted Black Star's conditions in secret. They decided to stake it all on Han Xiao. Han Xiao, who was still on the battlefield, naturally was not aware of the situation. While the others were cleaning up the battlefield, he walked to the side and opened up his interface. Destroy the source. Has been completed. Mission rating, perfect. Killing the mutation source had allowed him to get the perfect rating. Han Xiao received 2,400,000 experience points, and the high rating allowed him to draw a random reward. Furthermore, the bonus reward gave him another chance to draw a random reward, making it a total of 2 chances. Apart from that, Han Xiao also gained a few legendary points. Planet legendary points. Planet Aquamarine, you put an end to the mutation. The mutation source brought a calamity to Planet Aquamarine. It ruined the order of the planet and caused countless civilians to lose their lives. You killed the source that caused hatred and pain in abundance. You chased away the calamity and brought light to the planet. You saved the planet. Han Xiao's current mission reward limit was extremely high, and the effect of a single legendary point was extremely obvious. After taking a look at the mission reward, Han Xiao directed his attention to the first kill reward, which allowed him to draw 2 of the mutation source's abilities. This was the greatest reward to him. Han Xiao did not take action immediately. He first looked around and found Fiden. Without even asking for permission, he touched Fiden to his heart's content. Yes, I can feel the effect of luck. Han Xiao rubbed his palms in excitement and began to draw his reward under Fiden's helpless gaze. You have received the opportunity to draw 2 of the half-mature mutation source's abilities. Note: the mutation source is a special life form, and you are unable to draw its innate abilities. The abilities that you can draw will be adjusted accordingly. The abilities are adjusted indeed, Han Xiao thought to himself. This was a common occurrence when drawing abilities. If the target was too special, some abilities would not be replicated. For example, shape-shifting, sensory organs, and emotional control were all innate abilities of the mutation source. It was just like if a human player wanted to draw for the abilities of a demon. Even if a demon had a tail whip ability, a player would not draw such an ability since they did not have a tail. The hardware just was not compatible with such an ability. When 2 species were too different, even if the abilities could be extracted, there would be a change in the effects. All the race-specific elements would be removed, and it would be changed into a more general skill. For example, the tail whip attack of a demon might be changed into something like a heavy kick attack. It definitely would not be changed into an attack that made use of whips. Randomizing. Draw complete. Please select 2 of the 5 reward. 1. Hardened skill. Plus 65% physical resistance, minus 30% DEX. Stamina usage, 300. Duration, 14 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 2. Middle grade cell proliferation control talent. Make use of energy to proliferate cells, heal wounds, and convert energy into HP at the ratio of 1 to 5. Recovery rate capped at 28% of total HP per second. 3. Grinder skill, close combat skill. Make use of grips and locks to deal damage. Capable of causing damage 8 times, and 40 to 60% of the damage will ignore the enemy's defense. Has a chance of causing status inflictions such as fracture, numbness, and so on. Energy usage, 60. Stamina usage, 140. Cooldown, 15 seconds. 4. Energy storage skill. Obtain an extra energy bar that is 25% of total energy. When exhausting the extra energy bar, it won't affect one's own energy bonus. Duration, 2 days. Cooldown, 3 days. Additional energy obtained won't count toward the energy level. 5. Energy absorption talent. When subject to any physical, energy, magical, or other attacks, 60% of the damage offset by resistance will be converted into energy. After adjustments, the effects of the skills and talents could be stronger or weaker. The cell proliferation and energy absorption talents of the mutation source had been weakened after removing the special effects of the mutation source. However, the appearance of those 2 talents was a huge surprise for Han Xiao. The way he saw it, those 2 talents were the most valuable abilities of the mutation source. If he could obtain a single one of them, it would be considered pretty good. However, if he could obtain both together, it would be a perfect combination. Simply put, he would be able to regain energy by being hit, and using energy would be able to recover HP. While the regeneration rate would not be as perverse as that of the mutation source, he had the natural advantage of having high HP. With his HP being 38,000, even a mere 28% of his HP was a huge figure. The amount of HP that he would regain was twice that of the mutation source. While the other 3 skills were not bad, he did not even remotely consider them after seeing the other 2. Even if the 2 talents were weaker, they were only weaker when compared to the original. Neither of the 2 talents could be considered weak, and they had both reached the level of a molding ability. Han Xiao could not have been happier. He had originally thought that getting one of the 2 talents would be a huge win and had mentally prepared himself for being unable to get even one. Who would have thought that he would actually be so lucky? Was touching Faiden really that effective? Han Xiao could not help but look at Faiden with a burning gaze. He had the sudden urge to extract a few hundred bottles of ability potions from Faiden, and both Faiden and Chen Xing could not help but tremble. Freewebnovel.com. Retracting his gaze, Han Xiao made his choice without any hesitation. You have received middle-grade cell proliferation control talent. You have received energy absorption talent. Chapter 564, The Beginning of the Storm. Chapter 564, The Beginning of the Storm. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The sensation of itchiness and soreness, as though vines were growing, spread rapidly and twisted around his limbs. It felt like there were numerous insects crawling through every inch of his flesh and bones. Han Zhao's ears seemed to be surrounded by the roaring of waves and thunder, and he could feel every cell in his body becoming active, undergoing an extraordinary change. His vision of the world was constantly shaking and blurring. Every time he managed to obtain a strong talent, genetic mutations would occur in his body. The pain was difficult to endure, causing Han Zhao's face to change as he quickly fled into the BlackLight Stealth. Once he was out of everyone's sight, he found a practice room before sealing the door. The moment he did so, a stronger and more intense pain burst out from within his body, as though he was a wet towel that was being wrung dry by a huge pair of hands. Past experience had told him that the greater the pain, the greater the resulting change. The pain that he was experiencing this time could be compared to when he underwent his race evolution to avoid Prowler. After all, the 2 new talents were the specialties of the mutation source, and not only did it bring him new abilities, it was a complete remolding of his life. Han Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling the reorganization of his cells. He gradually discovered that he had obtained a newfound sense of control that could actively trigger cell division. As the pain started to subside, he could feel that his body had totally changed. Through his perception, the cell membrane of each cell seemed to have become tougher but had a sponge-like texture. The internal microstructure also seemed to have changed to produce new functions. He rubbed his thigh, carefully observing, and found out that a portion of the external impact would not be resisted and absorbed by his skin. The kinetic force would permeate into his musculoskeletal system and be converted by his cells into energy. Bringing a knife to his arm, he drew out a thin line of blood. Han Xiao recalled the sense of control, urging his cells into action. The energy from his cells rapidly repaired the damaged cells around the wound, and the wound disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Han Xiao grinned. This is indeed a strong specialized talent. My level of being rose another tier once again, and my flesh has become more solid. With the 2 new talents on his interface, he possessed 4 molding abilities. Han Xiao was in a jovial mood, but he suddenly noticed a problem, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Out of my 4 talents, 3 of them specialize in tankiness. One increases my HP, the other gives me damage immunity, and the last one speeds up recovery. Han Xiao felt he was a huge iron pillar at this moment, his body being more durable than a machine. If he measured his progress on the path of a main tank, he would probably be a galloping warhorse. The biggest weakness of the army style is that the users are normally afraid of their defenses being broken through and their commander being felled. Han Xiao sniggered inwardly. With his heaven-defying tenacity, there was no one who would return alive after trying to assassinate him. Increased tankiness was a good thing, But Han Xiao favored the skill energy absorption more. His mechanical army required him to use energy, and with the amount of energy used, it would accumulate to become a terrifying amount. However, now he could constantly recover his energy value, meaning his mechanical force bonus could be given out easily. The most important part was the higher his level, the greater his damage resistance, which meant that it would constantly rise along with him and not become obsolete. Thinking outside of the box, even if the enemy could not reach him, he could easily just ask one of his mechanical beasts to attack himself to absorb energy. What was with that? This made him into a F*King generator. With super stamina, he would never feel fatigue. Even if he did it consecutively for 3 days and nights, he would not feel any soreness in his lower body. He had truly turned into a boss-level character who had no fear of a depleted energy bar. Just thinking about this gave him a feeling of absolute power. Just who can kill me? Han Xiao suddenly snapped out of his reverie, hurriedly knocking between his brows twice and restraining his arrogant and haughty outburst. That was close. I almost went out of character. While this molding ability is on the level of a bug, there is an upper limit to the energy that it can provide. It's far lower than the amount of HP I have. Even with a 5 times conversion rate, it can only recover probably a third of my total HP. The rate of recovery is too limited. Furthermore, I can only absorb 60% of the damage that is resisted, so if I encounter opponents at the same level or higher with strong attacking power, I will lose HP proportionally to the amount of energy obtained. After all, my resistance is not as perverted as the mutation sources. Han Xiao pondered for a while before coming to a conclusion. Unless it was a high-level super with a boss-level template while his grade still remained at B+, it was almost impossible for a calamity-grade super to kill him. The longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be to him. Even the highly explosive and piercing combo used by Nagakin to defeat Anner could probably be shrugged off by him. F***CK. Can I still be considered a mechanic now? Han Xiao could not help feeling disgusted. Shaking his head, he opened the mission panel. He had a different mission from the rest, with the mutation disaster storyline of his still showing that it was incomplete. The mission requirements for the players were only relevant to Planet Aquamarine. However, Han Xiao's included all the planets affected by the mutation source. His condition to prevent failure was to ensure that one planet had been saved, and he had already fulfilled it. However, the disasters on the other planets had not yet been resolved, so his mission had not ended, unlike the Planet Aquamarine players. In my past life, after this matter subsided, Godora created a corresponding dungeon. When I complete the main storyline, I'll probably be able to get my hands on the rights to the dungeon. While his main purpose was still within Planet Aquamarine, he had to display the proper conduct and put in some effort toward the other planets affected by the disaster. His own accumulations were an astronomical number that players could not even imagine, and even he himself could not guess how many rewards he would obtain after it ended. After claiming all the rewards for this mission, Han Xiao went to the captain's room, overlooking the battlefield. The place was almost completely cleaned up, with Herluz and the others transporting all the beast corpses into the spaceship. The few hundred players also entered the spaceship. Previously, in order to search for the mutation source, they had dispatched players all over Planet Aquamarine, and they had to collect them one by one. However, this was a job for others. It was not his concern. Having packed up, the group of spaceships proceeded to return to the base, with the BlackLight Stealth leading in front. They maintain a relaxed speed. After all, things had already been settled, and they had no need to rush. Although Herluz and all of Han Xiao's officers were a little salty about this incident. On the spaceship, Han Xiao did not relax but rather began to extrapolate the matters in the near future as he sank into deep thought. Now that the mutation disaster of Planet Aquamarine had come to an end, according to the game plan, this signified the end of the main storyline. This was the time when the players would officially enter the interstellar region, becoming members of Black Star and stepping onto the true stage. The players were the best force to allow his influence to quickly grow. The great mechanic Han had always placed a lot of importance on players. His recruitment campaign had lasted for a good few months, leaving a strong impression in the eyes of the players as an interstellar guide. There was only one more step to go before his entire plan would come into fruition. The agreement made between the 6 nations would also have to be taken care of. After all, this place was his hometown. Then, the problem of Planet Aquamarine could be shelved. The only problem remaining is that of DarkStar. Han Zhao's eyes gleamed. Since he had made such a dramatic change to the initial storyline, causing the early destruction of the core of DarkStar's plan, it would result in them not being able to proceed with their actions like in the past. As such, watching the reaction of DarkStar would be more important. Would they forsake the plan, or would they change their strategy? Han Zhao was also uncertain. If it was the latter, then he could only react to their moves. He had steeled himself for this. This was the butterfly effect caused by his extreme changing of the plot. I'm not sure if DarkStar's next move will be the same as in my previous life anymore. Rubbing his chest, Han Zhao fell into deep thought. On one of the DarkStar motherships, many of the DarkStar upper echelons gathered, all of them staring at the translucent screen on the wall as the feedback of the mutation source being destroyed was transmitted to them for the 4th time. The silence in the meeting room was palpable. The worst-case scenario had happened. No matter how shocked the upper echelons were, they could not believe that, in the short span of a few months, Ghidorah had actually found a way to eradicate this mutation disaster. Now, what do we do? Someone broke the deathly silence. Everyone turned to stare at Degulish at once. The person in question opened his mouth, his expression gloomy. However, he paused before finally speaking with much difficulty. Let's inform the leader. He was the commander in charge of this plan, but now that it was falling apart, the severity of the situation ought to be raised with the leader. The communication channel was quickly connected, and DarkStar's leader appeared in the vacant main seat, surveying the crowd. I'm not in the hide star system. If it's nothing important, don't disturb me. All your expressions look nasty. What happened? Degulish gritted his teeth before explaining the entire situation. His face was extremely ugly to behold as he felt that he had completely betrayed the trust bestowed upon him by the leader. This is unexpected. The leader's expression twitched a little, and he fell silent for a while before continuing. There's something fishy about this. I'm quite certain of the scientific research ability of Ghidorah. While their magic arts are quite advanced, their technological ability falls quite short. They must have obtained some sort of external help. Are you saying? Degulish seemed to have obtained some clues. Yes, your deductions are correct. The thing that disappeared contained the sample of the mutation source. Our intelligence network has shown that the secret message bead fell into Ghidorah's hands, but the goods inside had already disappeared. The greatest possibility is that it had been taken away by the Holy Stone civilization, but there's another possibility. At this point, Ember, who had been completely silent, suddenly spoke with his eyes gleaming. Floating Dragon. He was the member who had been tasked with searching for the lost goods, so he understood this part the clearest. A mysterious man was mentioned in the report of Ember. When he was looking for the secret message bead, there was once a person who used the name of DarkStar to inquire about the whereabouts of the secret message bead. However, in the end, Floating Dragon was the one who found the secret message bead. It was handed over to Holy Stone. Then here comes the question. Did the mysterious man not manage to find the secret message bead? Or did he take the contents, leaving only the shell? All the upper echelons in the room quietly listened. This was originally an unsolved case, but the leader seemed to have managed to obtain some clues, and this attracted the attention of everyone present, including Ember. The research results of Ghidorah must be related to the missing sample of the mutation source. The tone of the DarkStar leader remained calm. For Ghidorah to solve the problem faced by Planet Aquamarine first, where a member of the Floating Dragon was also situated. There's no need for more evidence. The situation is clear. Degulish burst into anger. To think it was Floating Dragon. So, the whole process of passing it over to Holy Stone was a huge sham. Why did Floating Dragon want to target us? Wait, could it have been Black Star? Everyone present received a huge shock, turning to Ember with an expression of shock and surprise. They still remembered how, after the incident on Norias, Ember had insisted on paying whatever price possible to eliminate Black Star. However, not only did they ignore him, they had even scorned at him. To think that, Ember's intuition had been right. To think that all of you still remember the suggestion that I raised. A hint of schadenfreude passed through Ember's eyes as he coldly spoke. To only awaken and realize it now, isn't it too late? The expressions of everyone in the room changed, with no one daring to look Ember in the eye. At that time, we had no clues, and even if I was given another chance, I would still have made the same decision. The leader sighed. What's done is done. Now, the most crucial point is not Black Star but rather how to salvage our plan. Everyone sat up straight. While they regretted not taking Black Star seriously from the start, their issues were now pressing, and no one had the time to waste on hindsight. The leader solemnly looked at all the upper echelons, suddenly relaxing his tone. There's no need to pull a long face. The situation is not as bad as expected. Ah! Degulish and the rest were stunned. The entire plan is about to collapse. How is that not bad? While there were some hiccups, stopping the plan from being successfully carried forward, the main objective has still been achieved, has it not? Ghidorah has been thrown into turmoil and up in a disadvantageous position. Even if we stop our plan now and hastily retreat, the cracks between the purebloods and hybrids will never vanish. The eyes of everyone present gleamed. That was right. They were caught in a misunderstanding. Even if Ghidorah managed to solve this mutation disaster and regain some control, the damage caused by this storm would take years to eliminate. Stopping the plan now was nothing more than reducing the damage that Ghidorah had to clear up. What loss did they have? Then, do we still stop all our operations and go on standby? Degulish asked. Why should we? The leader shook his head. Since it has already reached this point, let's just allow the mistakes to continue. Before stopping the operation, we shall hit Ghidorah hard one last time. Since it is no longer possible to drag the time out for the mutation disaster, have the infiltration teams actively feed the mutation source. Push all of them to the maturity phase and deceive them into attempting to destroy the planet. This way, it will make the low-level civilizations attached to Ghidorah to suffer greatly, causing Ghidorah to waste more energy helping them. The moment that the mutation disaster is resolved, do you still think that the Ghidorah troops will still stay on the Calamity planets? No. They will leave sooner or later, and that's when we send out our soldiers, destroying those low-level civilizations. We shall see if Ghidorah plans to save them or not. If they do not, it would defeat the purpose of them trying to resolve the mutation disaster. However, if they choose to offer aid, Ghidorah will be leashed to those low-level civilizations. How is that different from having the mutation disasters? They will be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Planet Aquamarine was the first to be saved from the mutation disaster. Before long, the Ghidorah troops will leave, and we can take the chance to attack the planet. Since we now know Black Star's crimes and the Dragon Emperor is not on Planet Aquamarine, we can take the chance to eliminate him. I said before that we'd make him pay for this sooner or later. This time, I don't want there to be any accidents. Ember viciously stood up, hatred visible on his face as he exclaimed, "My pleasure." Degulish narrowed his eyes and added in a sinister tone, "Humph, he must be killed. I'll go and let Floating Dragon know that we're not to be trifled with, then I'll tag along for the fun of it." The last time Ember and Anner failed. If we add me, there will be 3 people, which is safer, a petite upper echelon added. This person was a senior combatant of DarkStar and also a Calamity-grade super. freewebnovel.com. For a long time, their total members had been falling. Some members had been arrested and sent to the Rainbow Prison, causing DarkStar to be left with just 5 Calamity-grade supers. Sending 3 of them already made it more than half, almost pulling out all of their resources. The crowd seemed to have found their backbone once again and calmed down. The thought process of the leader was clear and precise. It was originally meant to be a protracted war, but since it was no longer feasible, they just had to change it to ensure the maximum losses for Ghidorah in the short term. Want to compete with us? Black Star, you're too young for that. At this point, the leader suddenly interrupted them. This matter is not that important though. Our next immediate objective should be to attack Planet Golden Gate. Degulish lurched in shock. That operation is to be continued as well? Yeah, why not? We've already made the preparations and can attack in the next 2 days. Ghidorah only managed to solve the mutation disaster for one planet. Do you think it will have any impact on our attack? This is instead a good chance, as they will definitely take the chance to spread the news of having resolved the disaster for the planets. In order to eliminate the contradictions within the country, won't it be good to take this chance to simply destroy Planet Golden Gate? Degulish's eyes lit up at this proposal. Chapter 565, Unexpected Reinforcements. Chapter 565, Unexpected Reinforcements. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. 2 days soon passed. As a grade A colony planet, Planet Golden Gate had a large fleet stationed around it all year round. After the Long Arc incident, the alert status of the planet had risen, and the troops stationed on Planet Golden Gate often patrolled the vicinity. According to their regulations, there were 4 layers to their reconnaissance range. The outermost range was a radar that scanned for energy signals. The second layer was a sentry spaceship patrolling far away. Those 2 layers were extremely far away from Planet Golden Gate, and if they detected an enemy attack, the main force would have sufficient time to prepare. Deep 3018 Sentry spaceship was patrolling in the outer region, and the members of the radar monitoring team stared at the screen unblinkingly as they analyzed and dealt with the data of the region. Occasionally, there would be a spaceship flying past the region, and the radar monitoring team would be on edge. The job of monitoring the radar was an extremely taxing one, and thus the members of the team worked shifts. Even so, repeatedly doing the same monotonous task made it difficult for the entire team to raise their spirits. Furthermore, the regulations prohibited them from chatting during a period of high alert. The entire room was filled with silence, and only the humming sound from the machinery could be heard. Right at that moment, bright red words were suddenly plastered all over the screen, and a screeching alarm went off. All the members in the team were startled and almost fell off their chairs. Alert! Alert! CR-20849 detected a large-scale spatial disruption. Alert! Lost connection with CR-20489. The attention of the radar monitoring team was immediately drawn over, and they immediately checked the last few photos that CR-20489 had sent over before losing connection. On the radar screen, densely packed spots of light could be seen, with every single spot of light representing the energy reaction of a battleship. The spots of light were so densely packed that they could light up an entire region of the radar screen. With just a single glance, it was impossible to tell the number of battleships that had appeared. This gigantic fleet was currently heading their way. The faces of the entire team changed color. The radar monitoring team blanked out, with their limbs turning cold and lips trembling. Enemy! Enemy attack! Quickly! Send a report! Leave this region quickly! A thick beam of light suddenly shot toward D-3018 Sentry spaceship from afar. This was the main cannon of the DarkStar mothership. It had a long attack range and was extremely powerful. It made use of a single high-energy reactor as its ammunition. The protective shield of the Sentry spaceship was instantly torn apart, and the light beam struck the Sentry spaceship. The entire spaceship exploded into a ball of light and was reduced to floating space trash. Very quickly, a gigantic fleet appeared and majestically floated past the wreckage of the Sentry spaceship. The gigantic DarkStar mothership was surrounded by a huge fleet of spaceships. There were thousands of spaceships in the entire fleet, and the DarkStar spaceships were like ants protecting their queen, with the DarkStar mothership being like a moving fortress. The same scene was taking place in 4 different places. DarkStar had sent out a total of 5 motherships in order to attack Planet Golden Gate. In one of the DarkStar motherships, Degulish looked at the radar screen before him and said, "Ghidorah's reconnaissance range is pretty good. When we arrive at Planet Golden Gate, the fleet station there will have gotten into formation. It is a pity that we weren't able to ambush them successfully." However, he had not thought that the ambush would be successful. Ghidorah was already on high alert, so it would not be so easy to ambush them again. Besides, they had sent out half of their organization's troops this time, so it would not make a difference if they failed to ambush Ghidorah. Not too long later, Planet Golden Gate appeared in their sights, and the other 4 DarkStar motherships also appeared near Planet Golden Gate. Ghidorah had tightened its defensive formation and opened up a few dozen Golden Weiss magical protective shields. The Goddard fleet guarding the planet was only a fourth or fifth the size of the DarkStar fleet. It was as though they were surrounded by wolves. 5 DarkStar motherships were surrounding Planet Golden Gate from 5 different directions. Every mothership had a commander, and the overall commander of the attack was Degulish. Attack! Degulish commanded, not wasting any time talking to Ghidorah. The battle erupted. There was no sound in the vacuum of space, and numerous light beams, homing missiles, and laser cannons lit up the dark space in a beautiful light display. The attacks continued wave after wave, and before the previous wave of attacks ended, a new wave of attacks started. Endless waves of explosions could be seen outside the atmosphere of Planet Golden Gate. The dozens of protective shields vibrated violently, looking as though they would shatter at any moment. Ghidorah's fleet had adopted a defensive stance and tried their best to sustain the protective shields. "Don't even dream of stalling for time to wait for reinforcements," Degulish sneered. DarkStar had come extremely well prepared, and before taking action, they had already collected intelligence on the troops stationed on Planet Golden Gate. While Planet Golden Gate was a grade A colony planet that had a large fleet stationed all year round, it was insignificant in the face of the troops that DarkStar had sent out. DarkStar could crush Ghidorah in terms of numbers, and the battleships of both parties were extremely similar in terms of strength. On the other side, DarkStar had also paid attention to the movement of Ghidorah's fleet on the other planets. However, the troops guarding the other planets showed no signs of movement. Thus, even if Ghidorah wanted to seek reinforcements from Ubarely Hub, the reinforcements would take some time to arrive. As long as DarkStar unleashed all of their firepower without restraint, they would definitely be able to break through the defenses of Planet Golden Gate before the reinforcements arrived. "Continue attacking. Don't stop," Degulish said coldly. With the numerical advantage, he was not planning to start a ground battle. He only planned to destroy everything with absolute firepower. The objective of their mission this time was not a massacre but to bathe Planet Golden Gate with cannon fire. They wanted to flatten the entire planet and destroy all the structures on the planet. They intended to completely destroy the entire colony planet. At the same time, Planet Golden Gate fell into complete chaos because of this sudden assault. Countless individuals flooded the dock and wanted to escape in their spaceships. However, the army stationed at the dock received news from their superiors to lock down the dock and prevent any civilian spaceships from taking off. This action had immediately enraged the populace, and a huge conflict had broken out in the dock. The entire situation was extremely chaotic, and everyone wanted to escape from the planet but was blocked by the army. "What right do you have to prevent us from leaving? A war is happening up there. Do you guys want us to die with you? It's my right to choose to leave this planet." The soldiers guarding the dock remained unperturbed and had stern expressions on their faces. In truth, they were also extremely afraid of DarkStar wiping out the fleet guarding the planet. If that happened, they would also die. However, they had been through strict training and knew to calm themselves down in times of fear and carry out orders strictly. The order from their superior was to prevent anyone from leaving the planet. First, the entire planet was being bombarded with cannon fire, and the civilian spaceships would definitely be destroyed the moment they left the protective shield. Second, the civilian spaceships might end up creating chaos in the battlefield. If those spaceships crashed into the Goddard fleet, it was very likely to set off a chain reaction that would spell their immediate defeat. Furthermore, there might be DarkStar spies hidden among the civilians who were planning on destroying Ghidorah's defenses from within. Thus, while it was a little too much to forbid the civilians on Planet Golden Gate from escaping, it was necessary to do so. Only when the protective shield was about to break would they escape together with the civilians. Being unable to break through the lockdown of the army, many people collapsed to the ground with fear plastered all over their faces. Many of them greatly regretted not escaping the planet like the others and taking refuge in the universe. The media outlets on Planet Golden Gate also made use of their observatory equipment to broadcast the battle outside the atmosphere to the entire star system. The news anchor trembled and suppressed the fear in his heart as he reported the situation on the planet. The local news was quickly spread into the galaxy, and many news channels broadcast the situation on Planet Golden Gate. After the Long Arc incident, DarkStar had once again stretched out their demonic claws to another planet. The attention of many in the Shattered Star Ring was drawn to this event. Ghidorah had just announced that they had developed a working antidote for the mutation disaster, but this assault had brought a new wave of fear to Ghidorah. The situation outside the planet was extremely tense, and the fleet stationed on Planet Golden Gate had already lost more than 200 battleships and more than 10 Weiss magical protective shields. The protective shields surrounding the planet seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and a portion of the attacks could already pass through the cracks in the protective shields. Many cities had activated their own protective shields and did not suffer much damage. However, once the fleet protecting the planet fell, the protective shield of the cities would not be able to last for long. A series of cannons had also revealed itself from the ground and aimed toward the sky. Their missile systems had also been activated, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The moment that the DarkStar fleet broke through the atmosphere, Planet Golden Gate could only put up their final defense. However, if even the fleet guarding the planet was destroyed, these defensive structures would only be enough to tickle DarkStar. Increase firepower. They can't hold us back anymore, Degulish sneered as he observed the situation on the battlefield. Right at that moment, a screeching alarm went off in the mothership. Alert! A large unknown energy source is approaching. The numbers are unknown. Before Degulish could even react, the light of battleships exiting from hyperdrive flashed around the edge of the battlefield. Plenty of battleships of all shapes and sizes began appearing on the battlefield and formed a gigantic alliance fleet. They were obviously not there to help DarkStar. All of those battleships were painted with logos, and more than 10 different logos could be seen on all the battleships. Sky Ring Army, Purple Gold Army, Blades Army. These are all the large mercenary groups in the region. Degulish was dumbfounded. Wait a moment. Why have these mercenaries appeared all of a sudden? Where did they come from? Not just him, the leaders of the other organizations who were viewing the broadcast had also revealed looks of shock. Did Ghidorah actually prepare an ambush? In the flagship of the Sky Ring Army, the leader of the Sky Ring Army, Guraja, had just ended his conversation with the Director General of Ghidorah's War Bureau. He then looked in the direction of Planet Golden Gate and stroked his needle-like beard while chuckling. Ha! Black Star has truly introduced me to a big job. Chapter 566, Your Mothership Isn't Bad. Is now mine. Chapter 566, Your Mothership Isn't Bad. Is now mine. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. 2 days ago, when the mutation disaster had been declared over, the citizens of Planet Aquamarine had been overjoyed. In the past half a year, the law and order of the planet had constantly been eroded by the calamity, and it had been a living hell. However, the tough times were over, and the refugees had the courage to start life all over again. In fact, all of them had a far stronger will than before. They needed some time to recover from the losses suffered in the mutation disaster, and the refugees needed to adapt to their new living conditions. The 6 nations and the sanctuary had plenty of things to be done. The majority of the refugees sheltered by the sanctuary and the 6 nations had chosen to stay behind. With the mutation disaster over, the next thing they had to consider was development. Bennett had been in discussion with his aides and advisors over the past few days, and they were preparing to expand the sanctuary. They were going to officially change the sanctuary into a regime and expand their territory. A city would be built, and the refugees taking shelter in the sanctuary would become their citizens. The changes of the sanctuary had a profound meaning. This was the development of the Planet Aquamarine civilization. If they continued developing at their current pace, Planet Aquamarine would only be able to come into contact with the galaxy many years later. However, with the anomaly that was Han Shao, that was no longer the case. A short 2 days went by, and Planet Aquamarine was taking their first step toward recovery. Han Shao did not pay attention to them. Han Zhao's attention was completely focused on the recruitment of players. After the main storyline mission of version 2.0 was completed, the key part to the next step of his plan would be to lead the players into the galaxy en masse. Part of the reason for Han Shao ending the mutation disaster at an earlier time was so that the players could enter the galaxy earlier and work for the benefit of his Black Star Mercenary Group. Formidable.com. Currently, all of his plans were set, and he was only lacking that final push. As long as he announced the time of departure to all the players and made them feel that they had a mission on their shoulders, their sense of belonging to the mercenary group would definitely increase. Following which, he only needed to gather all the players and head toward the galaxy. At that time, his goal would be accomplished. Currently, there were about 300,000 to 400,000 players in the Black Star Mercenary Group, and Han Shao did not intend to recruit all the remaining players in a single breath. It was still important for him to maintain a certain benchmark. If not, the players who got in through a selection would not feel too good. Thus, Han Shao did not plan to take all the players along with him at once. Instead, Han Shao would leave behind a path for them to follow him. The Black Star second base was stationed on Planet Aquamarine, and he was prepared to leave some mercenaries, machinery, and transport spaceships behind. The remaining players would only be able to join the Black Star Mercenary Group after passing the selection and would be sent to the first base after that. Han Shao wanted to set up a tradition and let the players get used to the long-term recruitment. Joining the Black Star Mercenary Group was currently the easiest way for the players to enter the galaxy, and players would naturally scramble for the chance. All the future players who started off on Planet Aquamarine would be the same. In fact, not just the players, even the natives of Planet Aquamarine were included in Han Zhao's plans. He was leaving behind a bridge to connect Planet Aquamarine to the galaxy. It was just like planting crops. It was important to consider the long-term sustainability of the crops. It was not enough to harvest the crops only once. All of that was considered in his plans. After the completion of the main storyline mission, Han Shao did not immediately set his plan into motion but gave the players some time. He was also prepared to rest for a few days. However, news of DarkStar attacking Planet Golden Gate had ruined his rest. In the workshop of the Black Star second base, Han Shao stopped repairing his mechanical beast guard's army, and his eyes were glued to the screen of his communicator. The galactic news was being broadcast at the moment. Just when Planet Golden Gate was in a precarious situation, more than a dozen large mercenary groups rushed over as reinforcements. The originally one-sided battle suddenly became an evenly matched one, and both parties began to engage in an intense war. The ambush on Planet Golden Gate really happened. It seems like resolving the mutation disaster crisis early did not affect DarkStar's plans. They did not give up on the ambush. Han Shao heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his guess had not been wrong. With the experience of his previous life, Han Shao knew of DarkStar's plans. However, he was not sure of the exact timeline of their plan. He only knew the sequence of their plans. The ambush on Planet Golden Gate was a key event in the storyline, and Han Shao had not been certain that DarkStar would carry out the same plan as in his previous life. But after a series of careful analysis, he had felt that the attack on Planet Golden Gate was a key part of DarkStar's strategy, and it would not be changed. A month ago, when Han Shao provided a sample of the mutation source, Han Shao did not hide what he knew about DarkStar's plans and raised it with Ghidorah's War Bureau as an opinion. He said that this was something that he found out from analysis and prediction. With his knowledge of DarkStar in his previous life, Han Zhao's argument was extremely convincing. Because of the sample that he had provided and Han Zhao's close ties with Ghidorah, the War Bureau decided to take a gamble and formed a trap based on this intelligence. Ever since the outbreak of the mutation disaster, Ghidorah had always been on the losing side and needed a huge victory to prove their strength, stabilize their internal situation, and regain their citizens' confidence. In order to ensure that their trap remained a secret, Ghidorah did not send any of their troops. The War Bureau knew that DarkStar was definitely keeping tabs on their military. The moment that Ghidorah gathered their forces on Planet Golden Gate, their plan would be exposed. In order to bait their prey into the trap, Ghidorah needed to make use of an external force and thus thought of the mercenaries. The ones willing to accept such a mission would only be the large mercenary groups. The risk of such a battle was large, but the rewards were also tempting. This single mission was comparable to a few 100,000 small-scale missions. Apart from the remuneration of the mission, the mercenaries were also allowed to deal with the spoils of war from the battle. Han Shao had not spent the past few years in the Shattered Star Ring in vain. He had worked with a few hundred different mercenary groups and had close ties with them all. The influence and connections of the Black Star Mercenary Group were nothing to be scoffed at. Han Shao formed the bridge this time and introduced Sky Ring, Blades, Purple Gold, and many other large mercenary groups to the War Bureau. DarkStar naturally did not know that their plans had already been exposed by Han Shao long ago. They had thought that ambushing Planet Golden Gate would catch Ghidorah off guard, but did not know that Ghidorah was actually looking forward to them attacking Planet Golden Gate. As the middleman, Han Shao had a referral fee of 150,000 anas. Naturally, the various mercenary groups that participated in the battle also charged sky-high remuneration. Only an entity like Ghidorah would be able to afford to hire that many large-sized mercenary groups. To be hired for an intergalactic war, the size of the mercenary group isn't the only factor. One also needs to have a sizable fleet of battleships. When I lead the players into the galaxy, the Black Star Mercenary Group will be comparable to those large mercenary groups in terms of numbers. However, we will still be lacking in terms of battleships. Thus, I still have to earn more money. Han Shao collected his thoughts, and his mouth curled up as he watched the broadcast on his communicator. Leaving the workshop, he went into the cockpit of the BlackLight Stealth and knocked on the control panel. "Rista, I need your help." The next second, a figure of light appeared. "Black Star, what do you need me to do? You are an AI life form and should be able to travel through cyberspace, right?" Rista nodded and said, "This is my way of survival. Even if you are able to destroy the shell that I am living in, I can still survive in cyberspace. I will get Philip to open up a path for you to go to the first base," Han Shao said with a deep voice. "I will have the members of Sky Ring work with Philip to construct a movement channel for you. They will try to attack a DarkStar mothership and help you infiltrate the system of the mothership. I need you to avoid or even replace the original AI system of the mothership and remain hidden in DarkStar." Rista was a virtual life form who lived in cyberspace. Apart from aiding one in hacking, he could still lie dormant in the mainframe system, just like how Rista occupied BlackLight Stealth and had swallowed the original AI system of the spaceship. If Rista wanted to go undercover, he would be able to easily avoid the majority of firewalls with its processing speed. However, the condition for that is that his target had to have opened up a virtual connection to the outside world. Also, being connected by hardware was much easier than infiltrating through virtual space. The DarkStar mothership made use of a mother AI and would not be able to cut off its connection so easily. If Rista could fool the mother AI, he could remain hidden and come into contact with DarkStar's database. "I can try, but I have a condition," Rista said. "Speak. I know that you want to borrow my strength to deal with the enemy, and I am willing to help you. However, I wish that you will help Erosia to regain her memories quickly." "All right," Han Shao nodded. He had never tried to actively complete the mission as it was too troublesome a mission. However, with the help of the players, this mission would become much simpler. After convincing Rista, Han Shao contacted the commander of the Sky Ring Army, Guraja. With their battle strategy finalized, Han Shao knocked on his communicator and said, "Philip, connect to BlackLight Stealth and open up a data path to the first base." "Roger that, Philip controlled both the bases, and as long as he opened up the path, Rista would be able to reach Planet Golden Gate in an instant. This was the specialty of an AI life form. As long as it was not destroyed in the virtual world, any physical attack was useless against it. Rista nodded, and the figure of light disappeared the very next moment. "It passed through my data path, Han Shao looked at Guraja's projection and said, "I shall trouble you." Guraja burst out into a hearty laughter. "Just take it as me thanking you for your recommendation." After the communicator was cut off, Han Shao let out a long sigh. "I wonder if this will work." Planet Golden Gate was not only Ghidorah's trap but also his. DarkStar's whereabouts had always been extremely mysterious, and from the very start, Han Shao knew that the only way to take care of DarkStar for good would be to lock onto their location. The battle on Planet Golden Gate was at its peak. Despite the DarkStar fleet being large, they were not able to gain the upper hand over the various mercenary groups. DarkStar was a terrorist organization that scared many out of their wits, but being scary did not mean that they could fight. In terms of battle prowess, the mercenaries were the professionals. That was especially so for mercenary groups such as the Sky Ring Army that had a resounding reputation in the Shattered Star Ring. Their battle strength had been honed through trials of fire and blood. Originally, Planet Golden Gate could only remain on the defense. However, after the arrival of the reinforcements, they went on the offensive, and an intense battle broke out between the two parties. From time to time, battleships would be engulfed in flames. DarkStar was caught off guard, and their losses were immense. In fact, there were a few times when the Skyring army managed to break through DarkStar's formation and arrive before the nearest mothership. They had even managed to crash into the interior of the mothership and board the mothership. In the end, DarkStar had only managed to force the enemy back after deploying a couple of Calamity-grade supers. While both forces were equal in numbers, DarkStar was slowly losing. These darn mercenaries! Degulish was enraged. He looked at the timer and gnashed his teeth. We will not be able to destroy Planet Golden Gate before the arrival of Ghidorah's reinforcements. Relay my orders. Retreat. Our operation has failed. Since they would not be able to achieve their mission objective, Degulish could only give the order to retreat. They had intended to launch a blitz assault on Planet Golden Gate, but the battle had turned into one of attrition. If the battle continued, the risks would increase. Since they were not able to fulfill their mission objective, there was no need to increase their losses. All 5 motherships had some form of damage, but thankfully, they had not been destroyed. However, that might not be the case if they continued the battle. Many of the DarkStar upper echelons felt it to be a huge pity. They did not expect Ghidorah to become intelligent, and it seemed like they could only follow their leader's plan to attack the Calamity planets. DarkStar condensed their battle formation and rapidly retreated. The various mercenary groups gave chase for a short while before stopping. They had accepted the job to fight off the enemy, not eradicate them. The mercenaries were an extremely practical bunch and would only work for what they were paid for. Overtime was not a word that was in their dictionary. DarkStar retreated and disappeared into the galaxy. In the eyes of the Ghidorahs, despite coming with ferocity, DarkStar had been sent running with their tails tucked between their legs. The citizens of Planet Golden Gate were overjoyed and forgot all about the unhappiness from being stopped when they tried to escape. The drastic change in attitude truly dumbfounded the guards. This victory brought Ghidorahs all around the galaxy joy, and all the news outlets in the Garten star system were full of praise for Ghidorah's victory. The fear caused by DarkStar had also diminished greatly. They only needed a single victory to bring their citizens out from the dark and help many of their citizens regain confidence in them. This was why the War Bureau had so desperately needed a victory. Han Shao had always watched the news and waited patiently. Even until DarkStar retreated, his communicator had still been silent. Han Shao tapped on the table rhythmically while letting out a deep sigh. The worst-case scenario would naturally be Rista being found and forced to escape. The AI of the mothership would not be able to block Rista, and Rista would definitely be able to escape. However, this would mean that he would lose contact with Rista. Han Shao was still extremely concerned about such a good hacking partner. I'll wait a while longer. Rista should need some time to deal with the AI of the mothership. Han Shao paced around the room, and after waiting for a long time, his communicator rang. Taking a look at it, his furrowed brows and expression eased up. A bright smile could be seen on Han Zhao's face as he scrolled through the communicator. I wonder how much the Ghidorahs are willing to pay for this information. Chapter 567, The Endless Potential of Selling Intelligence. Chapter 567, The Endless Potential of Selling Intelligence. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Han Shao received from his communicator that Rista had successfully infiltrated the AI system of a DarkStar mothership. By making use of the authority that he had obtained, he was currently breaking into DarkStar's database. With Rista's abilities, as long as he could infiltrate the AI system, breaking into the database was a certainty. As long as Rista could infiltrate the bottommost layer of the database, Rista would be able to replace the AI system of the mothership. When the other motherships exchanged information with this particular mothership, all of their coordinates would be exposed. Currently, only the coordinates of this particular mothership were exposed. The extremely concealed DarkStar truly made one feel helpless. They hid in the dark while stirring up trouble with their mothership base moving around. Han Xiao was not aware of their exact location, and before Rista's appearance, Han Xiao did not have many ideas. This was an idea that he had thought of after working together with Rista to deal with the sudden ambush on Planet Aquamarine previously. It was a feasible plan, and after some estimates, Han Xiao had arrived at a conclusion that excited him. This might be a way for him to take care of DarkStar for good and was extremely enticing. Because he had set himself against DarkStar time and time again, DarkStar's enmity toward him would only continue to deepen, and it was a matter of time before they dealt with him. Han Xiao would not have been afraid if he was alone. After all, during his previous life, it was an extremely common thing for him to be chased all around. While he would be perfectly safe, his comrades would be in danger. His foundations were still weak, and it would be extremely easy for DarkStar to destroy them. With such a dangerous enemy, Han Xiao definitely would not let go of a chance to eradicate them. Even if he would not be able to activate a future mission, he would get rid of DarkStar at the first opportunity. Missions were endless in the galaxy, and it was more important for him to get rid of his enemies. He needed Ghidorah's help for this, and Ghidorah would not let go of such a chance either. With that thought in mind, Han Xiao left the room and went to the Ghidorah camp to find Nagakin. Black Star, you're here? In the Ghidorah camp, the Ghidorah troops were currently packing up their items and moving them all onto the spaceship. The entire camp was bustling with activity, and Nagakin was supervising them from the side. Seeing Han Xiao arrive, Nagakin walked forward with a smile. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Are you guys preparing to leave? Han Xiao looked around. Nagakin nodded with a face full of smiles and slapped Han Xiao on the back. Yes, with the problem on Planet Aquamarine having been resolved, our mission is over. Our fleet and disaster relief squad will leave today. I still have to thank you. The higher-ups are very satisfied with my efficiency and hinted that they will promote me after everything is over. This is all due to you. His current favorability with Han Xiao was over 60 points, and he had also hopped on a free ride with Han Xiao's contributions. Han Xiao looked around before bringing Nagakin to a more concealed spot and saying softly, I have some new intelligence. You will definitely be extremely interested in this. Help me contact the upper echelons of the War Bureau. More benefits. Nagakin's eyes lit up. Drop me some hints so that I can describe it to the higher-ups. Nagakin also suppressed his voice but had an expectant look on his face. Black Star was like a treasure trove to him. As long as he worked together with Black Star, he would definitely be able to gain benefits. Looking at the way that Nagakin was acting, Han Xiao's face twitched slightly. Nagakin would not reveal his prestige and might when he was in front of Han Xiao. With the level of favorability increasing, Nagakin would reveal his true character when they were in private. While being committed to his mission, he did not conceal his desire to go up the ranks. The image of a Calamity Grade expert in his mind collapsed completely. Grade B formed the middle rung in the galaxy, and the Calamity Grade belonged to the upper rung. The War Bureau naturally attached great importance to Nagakin. However, the population of Ghidorah was far too big, and there were still more than 10 Calamity Grade experts. All of them were like Imperial experts and the Royal Guard. Thus, Nagakin still had to face some competition. My intelligence this time is about DarkStar, Han Xiao said with a mysterious tone. What about them? Their location, Han Xiao said briefly. Nagakin's eyes widened in shock, and his breathing became heavy. He naturally understood the significance of those words. I need to ask you solemnly. You aren't lying to me, right? I would lie to anyone but you. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Follow me. I will inform the upper echelons immediately. The both of them then walked into a secret meeting room and locked the door. Without saying another word, Nagakin took out his communicator to contact the higher-ups. The call went through, and the secretary of the War Bureau head appeared. Nagakin, the Director General, is currently in a meeting. This is a meeting that the highest leader called. Wait until after the meeting if you have something. The battle on Planet Golden Gate had just ended, and the upper echelons of Ghidorah were discussing their follow-up plans. I have something urgent, Nagakin said. Then tell me first. I will pass the message to the Director General after the meeting. Tell him to forget about the meeting. It is a really big intelligence. Nagakin's voice was filled with agitation. Black Star has DarkStar's location. The expression of the secretary changed drastically, and he yelped, "Don't hang up," before running toward the conference room. The conference room was filled with many people, with some being present physically and others just projections. They all turned to look at the secretary with doubtful expressions. The secretary hurried over to the Director General of the War Bureau and explained the situation briefly. The eyes of the War Bureau's Director General widened, and he abruptly stood up. Picking his communicator up, he walked over to the highest leader and explained the situation. The expression of the highest leader changed slightly, and he immediately bellowed in a deep voice, "The meeting is paused. Those who aren't called, please go out and rest." Those present were all startled. Anyone capable of sitting at that conference table was a leader of an integral department. Even the lowest-ranked officer there was part of a core department that had access to the strategic plans of Ghidorah. If Ghidorah was an empire, this room would consist of the organs of the empire. Just what would cause the highest leader to stop the meeting and even want some of the upper echelons to leave the room? Just what kind of intelligence was it that even they could not have access to it? The majority of the upper echelons left the room, and only the core group of the upper echelons remained. This matter was far too important, and the highest leader only kept his closest aides behind. Black Star, I am the highest leader of Ghidorah, Serbia the Fifth. Ghidorah was a magical civilization, and their governance structure had the style of a magical planet. They did not rule over the civilization with a federation, and there was no need to talk about having a democratic election. The highest leader was chosen by the traditions of an ancient monarchy. The superiority that purebloods felt was also because of this tradition. However, Ghidorah did make some changes in this galactic civilization era to ensure that the governance structure could keep up with their productive capacity and technological standards. Their highest leader was no longer a lifelong title, and his authority was restricted. Much of his authority had been split up. The noble families and royal bloodline were not as precious and sacred as in ancient times. The royalty had the majority of their special rights taken away from them, and only their status and honor were left behind. This was something that the Ghidoran citizens who had seen the many different ruling systems of the galaxy could barely accept. As a galactic civilization, the intelligence of their citizens was directly correlated to the progression of their civilization. Even if they had to go against their traditions, they had to continuously improve. The moment their progression fell behind, it would be very likely for a change in governance to come about. In fact, there were many civilizations that were more advanced in technology than ruling system. For example, Harmon's hometown was a boorish civilization that heavily emphasized combat prowess and did not use much of their brains. However, such a civilization was actually able to construct spaceships. In the galactic civilization era, there were many different kinds of skills and technology. As such, the ruling system of a civilization was no longer as important to the productive capacity of the civilization. Thus, despite the three great civilizations of the galaxy having different ruling systems, their strength was equal. Facing the highest leader of Ghidorah, Nagakin bowed solemnly. On the other hand, Han Shao only nodded casually as a greeting. This was the best part about being a mercenary. There was no need to perform any formal salutations. This is the third time that we've negotiated. Han Shao smiled. The first time was the mutation source sample, second about revealing DarkStar's plan and forming a bridge to the mercenaries. This was the third. The previous two times, the ones negotiating with him had been the upper echelons of Ghidorah. This time, it was the highest leader talking to him directly. Without beating about the bush, they went straight to the point. Han Shao proved that his intelligence was reliable, and Rista's ability was one that could not be replicated. To Ghidorah, this intelligence was 100 times more valuable than the mutation source. DarkStar was like a parasite to the entire civilization, and Ghidorah yearned for the opportunity to get rid of DarkStar every single day. Both parties had been fighting for many years, and if they could get rid of DarkStar thoroughly, they would be able to erase one of their biggest enemies. Be it in terms of the conflict between the pure and mixed bloods or their status and security, there would be many benefits. This is the third time that our Ghidorah has made a transaction with you. Your intelligence is extremely important. Are you completing this transaction as an individual, or are you representing Floating Dragon? Serbia the Fifth asked. Representing Floating Dragon, I guess, Han Shao said. This meant that he was using his status as an assurance, and it was extremely official. What do you want? Ghidorah would definitely want to obtain the intelligence that he had, and Han Shao was not planning on holding back his demands. Narrowing his eyes, Han Shao slowly said, 50 middle-sized battleships and 1 large-sized mothership. I don't want Ghidorah's models and want pure technological products. Second, I want to gain access to your knowledge bank and allow me to make a copy of a portion of the knowledge. Third, after the matter is over, reveal my contribution to the galaxy. Fourth, I want 20 million anas. Those conditions of his were more than 10 times harsher than the previous transaction with the mutation source. Every department had a limited budget, and this amount was not at all small. Not too long ago, they had just hired the many mercenary groups, and they were truly burning money too quickly. Serbia the Fifth frowned for a moment and fell silent. Okay, we will first pay you 5 million anas. The rest of the payment and the battleships will be paid after everything is over. At that time, we can allow you to make a copy of 5 different knowledges. As for announcing your merits, you want to raise your reputation, right? All right, as long as we are successful, we can make an official announcement. Whoa, he accepted it without even bothering to bargaining. I should have raised my price. Han Shao coughed dryly and hesitantly said, Is it too late to change the price? It's too late, Serbia the Fifth said with a darkened expression. Han Shao shook his head. This was the largest transaction that he had made to date. While this intelligence was valuable, Ghidorah would have to mobilize their own forces at the end of the day, and it would not be too good for him to extort them. Even if it was an extremely important piece of intelligence, Ghidorah would definitely try and suppress the price and not casually agree to his exorbitant price. Han Shao was about to bring the players into the galaxy, and he needed a lot of money for the early stages of his plan. With this new injection, his capital should be enough to last him a long time. If he only considered the cost price of a spaceship, 20 million anas would be sufficient to purchase a fleet of almost 100 spaceships. Let's have a pleasant time working together, Han Shao said. We will await the good news. Nagakin, stay behind on Planet Aquamarine for now. You will be in charge of communication. Yes, Nagakin nodded. A few days after the assault on Planet Golden Gate in some corner of the DarkStar system, a fleet of DarkStar battleships was moving at high speed. This fleet was currently on their way to Planet Aquamarine, and Degulish was the commander of the fleet. Ember was also part of the squad together with a high-ranked officer named Terry. There was a total of 3 Calamity-grade supers present in the squad. In order to get rid of Black Star, Degulish had sent out more than half of their high-end combat force. With their ambush on Planet Golden Gate failing, the leader of DarkStar was only slightly surprised and did not have much of a reaction. He only got Degulish to follow their plan and attack Planet Aquamarine. Currently, DarkStar's plan had gone completely off track, and they could only seize every opportunity they had to create losses for Ghidorah. At this moment, their aggro toward Han Shao was extremely stable. Taking into account the fact that Black Star had the BlackLight Stealth, which was best at escaping, they knew that they had to force Black Star into a battle if they wanted to kill him. Thus, they had chosen to ambush Black Star's home planet so that Black Star would stay behind and fight. We shall wait for Ghidorah's fleet to leave before attacking Planet Aquamarine. Make use of the space disruptor to cover the atmosphere of Planet Aquamarine. While it won't be useful in dealing with the BlackLight Stealth, we will be able to prolong the time needed to open up a space channel to Planet Aquamarine and prevent reinforcements from the other Calamity planets. I have already checked. Ames left the Garten star system a few days ago, and Black Star's backer isn't around. Ember will lead a portion of our forces as the spearhead, and the rest of us will hide. We will only make our appearance after Ember ties Black Star down. We cannot reveal all of our strength, or we will scare Black Star away. Degulish had a solemn expression. Terry did not voice any disagreements. I will not make the same mistake that I did in Norias, Ember said coldly. My ability is capable of massacring the commoners. As long as he cares, I will be able to force him to fight me. You'd all better appear quickly. If not, I may end up massacring the whole of Planet Aquamarine. Chapter 568, Imminent Danger. Chapter 568, Imminent Danger. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Galaxy Times had released a new program for the week. As usual, the players on the forums were bustling, eager to know about this week's program. The familiar faces of the two hosts once again appeared in front of the camera, saying the same familiar catchphrase opening sentences. Hello players, this is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information, the male host said. Your gaming career is our top priority. Based on an anonymous response from our player friends, the station has decided to cancel the joke section. We're a serious news channel, and our principle has always been to deliver the most accurate and detailed news, not gain viewers through the usage of humor. The female host solemnly read out from the script but started laughing halfway. Be serious. The male host was seated upright, his gaze not shifting, and his lips did not even open when he was speaking, as though the words came directly from his throat. A number of the viewers cheered, and the entire screen blurred with all sorts of chatter. Hey, what's this about canceling? This program was originally for lame jokes. Ha ha ha. This is even funnier than their original lame jokes. The program continued as the female host regained her composure. This week's program was delayed for 2 days. This was because its content was originally about the main storyline for version 2.0 on each planet. However, with the recent happenings on Planet Aquamarine, we had to change the content. Let's look at the content for this week. This week's Galaxy Times episode was about the version 2.0 main storyline for each of the novice planets. At this point, the majority of novice planets were already somewhat aware of the storyline and were just about to enter the most exciting phase. But the actions on Planet Aquamarine had resulted in the Galaxy Times changing their report. This was because they had managed to end the mutation disaster. Thus, their prepared content had to be updated. While the players on the other planets were still happily progressing along the plot, the players on Planet Aquamarine had already completed their task. This caused the players from the other planets to feel envious and jealous. The last feature of the program was about Planet Aquamarine. In version 1.0, Planet Aquamarine was also the only planet that managed to have players enter the interstellar area. If we look across the board, each novice planet has a certain specialty, and the specialty of Planet Aquamarine is to allow their players to enter the interstellar stage earlier. This time, Planet Aquamarine ended the main storyline of version 2.0 way ahead of schedule. This also means that the players will enter the interstellar maps earlier than the other novice planets. Based off the current circumstances on Planet Aquamarine, it seems like the NPC guide to the interstellar path is Black Phantom, now known as Black Star. This is a legendary figure, with many channels dedicating themselves to understanding his past deeds. I will not waste time introducing him here. While the main storyline of the planet had ended early, the players had also gotten the opportunity to enter the interstellar region earlier. To all the players, this was many times better than the storyline in version 2.0. All the players on Planet Aquamarine were overjoyed, and the Chinese clubs were even happier. This meant that they had correctly chosen their starting planet to be Planet Aquamarine, as it allowed them to pull forward from all the other esports clubs all over the world. From Black Star, we found out that the other novice planets will all have a faction with a guide. We will now focus on the introduction of Black Star and his mercenary group's actions on Planet Aquamarine. The two hosts recited their lines, analyzing the actions of Han Shao in the mutation disaster from various angles. This was followed by analysis of the merits of joining the Black Star Mercenary Group, and they eventually gave a high evaluation. Based on the knowledge given by the professional players under Black Star in version 1.0, they knew that the privileges offered by the Black Star Mercenary Group were numerous. Furthermore, it was still a faction in its infancy. This meant that with the players fighting for the mercenary group, they could further increase its value, adding more benefits for themselves. Thus, the Galaxy Times felt that the faction was something to be considered in the long term, and it was even possible for Black Star himself to be a hidden main storyline. The players of Planet Aquamarine had long understood this from the start and thus did not show much response. Instead, it was the players all over the other novice planets that sighed in envy. Why did they not manage to get such a good NPC? They really did a great job inflating me. Han Xiao was also viewing this program. The Galaxy Times contained a lot of complicated content, and it was unlike the video channels made by Bun Hit Dog that were only meant for viewership. The Galaxy Times had a colossal audience, and they mainly reported on events that had wide-reaching impact. By talking about him, they had indirectly helped raise his reputation, attracting many potential players to this planet. Turning off the forum, Han Xiao focused on the scene before his eyes. Right now, he was in the refugee area outside the second sanctuary. Bennett's sanctuaries were no longer just shelters but rather urbanized cities. While the mutation disaster had just ended, a few of the stronger-willed refugees had already begun to eke out a living once again and come out with their own little businesses and shops. They could not be termed refugees anymore but rather just residents. Han Xiao sat outside a small street stall on the roadside. He had heard that the owner of this humble stall used to be a senior executive chef and had fled to seek refuge when the disaster struck. While he only used cheaper ingredients now, the taste was superb. The meat broth bubbled merrily on a stove, the rich fragrance wafting out, and the chef was even searing meat by the side using a metal pan. His wife was his kitchen aide and was stir-frying vegetables. The aroma of cooking food caused many passers-by to glance back a second time. There was a long queue in front of this booth, with people by the roadside wolfing down their food. There was a person who almost swallowed his fingers as well while eating. In the last few months, there was barely anyone who had eaten a proper meal. While the fare provided was simple, the combination of food with oil heightened their impression to that of a delicacy, allowing these people to soothe their strained heartstrings. This street had originally been a dirty refugee camp, but now it was so much cleaner. The atmosphere was no longer as depressed. A few of the refugees who had decided to stay had begun demolishing the tents and building simple houses, causing the streets to appear like a construction site and become a hubbub of noise and chatter. "Sister, this is very nice." Seated opposite on the small table, Aurora cradled a bowl, making slurping noises as she ate. Her cheeks wobbled with every bite, causing her to resemble a tiny squirrel. Gila only ate a few mouthfuls before she stopped. She stretched out a hand, tucking the stray strands of hair behind Aurora's ear, softly patting her back at the same time to ensure she did not choke. The great mechanic Han was not so solitary that he would go shopping alone. He had asked the two sisters along with him to observe the situation around the sanctuary, as well as to talk about any issues they would have with the Dragon Emperor. Although the mutation disaster had ended and the problem of Planet Aquamarine was resolved along with the leaving of the Godaran spaceship, Nagakin had surprisingly stayed to be in charge of communications. Han Xiao estimated that the players would have probably gotten used to the fact that the main storyline had ended, and thus decided to wrap things up and formally take the players away. In the meantime, Ames had instructed him to take the two sisters over to Floating Dragon. Having asked the two of them, he did not receive any objections. As they ate, Han Xiao transmitted his thoughts over to Rista. Rista had been attempting to hack into DarkStar mothership for a few days but still had not managed to completely break into the database. However, according to the update sent by Rista, the estimated time should be near. As long as the hack was successful, the locations of all the DarkStar motherships would be revealed, which would spell their death. Recently, news has spread about the increase in development of the mutation source on the Calamity planets. The Godaran rescue teams are getting frustrated. It seems as though the infiltration teams of DarkStar on each planet have found the mutation source and fed it enough energy to accelerate its development. They have not given up just yet. Han Xiao sat there silently contemplating before shaking his head. Most likely, Ghidorah's current attention was no longer on providing disaster relief. He had to wait for his own intelligence to completely destroy the tumor that was DarkStar. Wiping his mouth, Han Xiao stood up and prepared to pay. Seeing this, the chef hurriedly wiped his hands, rejecting the payment. "Your Honor, you're the savior of our planet. Everyone here owes you their life. How could we accept your payment?" The attitude of the stall owner was determined, and this attracted the chorus of the surrounding crowd. Hearing this, Han Xiao did not insist, instead patting Gila on the head and saying, "Then you pay. Did I allow you to touch my head? Do you think I'm Aurora?" Gila grumpily smacked off Han Xiao's hand, glaring at him, before talking out her purse. Do. At this time, his communicator sounded. It was a message from Rista. I've succeeded in hacking into their database and have located the coordinates of all the DarkStar motherships. I've discovered that there is a mothership that's moving toward Planet Aquamarine. It's extremely close, and there are 3 calamity-grade supers within. You have to be careful. The first half of the sentence left Han Xiao in joy, but the latter half caused his expression to sink. A DarkStar mothership is approaching Planet Aquamarine. It went without saying, the 3 calamity-grade supers definitely did not come here for sightseeing. Could it be that DarkStar wishes to eradicate the calamity planet that has managed to resolve the mutation disaster? Han Zhao's thoughts flashed, and he came up with a conjecture that was close to the mark. However, their motive should also be to deal with him, or else they would not have brought out 3 calamity grades. Could it be that DarkStar had discovered his involvement and scheme? Han Xiao groaned inwardly. Since the Godaran frigate was not present, he alone was unable to withstand the attacks from a mothership. The circumstances were dire. He immediately contacted Nagakin. The first issue now was to remain rational and seek for help. I've discovered a DarkStar mothership in the vicinity of Planet Aquamarine. They most likely wish to eradicate this planet, and thus danger is imminent. We have to request for assistance. What? I'll report it up now, Nagakin exclaimed. Since they were still within their honeymoon period of cooperating, Ghidorah would definitely come to his aid. Han Xiao did not stop to rest, immediately contacting Bennett and the 6 nations. He requested for them to arrange staff to guide the people in the cities to take shelter in the underground air defense facilities. DarkStar would be launching a global strike, and without the frigate from Ghidorah to protect the planet, the danger would be 100 times higher. This would be akin to throwing a delicate pretty girl into a group of sex-starved men. They could only try to minimize the losses before the reinforcements came. This was the greatest crisis that Planet Aquamarine had ever faced. DarkStar was an enemy that this planet could not afford to face. If they did not handle the situation properly, their civilization would end there and then, just like the Sunil civilization of the past. What's wrong? Hila caught Han Zhao's expression and furrowed her brows. There's a fleet that's about to attack us. Don't tarry here any longer. Take your sister to the sanctuary to hide. I'll activate the protective shield later, Han Xiao replied swiftly. Aurora will return. I can stay to protect you, Hila replied in a solemn tone. Help my *SS. This battlefield is way too early for you to be participating in. Han Xiao was not courteous at all. When faced with 3 calamity grades, even he would feel the pressure. If not for the fact that he had received the 2 molding abilities that made him into something of a power generator, he would not take the risk of facing the enemy at all. To think that Hila, who was far from having the qualifications to participate, wanted to join in. Hila's face turned stiff as she angrily gritted her teeth. However, she knew that Han Xiao was not someone who would pretend to be strong. If he said that she was not suitable, then she was really ill-suited for it. She did not hesitate, hurriedly taking her sister to run toward the inner portions of the sanctuary, her speed extremely quick. Given Han Zhao's current status, he was fully capable of commanding the whole of Planet Aquamarine. Having received his news, the 6 nations and Bennett were alarmed and immediately mobilized people to help the civilians evacuate. Alarms rang throughout the sanctuary, and the city immediately turned chaotic. Groups of refugees were guided toward the air defense facilities. The residents in the street also left, jostling with each other. Who? Just as Han Xiao was preparing to go up to the command center to coordinate the overall situation, a whistling sound came from the sky. Formidable.com. More than a dozen spaceships from DarkStar entered the atmosphere, heading toward the shelters. They swooped at high speed and, without warning, immediately began firing their laser cannons. Clusters of beams hit various locations in the sanctuary, and dozens of areas immediately exploded. Boom! Flames and smoke rose up into the sky. The next second, the peaceful sanctuary turned into a visage of hell. This did not stop at the sanctuaries. At the same time, the 6 nations were also attacked by the DarkStar ships. Planet Aquamarine had come under enemy attack once again. How did they arrive so quickly? Han Xiao had a grave expression. He had only received the news a few short minutes ago and only just begun to evacuate the civilians. How did the enemies appear so quickly? A DarkStar spaceship shot over his head, bringing with it a screaming gust of wind. Han Xiao glanced up at it, and his eyes suddenly focused. That's right. The mothership should not have arrived yet. This group should be the vanguard. We have to immediately bring these spaceships down. Han Xiao contacted his mercenaries to deploy the protective shield at the base while starting up the ground-to-air electromagnetic rail cannon. He also ordered the officers such as Haluz to utilize the assault ships seized the previous time to fight against the DarkStar vanguards. With a protective shield above the sanctuary, the situation was better there compared to the Six Nations. They were the ones that required more help at the moment. As he was issuing his orders, Han Xiao suddenly sensed danger and immediately leaped to the side. A black arrow that was tens of meters long was deeply embedded where he had previously stood. Bang! The street split apart from the impact. The next second, the dark arrow collapsed and turned into countless particles, hovering around a figure in the sky. Ember lowered his head to look at Han Xiao. His face was expressionless as he snapped his fingers. Pa! His move is not targeted at me. Han Xiao's heart tightened, and he quickly turned back to look. Behind him, the refugees that were running away from afar all turned into piles of ash in an instant. The stall owner's family was one of the affected. Just a second ago, he had still been running away in large strides, and in the next second, he had turned into a pile of ash on the ground. Those who were fortunately spared from the attack all collapsed to the ground, scared silly. A warmth could be felt around their crotches. At this point, Ember looked down from high above, coldly speaking. Did you miss me, Black Star? Damn it, this guy's ability to cause damage to civilians is too scary. I have to hold him down. Han Xiao furrowed his brows before reining in his stare. He looked at Ember as he sarcastically replied, Of course I did. You lost to me so many times previously. Do you wish to taste defeat once more? Hearing this, a hint of anger appeared on Ember's face. However, he realized that his mission was to force Black Star to stay and battle him, and his anger was immediately replaced by a cold sneer. Haha, do you think I came to deal with you this time? Ember raised his head to look at his surroundings. The sanctuary was set ablaze, with spaceships constantly bombarding the area. The streets had turned into debris, with waves of refugees constantly running around. His gaze swept across the muddled crowds before locking onto the escaping figures of Gila and Aurora. I've already checked you out thoroughly. Those two women are probably friends that you value highly, so you can collect their corpses. If there's still anything to collect after this. Ember activated his ability, grasping outward with his fingers. From afar, Gila and Aurora's bodies began turning to ash. Chapter 569 Army Appear. Chapter 569 Army Appear. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. CR*P. Han Xiao immediately activated void travel, and his figure appeared before Ember. He did not have enough time to put on his mechanical suit but sent a kick toward Ember's crotch. Boom! How despicable! Ember's face turned ashen. His little brother was almost kicked, but he quickly blocked the attack. Han Xiao was not able to cause much damage without his mechanical suit, but he managed to cut off Ember's Esper ability. Only then did Han Xiao have time to put on his mechanical suit. Turning around to take a look, he realized that Gila had lost her leg, and Aurora had lost an arm. A brilliant golden light then burst forth from Aurora's palms and swallowed Gila up. Gila's leg then grew back out rapidly. Only after doing so did Aurora regrow her own arm. Gila immediately grabbed Aurora and continued to escape. The previous attack had allowed her to understand the difference in strength. She knew that she would only be a burden to Han Xiao if she stayed behind. What a frightening ability. To think that he has always been dealing with such dangerous enemies. A look of anxiousness could be seen on her face. With both the sisters being safe, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Aurora is able to regrow broken limbs. It seems like her strength has grown. Gila and Aurora's abilities complemented each other. While they were currently weak, it was not so easy to get rid of them. Back when they were trying to break out of the Germinal organization's encirclement, a hole had opened up in Gila's stomach, but she had still managed to survive with her talent. With Aurora by her side now, it was like carrying a gigantic HP potion. Will you be able to block me? Ember did not bother chasing the sisters but diverted his attention to Han Shao. The civilians were only his bait. He had only attacked the others to force Black Star to fight him. 10 or so black snakes then shot toward Han Shao like speeding arrows. This was not the first time that he had fought Han Shao, and he knew that it was not so easy to deal with Han Shao. Thus, he immediately went all out. The compressed orbs that Han Shao always carried with him burst into action, and the halo array covered Han Shao in a protective shield. The black snakes smashed into the shield ferociously, and sparks burst forth from the friction of the collision. The shield glowed brightly and expended a great amount of energy. Han Shao was forced back by the powerful impact, and 2 ditches were made from his feet being dragged along the ground. An open terrain inadvantageous to him. He is of a higher grade than me and has better attributes. I will only be able to tie him down. Han Zhao's face was solemn. The situation was extremely bad. Ember was only the advance party, and there were still 2 calamity-grade supers and a mothership behind him. This was a force capable of destroying Planet Aquamarine. The only choice he had was to wait for reinforcements to arrive. If Ghidorah wanted his intelligence, they would certainly show up. Right at that moment, he activated a mission. You have triggered an urgent mission, Planet Aquamarine's crisis. Mission hint: DarkStar has launched a sudden attack on Planet Aquamarine. This planet needs your protection, and you must try to block the enemies. Mission requirements: block the DarkStar forces and protect Planet Aquamarine until the reinforcements appear. Current destruction: 167/3000. Failure condition: full destruction meter. Mission reward: 620,000 experience, plus 2 Garten Star System renown, plus 1,506 nations favorability. An unexpected event would usually trigger an urgent mission. Not just Han Shao, but all the players on Planet Aquamarine had triggered this urgent mission. In the sanctuary, all the players stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with shock. The DarkStar battleships were cutting through the clouds and firing upon the planet. The protective shield of the second base opened up and the railguns also revealed themselves. At the same time, the spaceships of the mercenaries also took off into the sky and launched their counterattack. Why would there be a sudden attack on the planet? The players couldn't understand why and were extremely puzzled. However, it was more important for them to deal with the enemy, and they all got to work quickly. All of them activated the Planet Aquamarine's crisis mission, but Han Shao activated another special mission. You have triggered an urgent mission, assassination target. Mission hint: your actions have caused great losses for DarkStar, and the hatred has been accumulating. Finally, DarkStar has found a chance. They sent out 3 Grade A officers and decided to kill you. Mission requirements: you will be surrounded by 3 Grade A supers. Hang in there until reinforcements arrive. Failure conditions: death or escaping from Planet Aquamarine. Mission reward: 12,100,000 experience, plus 30 Garten Star System renown, plus 1,000 Ghidorah favorability, plus 1 legendary point. Their spaceship is already right at my doorstep, and this is still called an assassination. Han Shao had a strange look on his face. The mission hint had confirmed Rista's intelligence. Through the radar, Han Shao could clearly observe the situation of the battlefield in the sanctuary. Everyone was currently working together to fight off the enemies, so there was no need for him to get distracted. Han Shao focused all his attention on Ember. Han Shao could only rely on the others to deal with the other enemies. He had to block Ember personally. If not, the casualties would be immense. Dong! Dong! The black sand continued to smash against his golden shield, and Han Shao was almost forced into the ground. Han Shao immediately opened his interface, and without even looking, he put all his accumulated experience into leveling up. In the past month, he did not push out any new skills or knowledge to the players, and the experience that he had earned was not enough to push him up to level 140. However, in the face of a powerful enemy, every little bit of strength counted. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal with a single calamity grade super, not to mention the fact that there were 2 more on the way. He had no choice but to convert all his resources into combat capability. His experience points were used up rapidly. Virtual Mechanic was raised to LV.11, plus 150 energy, plus 3 END, plus 6 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. His accumulated experience was sufficient for him to go up by 6 levels, and his total level was now 136. This time, he did not throw his free attribute points into intelligence. His intelligence was already more than 1,100 points and was remarkably high already. Ordinarily, he would have added it all to intelligence for sure. However, he was currently facing the biggest crisis ever, and it was not appropriate for him to increase his intelligence further. Han Xiao threw all his points into endurance to ensure his survival. He was extremely clear that even if he made use of his mechanic army, it would be difficult for him to defeat a calamity grade super head-on. Furthermore, the other party had 3 calamity grade supers. All he could do was tank the damage with his body. The Aurora character summon card in his hands still had a few usages left. Furthermore, the 2 new molding abilities that he had gained from the mutation source would serve a great purpose. Under such circumstances, the higher his HP, the more obvious the effect of those trump cards. After adding all his points into endurance, Han Zhao's health increased by 5,643 points. His total HP had broken the 40,000 mark. The higher his level, the bigger the difference. The increase in HP from his 6 levels was more than the overall HP of a level 60 player. A warm surge of energy spread out from within his body. Han Xiao felt his mind freshen up, and he placed his palms together. Clank! 8 large mechanical arms appeared together and transformed into drills to retaliate. Han Xiao bent his knees slightly, and the thrusters under his feet spewed out flames at maximum capacity to block off the incoming black tide. He then threw out a large number of compressed orbs, which formed various floating artillery towers. Ember was immediately showered with an endless stream of bullets. The street was completely flattened by their battle, and Han Xiao did not have the extra energy to be concerned about the exterior region of the sanctuary. Han Xiao then threw out another 2 compressed orbs, and the 2 Oathkeepers that he always carried with him, Warrior and Blaster, appeared beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them were locked in a stalemate. Ember wanted to control the carbon particles to destroy the interior of the machines. Han Xiao had fallen for this trick before and was prepared to deal with this technique. He let out a large number of hovering shield shuttles and covered his machines with a simple energy shield to block the carbon particles from flowing in. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle, and it was as though a gigantic black snake was fighting a metal army. Their battlefield shifted around the outer region of the sanctuary, and destruction followed them wherever they went. Right at that moment, a golden shooting star-like figure shot over from afar and crashed into the black snake beneath Ember's feet. Ember's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly avoided the incoming golden fist. Nagakin, who was wreathed in golden flames, landed beside Han Xiao and glared at Ember angrily. Nagakin's entrance had temporarily broke the 2 up. Black Star, are you all right? Don't worry, he won't be able to harm me. Are the reinforcements here yet? Nagakin shook his head with a solemn expression. I have already informed the War Bureau, and the fleet stationed at the other Calamity planets are already rushing over. Originally, they would only take 3 minutes or so to arrive, but because DarkStar set up a space disruptor outside the atmosphere of the planet, our reinforcements will take more time to get here. If the fleet protecting Planet Aquamarine had not been pulled back, they would definitely have been able to survive this short period. However, the War Bureau had placed all their attention on wiping out DarkStar for good. Upon seeing that the calamity on Planet Aquamarine had been resolved, they had followed their original plan and pulled back their forces. Furthermore, they had thought that the huge victory at Planet Golden Gate would slow DarkStar down slightly. Never had they expected DarkStar's next move to be so swift. Thankfully, there is only a single calamity-grade super. He is Ember, who massacred millions in Long Arc. I will work together with you and get rid of him quickly. Nagakin glared at Ember and was eager to battle. Ember's expression turned into one of wariness and anger. The two before him were the ones who had gotten rid of Anner, and this was still fresh in his mind. With the protective fleet being pulled back, why would Ghidorah leave one of their experts behind? Ember began to frown. His mission was to tie down Black Star, and he was confident in doing so. However, with Nagakin in the picture, his arms would be tied up. We will only be able to have some chance of victory when Degulish and Terry arrive. Thankfully, they aren't aware that we have another two lying in ambush. Perhaps we will be able to get rid of a Ghidorah powerhouse. Ember glared at the two coldly with confidence. Right at this moment, Han Shao grabbed Nagakin's arm and said, "Don't. Let me tie him down. You should deal with the assault forces in space. Tell Herluz to take some Inhumans to reinforce the 6 nations. The sanctuary has the both of us protective shields and surface-to-air weapons. However, the 6 nations are in grave danger and require immediate reinforcements." Nagakin was taken aback and frowned. "What do you mean by that? With the two of us joining hands, we will be able to take care of him quickly. Just like we did back in Norias." "It wouldn't be so simple." Han Shao waved his hands. He had used the Dragon Emperor character summon card previously to create the opportunity for Nagakin to go all out. This time, he no longer had the character summon card, and they would not be able to get rid of Ember quickly. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to tie Ember down and get Nagakin to protect the base to minimize losses. In just a short while, the destruction meter had gone up by more than 400 points. They had to immediately stop the assault fleet. Furthermore, there would be another 2 Calamity-grade supers ambushing him later. He would be able to pull open the battlefield and tie down 3 of the opponent's experts single-handedly. With Aurora's character summon card and his molding abilities, it would be extremely difficult for the other party to kill him. However, things would be different if Nagakin was beside him. If the 3 from DarkStar chose to suddenly surround Nagakin, he would definitely be in danger. Despite Nagakin being a grade A pugilist, his skin was not as thick as Han Zhao's. "All right, I shall leave him to you." Nagakin gritted his teeth and nodded. Since Han Shao insisted, he could only choose to trust his comrade. He looked at Ember before sprinting toward the base. Upon seeing that, Ember looked at Han Shao with a look of mockery. "Mission accomplished. Black Star was baited. To think that you would actually reject Nagakin's help and face me alone. You are truly asking for trouble. When Degulish and Terry arrive, you won't be able to escape even if you want to." In his eyes, Han Shao did not know that there was an ambush. Ember was secretly delighted. He truly wanted to see what Black Star's expression would be like when the ambushing troops appeared. Currently, the sanctuary was consumed by flames and was in a complete mess. The sound of cannon fire, anxious shrieks, and miserable groans could be heard all around. DarkStar had brought a more direct calamity to the planet. Stopping the mutation disaster had resulted in revenge from DarkStar. Han Shao took a deep breath and suppressed the frustration in his heart. He ignored the chaos happening in the outside world. He threw everything to do with destruction, casualties, and death out of his head. Ember stepped on the black current and floated in midair. Looking down on Han Shao from above, killing intent emanated from his face. If Black Star was alone, he would not be wary. "You aren't at the calamity grade yet, right? Without the traps that you set up last time, how will you deal with me?" Upon hearing that, Han Zhao's voice sounded from the helmet. "It's been more than a year since we last fought, but your strength hasn't increased much. However, I am different from you. Philip, release all the armies." "Roger, hum." "Who?" Since Rista was not around, Philip was now in charge of piloting the BlackLight Stealth. The BlackLight Stealth weaved through the battlefield between the assault spaceships and mercenaries and appeared above Han Shao. A few boxes were then ejected from the belly of the spaceship, and the boxes flew toward Han Shao with the use of thrusters. Han Zhao's eyes lit up with a bolt of electricity, and he pointed his right palm toward the sky. Overflowing mechanical force burst forward and formed countless lightning whips to connect to all the army boxes. Army appear. Chapter 570 Siege. Chapter 570 Siege. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios. The arcs of mechanical force connected several army boxes. With a wave of his right hand, Han Shao triggered the lightning to move downward. The army boxes were slammed open, and out rolled numerous compressed orbs that shot like bullets toward Ember, as though a hail of arrows. Clank! The machines clanked as they moved around, the noise suppressing all other sound. All the compressed orbs unfolded in midair, turning into countless mechanical creations that covered the sky, raining down like a deluge of metal. Ember's expression changed, and he controlled his black current in a head-on collision. Boom, boom, boom. The black current was forcibly ripped apart, and the mechanical soldiers landed on the ground one after another. There were different models, different appearances, with their heights and sizes varying. They covered the entire area, with Ember trapped within, looking extremely helpless. There was a total of 4 army boxes, and the one numbered 001, the Mechanical Beast Guard's army, had several thousand mechanical beasts encircling Ember, as though they were observing prey. Box 002 contained the Strike Artillery Regiment. This was a long-range force, meant to support the troops. It was located behind the formation and boasted long-ranged artilleries, including rapid-fire turrets, large-caliber turrets, self-propelled turrets, mini-railguns, and more. All their nozzles were aimed at Ember. As for Box 003, the G1 Steel Army Corps, this is a hybrid army with the largest personnel, a total of 6,400 mechanical warriors. Among them were the larger attack units, clad in heavy armor that reflected a cold metal luster. They shielded the front of the formation, each holding an alloy tower shield that glowed with energy arcs. There were also harassment units composed of the 4th-generation Rangers, equipped with high-speed rocket-powered machinery to serve as the vanguard. Some were suspended in the air, able to conduct aerial combat with their lasers or trap and separate enemies. The last was Box 101, the Oathkeeper Personal Guard. Separated by fighters and gunners, there was a total of 8 of them standing around Han Shao. Han Shao possessed 4 armies with their own unique numbers. Other than the elite troops comprised of the Oathkeepers, the other 3 armies were conventional models of an army, utilizing human wave tactics. The first number for the serial numbers in the regular armies was 0, while the elite troops were labeled 1. The construction of the army style was time, money, and energy-consuming. To create those 4 legions, Han Shao had thrown in quite a bit of money. Even with the assembly line aiding him, he had also spent quite a bit of time constructing his machinery. The mechanical warriors configured were all carefully selected by him after scouring through many blueprints. Not only did they possess strong fighting capabilities, they could be quickly repaired after receiving damage. In theory, as long as one had enough money, they could build as many legions as they wanted, given that the operating speed of the artificial intelligence in charge of controlling the legion could keep up. If one artificial intelligence could not handle the operations, then just build another. This was the advantage of money. However, Han Shao had only built 4 legions, which had taken him almost 3 months. He had originally planned to only expand his army on a large scale after he reached Grade A. It would be a qualitative leap forward for him, allowing his manufacturing speed to be further boosted, which could save him a lot more time. Furthermore, the machines created would also have stronger properties, and he would also have a lot more powerful blueprints by then. This was also the first time that Han Shao had fully activated his entire mechanical army. The mechanical army surrounded Ember tightly, their alloy armors reflecting the sunlight. Han Shao fired a void jet spray in the direction of Ember. Where the muzzle was pointed, the army advanced. Boom! The next second, the mechanical army pressed forward, reminiscent of a metal tsunami. The artillery fire was almost endless, and with each passing second, more than 1,000 lasers were fired toward the black current. The diamond barrier constantly shattered and regenerated, and Ember was immediately placed under a great amount of pressure. He gritted his teeth. Even with the natural resistance afforded to him by his calamity grade, if he was hit by so many attacks, he would definitely suffer a serious injury. Ember could only sense that a division was surrounding and attacking him. He was drowned in the sea of machinery, and he felt at a loss. His face revealed an expression of shock. Every time he faced Black Star, The speed of his opponent's growth would always leave him fearful. The gap between their abilities seemed to be shortening, with him being caught up. Could it be that I'll never defeat him in my life? Ember's eyes turned bloodshot at the thought. Fog-like particles rose from their surroundings, merging into the black current. The size of the black current constantly expanded, and soon, the cloud of black particles covering hundreds of meters condensed, changing its shape. The outer layer turned into diamond to resist the attacks, while several huge python-like carbon creatures stuck their heads out from within, piercing into the mechanical army and continuously swallowing the broken mechanical warriors. A calamity grade is indeed difficult to go against. Han Xiao continued to release his mechanical force, providing a large amount of machinery bonuses to his army. He did not need to worry about his energy being depleted. He just had to rush into the black current and receive a few hard blows, and his energy tank would be refilled. A generator was just this law-breaking and unbridled. The army style was about being a gangster and using human wave tactics. It was even more overpowered than the summoning system. The summoning system at least required mana consumption, but this army style only required the machinery to be prepared in advance. Both sides had their advantages and disadvantages, but just speaking in terms of raw fighting strength, the army style was the most domineering. Just like how the summoner was required to burn their mana, the army style required burning money, just like the divine skill of legends, tossing out the heaven and earth. It's an idiom meaning to go and stake everything. Think, all in, for poker. Money was in some ways equivalent to the combat capability of a mechanic. The army style can be used to crush someone of the same level and could also be used to consume the strength of supers of a higher level. Ember being reduced to a passive state was a good example. Back when they were on Norias, Han Xiao could only try to avoid a direct fight with Ember by any means. However, he could now go head-to-head against him and even suppress the other party. The effects were obvious. Even if Ember could withstand the concentrated gunfire and slowly swallow and chip away at his forces, he still had a limit to his energy. If he continued to waste it as such, it was unknown who would be the biggest loser in the end. This showed that the probability of Ember losing was not low at all. For a calamity grade to face off against a grade B super, winning was inevitable. Very few could surpass the gap that divided both sides. The battle between both sides only grew fiercer. After the mechanical army joined the battle, the resulting activity could be described as earth-shaking. It was difficult not to notice it even if one did not wish to. Even the players far away from the sanctuary could see the great war between Ember and Han Xiao, and they had expressions of surprise. Compared to the power that Black Star was showing, the strength that he had used to deal with the mutation source was almost trivial. Bun Hit Dog's eyes shone, and he rushed to the scene without fear of his death, recording the entire scene in the meantime. By this point, Gila had brought Aurora back to the protective shield region. As she turned back and saw the battle between both parties, a hint of worry flashed across her face. Han Xiao was right. She did not possess the qualifications to take part in a battle of that level. In the sky, Nagakin had brought his own troops to attack and destroy the offending DarkStar motherships. As for Herluz and the rest, they heeded Han Xiao's instructions, taking a group of players to assist the Six Nations. At that moment, a few batches of DarkStar spaceships appeared in the sky, quickly drawing near. The number was many times greater than the first batch. The DarkStar's main forces had arrived. Everyone's expression dropped. The situation has just gotten worse. Two other threats quickly approached. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he commanded the mechanical army to halt their attacks and pull away, protecting himself in the center. Ember was breathing heavily. He had resisted the mechanical army for quite some time and had begun to feel the fatigue. He was extremely aggrieved in his heart, as he realized that if he continued fighting, his life would be in danger. His abilities were well suited for killing carbon lifeforms, but not so powerful against the group of machines comprised of different alloys. If it was merely ordinary machinery, it would not have been so bad. But all the machines present were buffed by Black Star and increased his consumption to ward them off. However, at this point, Ember burst into laughter with great confidence. His reinforcements had arrived. From the other two positions, Degulish and Terry each occupied a spot, forming a triangular formation with Ember. In a twist of fate, Han Xiao was now the one being surrounded. Well done, Ember. He's trapped now. Degulish nodded, his body brimming with energy. He was a pugilist. Ember looked at Han Xiao, breathing a sigh of relief as he sneered. My mission was not to kill you, but to restrain you. The moment we engaged, you had already fallen for my ploy. Bet you didn't expect it. Ember was hoping that Han Xiao would reveal some panic or maybe even try to escape. However, Han Xiao did neither, instead moving into a fighting posture. Han Xiao had always intended to tangle with the three of them, but at the same time did not wish for them to realize that he had known about the ambush in advance. As such, he had followed along. Besides, his mechanical suit covered his face as well, not allowing anyone to observe his expressions. Looking at the three of them, Han Xiao started to calculate. This ambush was created for me. 3 calamity-grade supers. Looks like DarkStar really wants me dead. It's good that I sent Rista out, or else I would have been facing the same headache as Ghidorah. Right now, I need to restrain these 3 with all my might, not allowing them to have any energy spare to deal with others. Among them, the pugilist gives me the most pressure. I estimate that he is slightly stronger than the other 2. I'm not sure if I can endure the damage given by the 3 of them. Oh well. For now, it should be fine. Those thoughts shot by in an instant, and Han Xiao took a deep breath. Activating his medium cell proliferation control, he exhausted a portion of his energy to recover his HP. Then he cracked a smile. Only the 3 of you? That's too little. Unable to witness what he expected, Ember gritted his teeth in hatred. Stubborn. Seeing how Han Xiao wished to resist to the end, Degulish revealed a cold smile. A grade B super, when faced with 3 calamity-grade supers, still wishes to resist. Is Black Star relying on his mechanical army? Ha, do you think that can ward off 3 grade A supers? It will not take long to demolish all of them, and they will definitely not be able to block us. I am a pugilist and can rush straight in and kill you instantly. You're overestimating yourself. Terry patted his chest, and a thin, light combat suit covered his body. From his arms came out a few pieces of soft metal of an unknown alloy. Sweeping his hands out like a maiden throwing out flowers, the metal pieces suddenly elongated over tens of meters, easily destroying the surrounding machinery. He was a mechanical pugilist. I have no idea how long the space disruption device can ward off the reinforcements from Ghidorah. Stop wasting time and get rid of him, Terry replied. The moment he finished his words, Ember, Degulish and Terry rushed straight into the mechanical army from different directions, utilizing their full strength and sending scattered machinery flying into the air. The metallic parts filled the air as the 3 of them cleared out a path, throwing themselves straight toward Han Xiao. 3 immense pressures barreled straight into Han Xiao, causing the mechanical force around him to jump around excitedly in arcs. His eyelids snapped open, and his voice was resounding. Come, let's have some fun. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.